My meeting place with the president is always at a hotel. Volume 1. By Nagatomo Kozuma. Translated by Snow Candles. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. When the transfer student arrived with the fully bloomed cherry blossoms in spring. When we made a promise under the summer starry sky. When our hands gently touched in the city adorned with snow and neon lights. From such romantic and dramatic events, the world comes alive with color, and the story begins. Futa, you smell like sun-dried grass. On the way home after school. In a hotel near the station we rushed into still in our uniforms, Matsuri said as she buried her face in my neck. In a place like this, saying such things. Wasn't it Futa who brought me to a place like this? That's because there were student council members around. Would it be troublesome if we were seen? It would be troublesome for a certain someone who's the student council president, right? Matsuri slightly stretched her flower-like lips, smiling faintly. Innocently, not knowing how others might feel. Then she naturally sat on the bed and reached out her hand towards me. Hold it. My eyes traced from her slightly sweaty throat, along her slender, delicate arm, to her neck. She was beautiful. Still in our school uniforms. We're in a hotel. Matsuri is sitting on the pure white sheets of the bed. It's true that seeing her like this made me want to cross the line. But more than that, I was moved by the magical logic that she was reaching out her hand, trying to tie me to her existence with a thin yet clear bond, blooming right before my eyes just for me. Futa, you're warm. As our fingers intertwine, Matsuri raises our connected hands to eye level. A subtle bracelet with small purple flowers was shining on her wrist. How is it? The small decorative flowers aren't too flashy, which is nice. The purple color is mature and suits her well. It's like a violet, giving a nice seasonal feel. Just saying it's cute isn't enough. I need to answer specifically. That's what makes girls happy, Futa. Her eyes are clear like glass marbles that have captured a summer scene. Her hair is glossy like black lacquerware, and her lips are as fresh as a thinly sliced lemon peel, so well proportioned, delicate, that I hesitate to touch her with my dirty hands. I was completely captivated by her, who emitted an almost artificial magical power. Matsuri, you're like a doll. For a moment, Matsuri was at a loss for words. I was talking about the bracelet. Why are you complimenting me? Sorry, your face looks so serious. It's creepy. You don't have to go that far. When I retorted, Matsuri laughed. There was an uninhibited quality to it, like a child excited at seeing curtains flutter in the wind for the first time. Normally it would be 0 points. But I guess it's okay if you say it to me. I thought it was unfair. Matsuri is usually cool and composed, but sometimes she blooms softly like this, catching me off guard. I wonder what you're trying to achieve by hitting on me though. Girls are much more romantic than boys think. That's what Matsuri taught me, but over the past few weeks, I've come to know that Matsuri is even more romantic than other girls. Anyway, you're still inexperienced. I'll have to keep giving you lessons. Understood, thank you. Otherwise, I can't give you my precious Yuki. The last words were serious. At that moment, Matsuri's smartphone notification sound rang. The sound I should have been used to hearing felt shrill and a bit nerve-wracking. Matsuri quickly let go of my hand and checked the screen. From Papa? He's asking if I want to have dinner. Are you going? Yeah. Putting away her smartphone, Matsuri stood up from the bed. Hey, how long are you going to continue? Continue what? Meeting with Papa, I mean. I decided to rephrase it more accurately. I'm talking about Papa Katsu thing. Matsuri didn't answer anything. Sorry if that was insensitive. But, I promised to give Futa a lesson today. I'm free tomorrow. Matsuri straightens her slightly disheveled uniform. I just stare at her doing so. It felt like waking up from a dream. The reason Matsuri is spending time with me is to teach me how to interact with girls, so I can become a man worthy of her best friend. So no matter how many words of love I string together, no matter how Matsuri adorns herself with delicate flowers, Matsuri doesn't love me, and I don't love Matsuri. Let's go, Futa. Here, hold my hand. So all of this is fake. What I'm seeking was never in this damn world to begin with. But even so, for me, it's passing by with a rushing speed and a dazzling brightness that burns. It's such a serious, special, and the most boring story in the world. Chapter 1. You can reach another world from Dojinzaka. The new semester for second-year high school students began without any novelty. Moreover, it was already near the end of April. Green buds were sprouting on the cherry trees, and pale pink petals that had danced in the gentle breeze were now darkened and stuck to the asphalt. No, no, you don't need to thank me. In the early morning classroom, my classmate Akatsu Tsumayu-san receives a perfectly hand-knitted scarf with heart embroidery from me. She stared at it with a face like a fish frozen the moment it was pulled out of water. I was knitting this, but yeah, you seem to be struggling with it. The scarf that Akatsu-san was supposedly knitting for her boyfriend. It was meant to be given on his birthday in February, but it was taking too long and still wasn't finished. The Saturday before last, when I came to school to help the teacher, I saw it left on her desk in the classroom. So, I helped. I knitted it. I hope your boyfriend likes it. It's perfect. I even incorporated the boyfriend's name Yuki. Actually, it's Yuki. But that would look awkward with the repeated vowels, so I omitted the U. I'm the kind of guy who pays attention even to the Hepburn romanization system. Thank you. Then, see you later. I leave the classroom with the refreshing feeling of having rescued a wild tanuki from a trap. I exit quickly. Being too persistent might give the impression of demanding gratitude, which would be bad. This should raise my stock within the class again. It was worth spending the entire Saturday on it. After school that day, on my way back to the classroom, as I happened to pass by the student council room, I heard my name being called. Hey, Yuki, what do you think about Shiki Suta? Looking inside, I see a world dazzling with the setting sun streaming in. Kaios Matsuri-san, who had just become the student council president from secretary in April, is visible sitting in a chair. And standing beside her, was Fujisawa Yuki-san from the same class, peering at Kaios-san's hands with a bored expression. I can't tell just from what do you think, Matsuri-chan? Like? Do you like him or dislike him? At least I don't have any romantic feelings. I end up eavesdropping on this conversation. I realized that the story, far from beginning, had ended like cherry blossom petals spiraling down in descent. I think he's a nice person though. Fujisawa Yuki-san, always bright and gentle like the sun, with eyes like the moon floating gently on the water's surface. She's the female student I secretly have feelings for. Her walk is as light as if she's running across a musical staff. Her voice is as clear as a stream flowing through the blue sky, and her skin is probably as fluffy as a fairy's breakfast toast. Staple the top right of this document. Hey, Matsuri-chan, aren't you showing too little interest after asking it yourself? Rather, Yuki, do you dislike anyone? I do. Who? People who bully Matsuri-chan. The next moment, Fujisawa-san hugged Kaios-san. She rubs their cheeks together. Kaios-san, while saying stop it, went along with it. These two with completely different personalities are always together like this. Matsuri-chan, why did you ask about boys you're curious about? No reason. Like a mother worried about her daughter's love life? Just staple it already. You're not denying it. Staple. Fujisawa-san staples the stack of documents with a series of clicks. Kaios-san received them and pondered for a moment. I wanted you to staple the top right, not the top left. She tries to pull out the staples from the opposite side, but she stopped midway and leaned back in her chair. You're not going to remove them? It'll get messy if I pull out the staples. Fujisawa-san laughed without a hint of remorse. Matsuri-chan, you're so diligent, staying late and preparing documents for the students. It's not like that. Sure. You've worked hard with that small body of yours. Don't call me small. There, don't pat my head. Despite her complaints, she went along with it. Kaios-san has a reputation in class for being serious, cool, and a bit unapproachable. But because Fujisawa-san, the only classmate who can easily cross that line, is always with her, creating a peaceful flower-filled atmosphere, Kaios-san is being perceived as not a bad person after all. Anyway, I'm done here, so let's going home. Okay. Good work today too. Kaios-san picks up her bag from the floor and walks away, with Fujisawa-san following. It happened so suddenly that I had no time to escape, and the door in front of me opened. Shiki-kun. Why yeah. What? Do you need something from the student council room? A bit scary. I felt like I was being confronted with one-sided justice by the student council armband. No. I was just passing by on my way back from helping Takamatsu-sensei. I explained that I was helping our homeroom teacher, the chemistry teacher, prepare for class. It's the truth, and it's not unnatural since I would pass by here on my way back from the chemistry room to the classroom. Oh, you're always working hard, aren't you? It's fine, I don't mind. Shiki-kun is so capable and can do anything. That's why people rely on you. I received an admiring gaze from a fluffy white small animal. I want to feed her cabbage and stroke her lower jaw while she's munching away. No, I mean, I want to live up to her expectations. I don't want to disappoint her. I'm anxious inside. What should I do? For now, I'll just smile back. Shiki-kun, you really are. I could somewhat guess the next words, and I didn't want to hear them. You really are a nice person. I know that. More than anyone else, I know that best. It's not like that. Fujisawa-san repeatedly says, you're a nice person. It was the same warm, benevolent goddess-like smile I often see in the classroom, filled with warmth, given equally to everyone, not special. I really like kind people like Shiki-kun. My head was a mess. Fujisawa-san keeps providing me with happy, lovely moments, but at the same time, she slips in that nice person phrase, which I've recently come to hate the most. What's wrong? It's nothing. I see, then that's good. Fujisawa-san means no harm. Of course not. I love Fujisawa-san, who's always pure and tries her best to love the world, even if she's a bit quirky sometimes. Yuki, okay. See you tomorrow, Shiki-kun. Yeah, see you tomorrow. With the soft sound of indoor shoes, she leaves with Kaios-san. And so, only pitiful me is left in the hallway, rejected without even confessing. That night, as soon as I got home, I fell asleep from exhaustion. I woke up just before 8 p.m., but I didn't feel like eating dinner. I casually told my family I was going for a walk and dashed out of the house still in my uniform. The bustling shopping street right near my house. I walk aimlessly, going against the flow of people returning home. Nice person. I'm sick of hearing that. I've tried to be that way and put in a lot of effort. But then, why is there nothing beyond that? Even the person I liked in middle school rejected me saying, I think you're a nice person, but I think you're a nice person, but what? I've never heard the words that come after that. I left the shopping street and entered an alley. Then, without realizing it, I found myself right near Toru-Nichan's apartment, which is behind the university-affiliated high school. Toru-Nichan is the school nurse and my childhood friend 8 years older than me. Our mothers worked part-time at the same nursery school, which is how our relationship began. However, we haven't really talked outside of school in the past few years. If it's Toru-Nichan, she would surely give me the kind words I'm longing for. Futa-kun, you don't look well? It's okay. Nichan is on your side. I'm happy when you're with me too. She's the person I admire. She's close to the students and popular with everyone. She's a bit scatterbrained, but that's what makes her comforting. It's pathetic, but I wanted to cling to Toru-Nichan. It's terrible to rely on someone only when it's convenient, but I knew Toru-Nichan would welcome me with a smile. Then, someone came out of one of the apartment rooms, the second from the back on the second floor. I thought that was Toru-Nichan's room, but the person who came out was a girl in an unfamiliar uniform. The girl comes down and starts walking towards the station. I wonder where she's going alone at this hour. I glance at her curiously. Her profile looked very similar to Toru-Nichan's. It wasn't just similar, it was her. For some reason, the 26-year-old girl wearing a uniform that wasn't from our school was carrying a large handbag and had her hair tied back. Is she involved in something dangerous? I couldn't think of anything else. She might be being forced to dress like that. Toru-Nichan, who used to dote on me like a little brother when you were young. Toru-Nichan, who persistently called me Futa even though my name is Suta. If she is in trouble, I couldn't pretend I hadn't seen her here. Toru-nichan got off at Shibuya station. She passed through the crowded area in front of Hagiko, crossed the scramble intersection, and started climbing Dojinzaka. After a while, she turned right and went through a bright red arch. It was a narrow alley flanked by high-rise buildings on both sides. Buildings stand haphazardly like tangled threads with no visible cause and effect. A dazzling world where light seemed to get lost reflecting off other lights. Maruyamachu, Shibuya Ward. A hotel district. It was as if my thoughts and I were separated by thick ice, and I couldn't judge properly. But the premonition that she may be involved in something bad is turning into certainty. Steeling myself that I had to go, I passed through the red gate of the adult world. Beyond the arch was a different world, hidden behind the high-rise buildings. This world was a retro and eclectic alley. At first glance, it looked like an old-fashioned drinking district, but upon closer inspection, there were glittering neon signs and digital signage plastered here and there, creating an unbalanced and eerie atmosphere. And pathetically, overwhelmed by this new world, I had lost sight of Toru-nichan. The narrow, winding alleys are numerous, and trying to navigate through them is like trying to slip between the small letters of an old newspaper, making me dizzy. After a while, I reached a parking lot. It was surrounded by red iron bars and red walls, looking ominous. I turned left along the wall. At that moment, I saw it. At the end of the narrow road, a female student, surrounded by scary-looking men. That is probably just a part of daily life in this town. But even though I didn't know the circumstances, one thing I understood was that if this continued, something terribly bad would happen to that girl. Excuse me. Before I knew it, I was standing in front of the three men. The girl whose eyes met mine let out that sound. The uniform she was wearing was one I had never seen before. But I knew that face well. I thought it might just be someone who looked similar, but it's probably her. Because someone who doesn't know me would probably say eh? Rather than when suddenly spoken to. Kaios-san, my beloved classmate, Fujisawa Yuki-san's best friend. Our school's student council president, Kaios Matsuri-san. What's going on? I was following someone who looked like Toru-nichan, and I encountered someone who looked like Kaios-san. They can't both be doppelgangers, right? In this Shibuya Dojinzaka that's like another world. If you jump into the darkness of the gaps between buildings, can you actually go to another world? Who are you? A man in a tank top with a tattoo on his left shoulder glared at me. I'm that person's classmate, but Aoi's? The men called Kaios Matsuri-san Aoi. Kaios-san's jet black eyes sinking into her fine skin were restraining me with a vitality that seemed directly connected to her soul. Expressionlessly, but surely, she was pressing the unspoken words "don't say anything unnecessary" against my throat. Boyfriend? No way. Kaios-san moved. She jogged over to me, went behind my back, and firmly grasped around my waist with both hands. For the short Kaios-san, that height seemed just right. Please, help me. It was a voice I had never heard before. I understand that she's scared, but at this point, she's almost like a different person. Kaios-san, whom I glimpse from the corner of my eye, is trembling slightly and looks like she might burst into tears at any moment. Oi, we're talking business here. I didn't hear anything about adults. Adults who? There's no way it'd be wholesome with three. Come on, come here! Exclamation mark. Kaios-san tightened her grip on my waist. She's to begin with, like a small animal. Enough. Let's just take her by force. Perhaps losing patience, the tank top guy and the other two approaches. They reached out to pry Kaios-san off my back, and I made a judgment. If I'm grabbed by these hands, there's no escape. Wait, stop. I wasn't being arrogant or underestimating the situation. I just moved on impulse. But that was a mistake. The next moment, my body was floating in the air. Then, my arms and legs hit the hard concrete forcefully. I can't even make a sound. An intense pain in my lower abdomen. I roll on the ground, curling up into a small ball. That's when I realized I had been kicked in the stomach by the tank top guy. That languid, melancholy-laden sigh was Kaios-san. The Kaios Matsuri I know, the usual one. Hey, listen. I reflexively look up. Kaios-san was facing the men, She took out her smartphone and showed the screen to the tank top guys. "I'm going to tell Papa," and she said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The three guys looked at each other. Kaios-san had the dignified attitude of a student council president catching misbehaving students, believing without a doubt that justice was on her side. "My papa used to be a professional boxer. He's still famous in the underworld," the tank top guy, as if unable to hold it in anymore, burst out laughing. Following his lead, the three men hold their stomachs and laugh. I don't know if Kaios-san's father really used to be a professional boxer or if there's such a thing as an underworld, but at least the men don't seem to believe it. Taking advantage of that moment, I stood up and forced strength into my trembling legs. "Kaios-san." I grabbed Kaios-san's arm. I didn't have the luxury to be gentle, so I pulled with all my might and started running at full speed. The tank top guy and others were somehow shaken off, but that was Kaios-san's achievement. Halfway through, Kaios-san pulled back my hand and dragged me between a building wall blackened by outdoor unit exhaust and a moss-covered fence. Then, she slipped into the building through a window that was just wide enough for one person to pass through. It was another world in there, a brick multi-tenant building filled with a faint sweet-smelling smoke under reddish lighting. On both sides of the path are sturdy doors that seem to reject visitors, most of which are unidentifiable shops. Peering through the latticed windows, I could see an old woman lazily smoking a pipe. Feeling scared, I followed Kaios-san's back as she walked ahead. Kaios-san stuck her hand into a perforated illuminated stand sign placed in the corridor, took out a key from inside, and opened the door of the shop in front of us. It was a decaying bar with many bottles of alcohol still on the shelves. Ignoring all of that, we went out through the window again. Outside was a strange courtyard surrounded by buildings on all four sides with no entrance or exit. Looking up, I saw a moon like a frozen clock in the blue-black blurred night sky that was an extension of the building walls. "This way." This time, she climbed over the fence and slipped her body into a narrow gap between buildings. Feeling anxious that if I was left behind, I might never return to the original world, I hurriedly followed. "Hey, are you familiar with this area?" Papa taught me. "Papa?" "My papa is a detective." "Ah. I guess he would come to Dojinzaka often for infidelity investigations and such." So the former pro boxer thing from earlier was a lie after all. "Huh? It's true though." She seemed a bit angry. "So Kaios-san's father is a former pro boxer who's now a famous detective in the underworld?" "No, who exactly is Kaios-san's father?" We emerged from between the buildings onto the street. Despite coming out from a strange place, people around didn't seem to pay much attention. Kaios-san glanced at me with a dubious look as if saying, "What is this guy talking about?" Then looked at me again as if understanding something with an R. "You still don't get it, do you?" Kaios-san looked a bit amused. "My papa isn't just one person. Is it a complicated family situation?" Then she hugged her smartphone to her chest as if cherishing a keepsake of a deceased person, or rejoicing over a VIP ticket for her favorite artist's concert that she won. "I have 100 papas." It was nonsensical. The precious pudding you had kept in the refrigerator had jumped into my mouth on its own. I felt like I had been told that. "No, I'm being serious." "So am I though." She didn't look like she was joking. "Well, let's talk later. Let's get inside before we're found." "Where?" "Here." She points her thumb down the road, but there's nothing there. If anything, there's just a Love Hotel signage. There was just a Love Hotel signage. "Are you serious?" Kaios-san doesn't even smile. Her cool profile, illuminated by yellow, green and pink neon lights, radiated a bewitching beauty. As soon as we entered the Love Hotel, Kaios-san spoke to the front desk person and had them connect her to someone on the phone. "Yes, I apologize for the trouble. Let's have a meal together next time." She spoke to the person on the other end of the line in a business-like tone and hung up. And when she came back, she was holding a room key in her hand. We entered room 508. It was a room with a large aquarium, predominantly decorated in light blue and white, with scattered coral and reef designs. When I pressed the switch by the bed, blue, emerald, and other colorful lights from the wall were projected onto the dome-shaped part of the ceiling, revealing gracefully swimming fish and turtles. Apparently, this room is set up to be underwater. Toru-chan sensei, could it have been a mistake? I'd like to think so too, but she came out of her own house in such a romantic room. I was made to sit on the sofa and glared at by Kaios-san. I honestly told her how I ended up here, excluding the part about being shocked from being rejected by Fujisawa-san. Well, whatever. Anyway, you tried to help me earlier, right? I guess so. Kaios-san sits on the sofa across the table from me. Then she looked at me as if appraising me. I had a vague idea of what she was going to say next. Shiki, you're a nice guy. Words I've heard many times before, and words I've recently started to dislike a little. Are you an idiot? I take it back. That was different from what I expected. You are an idiot. It had become a definitive statement. It's impressive that you could run that much after being kicked in the stomach, but wouldn't it have been better to call for help from the beginning? I was in a daze. No, you just weren't thinking. Why? It's weird to say it myself, but didn't I put my body on the line to protect a girl? As a result, being brought to a love hotel and lectured. What kind of situation is this? Well, whatever. Look up for a bit. I obediently comply. Then Kaios-san took out a handkerchief from her pocket and gently pressed it against my mouth area. Don't move. When touched, there was a stinging pain. It seems I got injured when I fell to the ground earlier. I'm sorry. I ended up complaining, but you did help me. Suddenly getting angry, then being kind. I don't understand her. Boys are reckless and shallow. That's normal. And yet, that's what makes them cute. She says it casually, but it caught me off guard. That's unexpected. What? You being so gentle? Huh? I thought Kaios-san was a bit scary. Well, I still do. You're quite honest, aren't you? She sounded both exasperated and impressed. I'm aware of it. That people are afraid of me. Then, maybe you could try to be a bit more friendly. Why? When she puts it like that, I'm not sure either. It's fine as it is. Even if I got along with everyone, no one would benefit. I don't think that's true. Then what? Who would benefit from being with me, and how? I hardly know anything about her, and I probably won't get to know her in the future either. Besides, her eyes were as direct as ever, making me hesitate to pursue the matter. Can you tell me already? I decided to change the subject, even if a bit forcefully. What's this about having 100 papas? And why were you in Shibuya? Who exactly are you, Kaios-san? What's with that line? That's hilarious. Kaios-san let out a dry laugh. Well, fine. You'll find out soon enough anyway. Kaios-san sits back deeply on the sofa. We're supposed to see each other every day, but the Kaios-san sitting there was different from usual. Her figure, clad in an unfamiliar uniform, standing at the bottom of a blue sea, was fantastical. She was smiling as if to provoke me, beautiful and bewitching. If I were to take her hand, enchanted by her eyes that held the reflected emerald light, I might be lured into the crevices of a reef in the dark depths of the sea. I'm doing Papakatsu. Papakatsu? Yes, I'm a Papakatsu girl with about 100 papas. Aliens, time travelers, people from other worlds, psychics, Papakatsu girls. These were things I thought I knew little about, but actually knew nothing about. I searched for Papakatsu on my smartphone. Papakatsu, mainly girls spending time with financially comfortable men and receiving money in return. In reality, it may also involve physical relationships. That's right. But you're the student council president. Is that relevant? Maybe it's not. Even if she were a regular student, it would be problematic. How far do you go? It's fine, nothing special. She has no obligation to answer, but generally, I didn't have the impression that it would end with just wholesome dates. It's dangerous. I stand up involuntarily. My voice was forceful. I know. You do? Of course I do. I was taken aback. I thought she would say I was worrying too much or that she was used to it and it was fine. Then, you should stop. It'll be too late if something happens. Maybe so. My words weren't resonating with Kaios-san at all. She was playing with her hair, looking blatantly bored, not even making eye contact with me. The faint hum of the refrigerator motor and the sound of water from the aquarium echoed in the blue-white room. Kaios-san. Yeah, I understand. Kaios-san finally looked at me. Her expression was different from before, gentle. She was smiling slightly at the corner of her mouth. Her voice was straightforward, like the fresh stem of a plant, without malice. But for some reason, I felt a clear intention of rejection from her. Thank you for caring about me, but keep today's events a secret. Kaios-san stood up and walked towards the door. I had no reason to stop her. I knew that if I let her go like this, my relationship with her would end. It wouldn't be a problem if that happened. In fact, that's probably what should happen. But before I knew it, I was grabbing the strap of the bag on Kaios-san's shoulder. What? A gentle voice. Not at all unfriendly. But it was a cold voice. You said it earlier, didn't you? Who would benefit from being with Kaios-san? And I would benefit. Huh? I want to spend more time with Kaios-san. I want to know more about Kaios-san. Still holding her bag, I stared straight at her. I don't understand what you mean. I don't understand either. I speak honestly. Then Kaios-san suddenly broke into a smile. You're weird. Her voice sounded exasperated. I almost feel like backing away, but it's much warmer than the soft smile earlier that clearly contained rejection. Yeah, we've come all the way to a hotel. Kaios-san put her bag on the sofa where I had been sitting until just now. Let's get on with it. Kaios-san grabbed the hem of her uniform and suddenly pulled it up. Wait. The moment her uniform is removed, Kaios-san's smooth long hair spreads out softly. At the same time, a soft and sweet scent of hair conditioner filled the air, tickling my nose. My eyes were drawn to her exposed, smooth white shoulders and the fragile blue straps of her sleeveless top resting on them. Phew. Why are you undressing? I was sweaty, so I thought I'd take a shower since we're here. That's what I see. Saying let's get on with it was mischievous. No, wait. I almost accepted it. But that's not okay. Take a shower at home. It'd be a waste not to use such a nice bathroom. Resist the temptation. If you peek, I'll report it to the school and your parents. Don't suddenly switch to student council president mode. After that, Kaios-san really did disappear into the bathroom. Besides, the student council president doing Papa Katsu is the real problem here. Then go ahead and tell someone. She was clearly suggesting it knowing that I wouldn't say anything. So, to continue our conversation. Her voice came from the bathroom. It seems she's left the changing room door open. I can even hear the rustling of clothes as she undresses, which feels very raw. I have many papas. Why yeah, seems like it. You are changing your voice and personality to date too. That's right. I change my voice, personality, background, age, and even fashion to match each papa. I even study their hobbies so I can keep up with the conversation. That's amazing. Isn't it hard? Of course, but it's fun. Is it? Yeah. Thinking about the other person, crafting a persona, dressing up. Of course, sometimes they don't like it, but that's fun too. I can reflect and use it for next time. Conversely, when they ask to meet again after a date, it's the most thrilling feeling. Although it was a bit hard to hear due to the echo, she was clearly excited. She sounded proud and happy, as if reporting on her performance in a club competition, talking about her favorite music, or as if a ranunculus she had carefully nurtured had finally bloomed. So, you mean you like Papa Katsu? I guess you could say that. Surely, there was no lie in those words. The high-pitched, elastic voice of girls in class when they talk about who's dating whom or who broke up. I felt the same thing from her now. That's because I'm a bad girl. A bad girl. That's how Kaios-san described herself. I'm often called a nice person, so it's the opposite. But I don't really think so. Before I knew it, I had said it out loud. I felt that just because Papa Katsu might be bad, it doesn't necessarily mean that Kaios-san doing it is bad. I'm a bad girl. It's against regulations. I'm a bitch. Does violating regulations and being a bitch make you a bad girl? Of course it does. Why? What are you trying to say? I can't think of Kaios-san as a bad person. Why not? It's my impression from being with you today. Just a feeling though. What do you even know about me? Nothing. That's why it's just a feeling. What's with you? Anger mixed into Kaios-san's voice. I didn't understand why I was getting so worked up myself. I'm sorry for butting in with my opinions. But, that's what it is. Kaios-san interrupted my words. Then, the sound of the shower stops. Kaios-san? What did she understand? I'm not sure, but I can sense her rustling around. Maybe she's finished showering, drying off, and getting dressed. And then, I get it. She comes out of the changing room. Kaios-san was standing there, wrapped in a bath towel. You want to do it with me? Ha. Shocked, I stood up, and she slowly walked up to me, peering into my face seductively. Why don't you be honest? It's more embarrassing to make excuses at this point. Kaios-san traces her slender fingers along her neck. Her well-manicured nails seemed to shine glossily on her healthy skin. I was also captivated by the back of her hand, which wasn't bony at all, unlike mine. I can't say I wasn't looking with impure thoughts, but more than that, I just felt she was beautiful. Here, this way. She grabs my wrist and leads me. Having just showered, that part of her is soft and hot, and when she brings me to the bed dune, she pushes me by the shoulders, and I fall back. I really didn't mean it like that. Yes, all boys say that. Kaios-san was beautiful. Water droplets from her hair trickled down her cheeks, along her neck, and to her collarbone. Then they slide diagonally across her collarbone, moving further down. Finally, absorbed by the pure white bath towel wrapped around her chest, disappeared. I don't dislike cute boys. With her clothes and hair disheveled, Kaios-san smiling down at me was beautiful. She puts her weight on her thin wrists, pressing down on my chest. I should have been able to easily push her away, but I didn't want to. At that moment, even if she wasn't there for me, I was there for her, and I even felt that if I were to take her hand and kiss her right now, we could start a new story. Touch me. She pushes her left hand, which was holding the bath towel in place at her chest, further up. This emphasized her chest. Kaios-san. I wanted to go further. I wanted to know more about Kaios-san. That's why I thought I absolutely must not touch her there. Wait. What I touched was Kaios-san's right hand pressed against my chest. I grab her wrist and push it back. Really? It's not like that. That's not my intention. Hey. I seriously don't understand. What do you want to do? I've been saying it all along. I want to properly get to know Kaios-san. That's what I don't understand. What's the point of knowing me? I don't know. I just feel curious about you. Geez. This conversation is going nowhere. Maybe so. It would be confusing to hear something like this from someone you barely know. There's nothing to gain from knowing about me. That's not true. Because Kaios-san helped me, even though it was a short time. I enjoyed being with you. It frustrates me to hear someone like Kaios-san call herself a bad girl. I was struck by my own words. That's probably it. I learned about Kaios-san's character, and I didn't like her denying it herself. Frustrated. I feel the same way. Kaios-san approached me again, looking straight into my eyes from up close. I'm at a loss for words. But it wasn't with the seductive atmosphere from earlier. It was just serious, and even seemed desperate. I'm a bad girl. A strong voice, as if trying to convince herself. Her clear eyes seemed to go on forever, but no matter how far I looked, there was nothing there. They were empty, invisible, and I felt like I might fall asleep. I did Papa Katsu. Even if I die taking a bullet for a friend in my future life, or study really hard and become Prime Minister, or put 10 billion yen in a donation box, I still did Papa Katsu. So I can never be anything other than the bad girl who did Papa Katsu. She seemed to be savoring each word. With each word she utters, invisible plant vines seem to tighten around Kaios-san's arms, legs, and neck until they turn purple and swollen, telling her she can't go anywhere, can't become anyone else. I found it unbearably sad. And I felt like Kaios-san was also struggling to break free somehow. Is that why you became the student council president too? Kaios-san looked up. She stares at me head-on, as if piercing through me. At that moment, I felt like Kaios-san was truly meeting my eyes for the first time, because Sensei asked me to. I don't think it's a lie. but it's certainly not the whole truth. I wonder if Kaios-san feels guilty about Papa Katsu and became the student council president to offset that. But that doesn't erase the fact that she's doing Papa Katsu, nor does she want to erase it. Kaios-san, why do I do Papa Katsu? Kaios-san turned her face away from me and stood up. How should I know, idiot? She puts her hand on the bath towel. And before I could even think about what that meant, she vigorously removed it. What's with you? That's rude. I backed away on the bed with such force that I almost flipped over. But she didn't show any sign of panic at all. If anything, she was grinning. You're wearing it? Under the bath towel was the sleeveless shirt from earlier. Of course, as if I'd take a shower with a boy around. You tricked me? Say I tested you. What she tested? What she intended to do with the test? There's no room to ask such questions. I just collapsed onto the sofa completely exhausted and couldn't move for about 20 minutes. When I asked, I learned that Kaios-san hadn't actually showered in the hotel. She had only wet her hair, and the sound of scrubbing was just her cleaning the floor with a sponge. I felt foolish for having been tricked by such things. You like Yuki, don't you? Kaios-san suddenly said to me as I was feeling down. We had safely escaped back from Shibuya to Motosumiyoshi Station, the nearest station. It was when we were walking side by side through the now deserted shopping street. How do you know? How much do you think I keep an eye on the bugs that swarm around Yuki? Apparently, it was obvious. At first today, I thought your goal was to pretend to be a nice person and get me to like you. What do you mean? If you get me, Yuki's best friend, to like you, I could help you get closer to Yuki, right? I see. That's one way to think about it. Right. After that, Kaios-san fell into deep thought. We both stopped right in the middle of the five-way intersection in the shopping street. Asking you might be a good move. What do you mean? Without answering my question, Kaios-san looked at me intently, from the top of my head to the tip of my sneakers. This is that. She's appraising me. I have something to ask you. Kaios-san started walking again. I follow suit. Would you become Yuki's boyfriend? I feel like I just heard something outrageous. You're telling me to become Yuki's boyfriend? I can't keep up with this. It's like being handed an incredibly stylish, latest ultra-compact home appliance with an unknown purpose. Now, what is this used for? But no matter how I turn and observe Kaios-san's words from different angles, I just can't understand. You mean if Yuki starts dating someone, it'll drive away the bad bugs and I can relax a bit? And you don't seem like a bad bug. I see. I understand the logic. As Kaios-san says, just like pure new snow quickly gets stained by exhaust fumes on the main street, Fujisawa-san is too innocent to live in this city. Before she lands on the ground, we need to catch her with both hands, saying this is where you belong, and gently wrap her up. She might melt from my body heat, but if she becomes beautiful melted snow water and is absorbed into my palms, that would be fine too. Foo-fa-foo. Hey, that's creepy. It's nothing. Not good. My feelings got ahead of me, and if I think about it calmly, there's a big problem first. I was rejected though. Indirectly. Yeah, but you can change her impression of you from now on. Of course. I'll do whatever I can to help too. What about Fujisawa-san's feelings? Of course, Yuki will make the final decision. You say that, but geez, you're so indecisive. You have some flaws as a person. So I do have flaws, but if we correct those, your specs aren't bad. I mean, is there any inconvenience for you in this? Maybe not. As a boyfriend candidate, Kaios-san has recognized my sincerity. If so, shouldn't I consider that I've passed an official examination and fairly earned that qualification? If I have such a strong ally, I shouldn't pass up this opportunity. Okay, contract established then. Why yeah, nice to work with you, Futa. Likewise, Kaios-san. Call me Matsuri. Nice to work with you, Matsuri. Although I still can't fully process everything, I'm sure this choice is the right one. It felt a bit embarrassing, but not a bad feeling. Well then, let's start by having you confess to Yuki. Huh? You must absolutely obey me regarding the lessons. Also, if you tell anyone about the Papa Katsu, I'll instantly reveal that you went to a love hotel with me. We'll die together if it comes to that. From now on, I'm going to become a man worthy of Fujisawa-san. But before that, I felt I needed to learn more about Matsuri, this mysterious girl who's a bit scary, but actually cares about her friends, and who believes herself to be a bad girl. As I climb the steep slope, a vivid light green building comes into view. It's a dilapidated building full of patches, with the second floor rented out, where my mother and I live. I open the rusty brown iron door with one hand. The trick is to push while applying a bit of force to the upper left. The door opened, but perhaps because of the recent rain, the smell of rust lingered on my hand. I climbed the rugged iron stairs as quietly as possible, took out the key with a faded bird keychain from my school bag, and opened the door. I'm home. The entrance is directly connected to the dining kitchen. After taking off my school-issued loafers, I looked at the closed Fuzuma in front of me and felt relieved that my mother seemed to be sleeping. "Mom, I met a strange boy today." Putting my school bag on a chair, I spoke in a voice so small that even I could barely hear it. I absolutely didn't want her to hear, but I also wanted her to hear. That boy didn't mind even after knowing about the Papa Katsu. He didn't talk with prejudice, but tried to really understand what it was about. He's a bit cheeky and has a weird sense of distance, but strangely, I was okay with it. "Hey, maybe if it's that boy, he might." From behind the Fuzuma, my mother's smartphone alarm rang. I suppressed the urge to make a sound and sneak into my own room next door on tiptoes. Then I quietly closed the door, crawled into my futon still in my uniform, held my breath, hoping my mother wouldn't come here, and pretended to be asleep while trembling. Chapter 2, Falling in Love for the Second Time. The chirping of small birds heralds a refreshing morning. I walked down the familiar, pristine hallway, having arrived at school earlier than usual. The red gate in Shibuya that I stumbled upon yesterday now seems like it led to another world made of neon lights and dim alleys, hardly feeling real anymore. Even the love hotel I entered with Matsuri feels like it sank to the bottom of a silent, pitch-black sea, making me unsure if it really happened. Futa. I turn around at the voice to find Matsuri standing there. Her eyes were half closed. "Are you angry?" "I'm sleepy." I simply said that, quickly stored my shoes in my shoe locker, and tossed my indoor shoes onto the floor. "You're weak in the mornings." "Huh?" "I am." But Matsuri looked perfectly put together as always, the way she holds her hair against the breeze blowing into the school, the way she raises her right foot to slip her index finger into the heel of her indoor shoe. These actions probably have the power to make passing male students do a triple take. "What are you looking at?" "Just looking." "Pervert." Maybe because my brain isn't fully functioning, I didn't seem to be thinking about anything. "By the way, was there really a need for me to come this early too? Toru-nichan said she wanted me to bring you along." "It's definitely that. Those who know the secret cannot be allowed to live, kind of thing." "I'll kill you and then die myself." That's more like a crime of passion." I had sent a line message to Toru-nichan right after parting with Matsuri. It was good that I went to Shibuya and resolved things with Matsuri, but originally I had come chasing after Toru-nichan. It was a message to check if she was okay, but when she asked if anyone else knew about this, I told her about Matsuri without mentioning the Papa Katsu, and she replied with "We'll talk tomorrow morning, please bring Kyo-san along." Well, I kind of understand. We climbed the stairs and when we reached the infirmary, I knocked on the door. "Toru-nichan?" "Come in." Hearing Toru-nichan's voice, I opened the door. The scent of May grass wafted in with the breeze. For some reason, Toru-nichan was standing in the middle of the room as if to greet us. She was wearing her white coat, symbolizing her role as the school nurse. "Futa-kun," a sweet and gentle voice, and her smile was that of an adult, full of composure, lovingly forgiving her students. "Futa-kun." But the second Futa-kun she uttered had given up all adult composure and dignity. At the same time, a single tear trickled down her cheek. "Don't say it." "Hi." Tears overflow and fall in droplets onto the pure white tiles of the infirmary. Toru-nichan had abandoned her usual beautiful school nurse face and was simply cowering as if cornered. "See, calm down, Toru-nichan." I hurriedly rush over to her. Toru-nichan collapsed on the spot, covering her face with both hands, and began to sob loudly. "What do you mean by don't say it? What are you talking about? Isn't it obvious?" "Yeah, it is obvious. That thing, right? The uniform, right?" When Matsuri said that, Toru-nichan jumped like a fish. "Hey, Matsuri. Isn't that why she called us here? To talk about the selling?" Actually, I had kind of figured it out partway through meeting Matsuri and learning about the papakatsu. If that's the case, considering the situation, what Toru-nichan was doing. Toru-nichan, could it be you're doing papakatsu? Gyuzan, to be precise. I'm on the side that's being papakatsu'd. Apparently, she's not the one being bought, but the one doing the buying. Well, sometimes I'm the one being bought too. Seems like that happens too. Please, Futa-kun. If this gets out, I won't be able to stay at school. No, forget school. You might not be able to stay in society. I won't tell. I'll do anything, even if you say that. Kaios-san too. Toru-nichan turned to face Matsuri. Matsuri was looking down at Toru-nichan with obvious disgust. "Hey, what kind of look is that to give a teacher?" "I won't tell." "Don't be so vague, clearly state what you won't tell." Toru-nichan had suddenly become aggressive for some reason. That Toru-chan sensei wears high school girl uniforms night after night, buys young men younger than herself, makes them act according to her self-written scripts, and ultimately engages in the act. "Jahua, how can you say such things?" "You told me to say it." "I didn't think you knew that much." "I mean, how do you really know this?" "My papa is a college student." What? "One of the people Toru-chan sensei bought was my papa." "Ah, could that be the one with the pink-haired anime icon?" "That's right." "Wait, Kaios-san is doing papakatsu?" "Well, that's youth for you." Toru-nichan looked happy. "Shouldn't it be more like that's dangerous?" "Here? A teacher saying that's youth in front of a student doing papakatsu is quite insane." "Ah, but if that's the case, it means the money I gave to the anime icon was passed on to Kaios-san." "So what? Were papakatsu sisters?" Matsuri looked at her as if she was looking at something utterly disgusting. Like when you flip over a damp stone in a park and see some unidentifiable multi-legged creature scurrying away. But Matsuri, are you okay with this?" Matsuri shouldn't have wanted anyone to know about her papakatsu. "I've got a hold of Toru-chan sensei's secret now. I may be doing papakatsu, but the social weight of Toru-chan sensei's crime is heavier. So if I ever mess up and my papakatsu is about to be exposed, I thought I'd have her cover it up." That's impossible. "I don't have that kind of authority. You said you'd do anything, right?" Please don't threaten a teacher." "If my papakatsu is exposed, Toru-chan sensei goes down with me." "Hi." Toru-nichan nodded slightly while trembling in fear. Toru-nichan? But why were you wearing a uniform? If you're the buyer, you don't need to provide that kind of service, right?" "No, that's my hobby." "Hobby?" "Yes. My hobby is pretending to be a high school girl and going on dates with high school students." "I see. I get it. This person is a bad adult. I can never get married now." "Futa-kun, take responsibility." "For what?" The questions never end. "Oh, okay." "Really? I'm so happy." Her childlike innocent smile doesn't exactly ease my conscience. "But for now, it's probably best to just agree." I walk home together with Matsuri, who apparently goes in the same direction as me. We headed south along Tsunashima Street, which leads to central Tokyo, but I felt slightly uncomfortable. Was Toru-chan sensei Futa's first love? It's not like that. It is, isn't it? How did this person know? Boys are like that, right? Simple and shallow. Girls think about a lot more things than boys do. At home, my sister often says men are really stupid. Is that how boys look in girls' eyes? Toru-nichan was someone I looked up to. Then, finding out she's a papakatsu girl must have been shocking. I wonder if that's the case. I don't really know. It's probably about the reason. isn't it? In Toru-nichan's case, she said it was a hobby. No good. I can't sympathize. But she's the kind of person who keeps her promises. You mean about my papa Katsu? Well, actually it's fine. If push comes to shove, my papa is a big shot in the Board of Education. That's another dangerous thing to say. I feel like it's not okay that a big shot in the Board of Education is doing papa Katsu. Hey Matsuri, more importantly, is this okay? What? This is outside, you know. This area has a lot of traffic and pedestrians. Of course. There are still many students from our school going home. Occasionally, I see familiar faces, and I know we're being seen too. Somehow, I feel very apologetic. Yet Matsuri is walking beside me, close enough that our shoulders occasionally bump. It's better if you don't stick so close to me. I don't understand what you mean. Probably, she means it literally. She's not pretending or being sarcastic. Normally, if a boy and girl are walking home together looking friendly, people around would assume things. Strange rumors might start. Matsuri finally seemed to understand the intention behind my words. That. Such things. What do you mean, such things? It'll be fine. There's no way rumors would start about someone like me. Someone like me. That's what Matsuri said. I couldn't understand it. Matsuri is cool and the student council president everyone admires. While she has an unapproachable aura, I know she has many fans since her days as secretary. Her well-proportioned face and good figure must have required effort to maintain. And above all, although for some reason she doesn't use it at school, she has the social skills to get along with anyone. She's a hard-working, caring girl who cares for her friends. So why does Matsuri refer to herself as someone like me and stubbornly insist that she's a bad girl because she did papa Katsu? Matsuri, you're not just someone. Matsuri peered into my face curiously. What's with you suddenly? Well, I feel embarrassed. And then, frustrated. It's true that I felt I wanted Matsuri to have more confidence, but I felt that the evidence to back that up, as far as I know, is still lacking. She who thinks she can't become anyone is, conversely, probably wanting to become someone. I want to support her, encourage her, but for that, I felt I needed to know much more about Matsuri's good points. Sorry, it's nothing. What a weird guy. Matsuri bloomed modestly, like a wildflower peeking out from a crack in the asphalt. She's usually cool, so seeing her smile so reservedly was unexpected, and I found myself staring. Well, to avoid misunderstandings, Futa needs to confess to Yuki quickly. Conversely, my face turned serious. This Saturday, I'm talking about going to the aquarium with Yuki by train. Got it? No, I don't get it. You don't know what a train is? It has wheels and runs on iron rails. That's not what I meant. I can't tell if this person is being serious or just joking around. I told you yesterday, didn't I? When it comes to Yuki, you must absolutely obey me. So you're going to romantically confess to Yuki at the aquarium on Saturday. There's such a thing as order. If we go at your pace, we'll end up aiming for a school play. She doesn't date kindergarteners. Still, isn't the chance of success too slim? Right now, the words reckless and dying in vain suit me well. Anything else? No. Let's believe in her. I don't know much about Matsuri yet, but I've decided to believe in her. If so, there's no point unless I believe in her completely. Being half-hearted would be disrespectful to Matsuri who's offering to help. I'll confess. I'll collect your bones. I hope there'll be bones left. Saturday dawned bright and clear. Musashi Kosugi Station was bustling with families. We were attracting attention amidst the waves of passing people. When did this happen? How did you two get together? Fujisawa-san places her hands on both my shoulders, bouncing up and down while shaking me vigorously. This is like a puppy attacking its master who's just returned home in the evening. Calm down, Fujisa. I didn't notice at all. When? Since when? What do you like about Matsuri-chan? For me. On her inner thigh, there's a heart-shaped. I try to answer that it's not like that, but she's not listening. She just keeps talking on her own. I glance at Matsuri for help, but she's indifferently fiddling with her smartphone. Is this because she knows it's useless to say anything for a while? No, that's not it. Help. I'm happy that Fujisawa-san is clinging to me, but with the misunderstanding that I'm Matsuri's boyfriend, the nervousness about confessing to her today, and being conscious of the people around us, I was completely losing my mind. By the time Fujisawa-san calmed down, we had missed 3 trains. When we arrive at the aquarium, Matsuri, who seems to have been here many times, guides us. It was the first time for me and Fujisawa-san. There was a unique special exhibition right at the entrance, but we headed to the regular route first. The dimly lit interior was filled with cool blue light, creating a fantastical atmosphere. Whoa! It's beautiful. Fujisawa-san jumped a little, her eyes sparkling. I couldn't take my eyes off her. You shouldn't speak too loudly. I know. Fujisawa-san replied loudly and pressed herself against the tank. She's so cute. The emerald green knit dress suits her so well. She's incredibly cute. The white frills tied around her waist and the white bandana wrapped around her head accent her perfectly. And the small bag she's carrying and her pumps are both beige, giving her a calm atmosphere. Her ponytail, different from usual, is also refreshing. Ahaha, this fish has such a funny face. At this point, even the aquarium's lighting and the colorful fish seemed like mere props to highlight Fujisawa-san. You seem pretty relaxed. As I was observing Fujisawa-san, I heard Matsuri's accusing voice. I want to become a fish and be kept in Fujisawa-san's house. Matsuri glared at me with moist eyes, but even that look suits her. Matsuri was wearing a wine red shirt with a collar and ribbon, and below that, a black skirt so mini it was like, can you see it? With black pumps. Moreover, with Matsuri's jet black, silky hair, her overall coordination used only 2 colors, wine red and black, making for a very chic and mature look. But with the ribbon and subtle frills, it didn't feel plain at all. What are you looking at? Sorry, I might have been mesmerized. I blurt out reflexively. You compliment me quite naturally, don't you? Because it's my honest opinion. It's true that girls are much more romantic than boys think, so being a bit cheesy is good. So is it a good thing? Yours is overdoing it. I received a simple and straightforward rejection. Well, but it's okay for me. You can say those things to me straightforwardly, like that. She looked away and spoke in a slightly smaller voice. Could it be that she's embarrassed? Anyway, you haven't forgotten today's objective, right? I want to forget. You haven't forgotten, right? I'll confess to Fujisawa-san. That's right. That's your ultimate mission. I couldn't sleep last night. Not just because I'm making my first confession in life today, but because too many things have happened this week and my head can't keep up. Also, although I decided to trust Matsuri, I couldn't completely shake off the thought that maybe Matsuri had some ulterior motive and wanted me to be completely rejected. What? This is not good. I just decided to trust her. Either way, I have no chance of winning as things are. So, I have no choice but to go along with it. I'll do it. Yeah, you've got a good look on your face. Today, I'm going to confess to Fujisawa-san. We arrived in front of the aquarium's large tank. In that tank where various species of fish were swimming, I wanted to keep eye contact forever with the gentle face on the belly of a stingray that seemed to be encouraging me, saying it's okay, just go at your own pace. Hey, why are you putting the bag down? Because I need to secure a place for Fujisawa-san to sit. You have your own jacket, don't you? Don't put down the bag you're holding for her. It'll get dirty. I see. Fujisawa-san was mingling with a group of kindergarteners, gazing at the fish right in front of the large tank. Meanwhile, I was trying to secure a seat for Fujisawa-san, but Matsuri immediately shot me down. Also, sit on a lower step. The knee position should be close to eye level. You can see her panties. You even think about that? I move to a lower step, and I make sure to keep Fujisawa-san's bag on my knees. Having a date with a girl is tough, but usually, girls wear spats underneath. Don't me. It's obvious, isn't it? Walking around outside in such a short skirt without them would be like being a pervert. I've always thought that's perverted. I see. So they wear them. Don't make a face like it's the end of the world. I mean, even if you can't actually see anything, Wearing spats is a vile act that robs us of even the excitement of maybe we might see something. Don't call it vile. Not even being allowed to dream. Ha. Why are you so shocked? Well, one of my common sense beliefs has just been shattered. I might not recover for a while. You're exaggerating. Matsuri stood up and tossed her bag to me. What's this all of a sudden? Keep the seat. Just put my bag there, but it'll get dirty. It's fine. She walks away hurriedly. She told me not to put it on the floor, but apparently she doesn't mind. After that, I watched Fujisawa-san chatting happily with the kindergarteners. Sorry to keep you waiting. Matsuri returned quickly. Where did you go? Delicacy. Harsh judgment. Matsuri takes her bag from me without explanation. Then she opened the zipper and stuffed something like a black cloth that she was holding into it. That's. I was about to ask but closed my mouth. Delicacy. Hey, don't tell me. Delicacy. She had left empty-handed earlier, but now she was holding something like a black cloth. Could it be those spats just now? Just to be clear, I'm still wearing underwear. So, that means she's not wearing anything except underwear? I said a lot of things suddenly and made you feel a bit down. No, I'm the one being taught here. In times like these, you should just honestly say thank you. From Matsuri's profile as she glared at the tank in front of us, I couldn't read any emotion other than that she seemed angry. Idiot. No, she's probably embarrassed. I think she didn't need to do that, but she probably really felt guilty, and surely did it for me who looked exaggeratedly disappointed. Could this person actually be incredibly considerate? Thank you. If that's the case, I'll thank her as my mentor said, and not pursue it any further. Her feelings genuinely made me happy. But, don't look too much. Sorry. In the end, I apologize. Maybe because of the air conditioning, Matsuri's short skirt was fluttering slightly, and I couldn't help but be drawn to her pure white thighs extending from it. Hey, what are you two talking about? Before I knew it, Fujisawa-san was in front of us. Yuki, are you done with the sharks? Yeah, they were super cute. Their mouths are this big, they could probably swallow someone Matsuri-chan's size in one bite. Don't call me small. I didn't say or think that. There, don't pat my head. Matsuri lets her do as she pleases as usual. They really are close. Then, Matsuri glared at me from the corner of her eye. In an instant, I accurately understood her intention. This is no time to be relaxed. I'm here today with a do-or-die resolve. Fujisawa-san. Shiki-kun. I messed up the volume a bit. I startled her suddenly, but I have no choice but to continue. There are penguins ahead. Want to go see them together? I said it. There's no turning back now. Fujisawa-san had a serious face. Is she thinking or just stunned? Maybe she'll just normally dislike it. Going off alone with a boy she's hardly talked to. Sure, let's go. But Fujisawa-san answered with a smile. Thank you. I'm glad. If it were another girl, she might be wary. But this is Fujisawa-san. She's the girl I like who has no prejudice or preconceptions about anyone. Then, I want to take a little break. Matsuri took her off her shoes and hugged her knees on the bench she was sitting on. It must be an act to leave me and Fujisawa-san alone, but she also gave the impression of being genuinely tired. What? I was silently looking at Matsuri. To be precise, I was looking at a part of Matsuri. To explain, I wasn't consciously looking, but it just entered my field of vision, and then, unable to process my thoughts, I froze up. So, please forgive me. Please don't get angry. Realizing, Matsuri hurriedly pressed down her skirt. Her face turns bright red as she glares at me. I pretended not to notice and made a face like what's wrong? I'll make this an issue at the staff meeting and PTA, but it didn't work. That's unreasonable. It's not my fault. But Matsuri-chan, you're wearing spats, right? Apparently, she didn't see the underwear. She's not wearing them. She's not wearing them. Fujisawa-san. Geez, just go. You too. She still seems embarrassed, but it looks like she's forgiven me. Sorry. Though it might be strange to say that, but still, sorry. On the way to the penguin tank, Fujisawa-san was mostly talking by herself. So, you see, the expiration date on the canned peaches was that day. So I ran home, but while I was baking the cake, I realized even if I use peaches that expire on the 5th, we'll be eating it on the 6th. So it might not be okay. Why yeah. Then I remembered that canned peach, on the day we bought it, my mum accidentally put it in the freezer. When it's frozen, it feels like it's okay even after the expiration date, right? So I thought those peaches might last one more day. In the first place, it's not something that's tricked. No, it's nothing. As I listened to Fujisawa-san's story, automatic doors appeared in front of us. Bright light was shining through the other side, indicating that it led outdoors. They're this way, right? Penguin-san. Fujisawa-san quickly passes through the automatic doors and steps outside. Then, the penguin tank appeared before our eyes. Shiki-kun, look, look. Fujisawa-san runs ahead alone. The penguin tank on the rooftop was tube-shaped and spread out overhead. Penguins were gracefully moving back and forth inside, with the blue sky and sun visible through the water. Amazing. It's beautiful. The penguins are flying in the sky. Fujisawa-san gives the 100-point reaction that the aquarium staff must have been hoping for. I stood beside her, remembering Matsuri's words that girls like romantic things even if they're a bit cheesy. Shiki-kun, did you know penguins actually have really long legs? Ah really? Yeah, but most of their leg bones are hidden inside their bodies. That's why they're not good at walking and have that waddling gait. What's with that I want to disappear. Fujisawa-san didn't seem to mind at all and looked like she's really enjoying herself. But that was a loss for me. I need to make a comeback, or I won't even get to confess. Fujisawa-san. What is it? That? Want to try it? I point towards the shop. There was a lottery machine there. It was the kind you often see at events, where you put your hand into a large transparent ball-shaped device and grab one of the many paper lottery tickets swirling inside. That looks fun. I want to try. Great. Look, if you win the grand prize, you can get a big penguin plush toy. I'd prefer a sea slug. I look closer at her words. All the prizes from 5th to grand prize were plush toys, with penguins being the main theme, but on the shelf labeled grand prize, there was a giant penguin and a giant sea slug side by side. Do you like sea slugs? I love them. I want to let them crawl all over my face. She expresses her affection in a unique way, but if Fujisawa-san likes it, I knew what I had to do, but before that, I need to use the restroom for a bit. Okay, got it. Sorry, Shiki-kun. Please wait for me a bit. She hurries back into the building we came from. I saw this as an opportunity. The women's restroom is usually crowded and takes time. Now's my chance. I was already struggling to find the right moment to confess. I'll hand the grand prize sea slug to Fujisawa-san when she returns as if it were the most natural thing to do. Simply, in a casual manner. That's what a cool and capable man is all about. Then I'll confess my feelings to Fujisawa-san while she's super excited about the sea slug. This is the only way. I glare at the sea slug on the top shelf. Its body is primarily blue. On its sides, there are yellow frills that look like a headdress. Its horns are a vivid orange, swaying towards the sky like blazing flames. I'll win it. The key to victory is time and luck. In a battle where the chances of success in confessing are slim to begin with, when it's time to move, you have to move. I was starting to feel discouraged. Realizing that paying for each try individually wouldn't be enough time, I first paid 2,500 yen for 5 attempts. Even then, I only got 1/3 prize. The rest were all 5th prizes. The next 5 attempts were all 4th prize or below. In the following 5 attempts, I managed to get a 2nd prize, but the rest were again 4th prize or below. With this money, I could have just bought one at the shop for full price. I suddenly become pessimistic. Hesitant to bet on another 5 attempts, I limit myself to 3. Even so, my hand thrust into the machine grasps at empty air. Perhaps due to my uncertainty, and time just passed by, the aquarium friends stuffed into plastic bags, looking suffocated. The confused-looking female staff member who seems to be a newcomer. The grand prize sea slug lounging on the top shelf, seemingly mocking me. Come to think of it, even if I did win it, Wouldn't all these third prize and below plush toys just add to the sense of tragedy? Am I making the situation worse for myself again? Shiki-kun, the time limit arrived all too quickly. Just as the last 3 attempts ended in failure, a hesitant voice called out, "Fuji, Sawa-san." Sorry. I apologize. Fujisawa-san probably doesn't understand what I'm apologizing for, but I was already sick of myself for spinning my wheels like this. It's not just about today, wanting friends, wanting to be liked by someone. I've made efforts and should have been able to do some things, yet I've always been alone. I don't understand why, and I'm so cornered that I seriously think the world might be rejecting me, and above all, having the girl I like see me in such a pathetic state was too much to bear, so all I could do was apologize. I bought some drinks. Why don't we take a break? Fujisawa-san offered me an obscure energy drink I've never heard of. I see she bought the same for herself. I had no idea why she chose this particular drink, but somehow I felt reassured by Fujisawa-san's natural way of being. Thank you, I say, feeling like I might cry a little. But I absolutely couldn't let her notice that, so I forced a smile as I accepted the drink. Back inside, in front of the large tank, I told Fujisawa-san about how I wanted to present her with the grand prize sea slug, how I thought she would be happy if I could win it and give it to her before she returned. But of course, I couldn't seriously talk about such things, so I laughed as hard as I could while crying inside. I did it on my own, so don't worry about it, okay? Shiki-kun, you're a good person, aren't you? Suddenly, I hear those words again. As expected, it didn't make me happy, and then I realize, those kind eyes looking up at me, somewhat melancholic, apologetic, but also anxious not to hurt me. I've seen these eyes many times before. Not just from Fujisawa-san, but everyone who calls me a good person has these eyes. This emotion directed at me, the most pitiful, the one I wanted to erase. I see. You're a good person are words of consolation, words of pity used for someone who can't do something well. You know, Shiki-kun, I wanted to try the lottery together with you. Fujisawa-san looks straight at me. Her gaze isn't sharp, but it's not dull either. It's soft enough to penetrate my crystalline lens, but strong enough to reach the back of my head. In other words, I could see a certain amount of forgiven dissatisfaction. Sorry, Fujisawa-san. I didn't mean to. No, I should be the one apologizing. I'm not angry. I just felt a bit lonely. I'm sorry. Me too. I'm sorry. I knew you were trying hard for my sake because Shiki-kun is a good person. This time, good person seemed to be meant literally, without any negative connotation. Besides, Shiki-kun, you're a bit too serious. I think you can be more relaxed. Even if you say that. Well, I know it's not easy. I have similar tendencies, so I kind of understand. I can't even imagine. Fujisawa-san, who's always natural, treats everyone equally, and is popular with everyone, has worries like mine. Well, various things. Suddenly, Fujisawa-san's face darkened. It was like a sooty scent hidden in the spring breeze. It clung to my skin, got under my nails and in the corners of my eyes, feeling rough and leaving a sense of discomfort. This sign, suggestive of a wildfire, filled me with an unfathomable anxiety. Anyway, don't think too much about doing things for others, just be true to yourself. But if I do that, I'll truly be isolated. I'm desperately clinging to these fragile bonds with others that I've managed to maintain by struggling so much. I'm not strong enough to live by cutting off all ties and saying I don't need others, that I'm fine being alone. So I have no choice but to cling to this pathetically. I have no choice but to keep being a good person. It's okay, but even so, Fujisawa-san gently said that. She held my hand with her soft palm, as if woven with the fibers of a spring breeze. I will accept you. Soft blue light filters through the tank and showers down on us. Just as spring comes even to this big city covered in skyscrapers and noise, spring will come even to someone like me who feels rejected by the world. I had always thought I had no right or value to enjoy such things, and I felt like algae sunk to the bottom of a polluted sea. But it's okay for you to be just as you are, Shiki-kun. I felt like I was being told it's okay to breathe. Those words settled within me with the smoothness of a cloud drifting in a dream and the overwhelming texture of black lead falling into my stomach. I realized that the warmth of Fujisawa-san's soft hand was connecting me to the world. I felt an elation in my heart that made me want to run out in a pure white three-quarter sleeve shirt, even if the wind was still a bit cold. Fujisawa-san. I couldn't stop the tears from naturally flowing. Wah. Shiki-kun. What's wrong? I like you. I like you, Fujisawa-san. She, who led me by the hand to a sunny place. She, who scattered like a prism escaping from a drop of water, shining brightly throughout the world. I like Fujisawa-san. I conveyed my honest feelings. Shiki-kun. I take out the third prize sea slug I won from the lottery. It's a pitifully small size, nowhere near the grand prize Fujisawa-san wanted. But this is who I am right now, even though it's half-baked. I can't suppress these feelings, so I gently offer her the plush toy. If you'd like, with me. I just looked straight at Fujisawa-san. Her eyes were like the rocky surface of a deep forest holding morning dew, sparkling small yet pitch black as if absorbing everything. They were so black that I couldn't tell if there's depth to them or if they end at the entrance. I'm sorry. Fujisawa-san bowed deeply. Words didn't come out. I see. Sorry. I don't know if I should cry, joke, or answer seriously. I couldn't even figure that out. But remembering that it was never going to work out from the start, I gave up trying to find the right words. There's no point in seeking the correct answer at the end of wrong path. Don't apologize. She said it sharply, showing me her palm as if to stop me. It was a clear denial, uncharacteristic of Fujisawa-san. Because I was happy to hear that you like me. I'm not troubled at all. Rather. Fujisawa-san paused mid-sentence, and after thinking for a moment, she poked my cheek with her right index finger. Let's become even closer friends, okay? Right, Fu-chan. The snow melts, and spring arrives. But just as it's okay to long for the dazzling, shining winter after the cherry blossoms fall, I fell in love for the second time with that gentle smile that seemed to be covered by a pure white veil. Why you tricked me. The empty mutter of a loser dissipated into the moonlit night. What are you saying? If anything, this is the result of sincerely trying to keep my promise. The night of the day I went on a date with Fujisawa-san, I was calling Matsuri to protest in the garden of my apartment building. You made me confess knowing I'd be rejected. Did you actually think you'd succeed? Well, I didn't think that, but then I didn't trick you at all. Did I? I knew Yuki wasn't the type to cut ties just because she rejected someone once. If anything, she wouldn't have noticed you without going this far. It's like a declaration of war. Like saying please watch me from now on. Besides, Futa, you wouldn't have been able to move forward without doing this much, right? Every point she made was so correct that it was painful. I wanted to say something like bitter or however, but I couldn't find the words to retort, and pathetic voiced consonants just scattered on the lawn like crumbs. Well, I didn't actually think you'd be able to confess though. You didn't believe in me even for that. Perhaps because I had been holding it in, my voice came out loud. I'm sorry, neighbors. But now you understand, right? You're lacking in everything. That's true. Even when we were alone, I just let Fujisawa-san do all the talking. Then I tried to please her by playing the lottery but failed miserably and had to be comforted. And then, overwhelmed by her kindness, I felt saved on my own and confessed. It must have made no sense from her perspective. Yet Fujisawa-san didn't show any displeasure and said she wanted to become closer friends. It was a crushing defeat upon crushing defeat. I've suffered wounds that make it a wonder I'm still alive. Thank you. I'll do my best. You're being honest. It's not about being honest. I'm just doing this for myself. That's right. But the same goes for me. I'd be happy if Futa became a boyfriend worthy of Yuki. That's the mutually beneficial relationship we've formed. But I'm concerned about the distortion in this relationship. If we're going to continue working together, I want to ask this properly. Why can Matsuri be so desperate for Fujisawa-san's sake? Matsuri suddenly fell silent, as if caught off guard. What do you mean? You'd be happy if Fujisawa-san got a boyfriend. I understand that. But to be precise, that's for Fujisawa-san's sake, not yours, right? It's the same thing. It's not. To be able to do this much for someone else, how do you feel about Fujisawa-san? Again, Matsuri fell silent on the other end of the line. I just waited for Matsuri's words, trying to find some meaningful shape by connecting random stars in the night sky. Because Yuki told me it's okay for me to be the way I am. Matsuri muttered as if talking to herself. Even though I treat Yuki so carelessly, she always stays with me. She says carelessly, but that's surely because Matsuri can't be honest. Her attitude may seem indifferent, but it's clear that she's always considerate and cherishes Yuki. That's why. Just that. I see. If I had heard this conversation before talking to Fujisawa-san today, I probably wouldn't have understood. But today, Fujisawa-san told me exactly the same thing. That's the kind of person she is. She accepts and forgives people as they are. She has no prejudice even towards slightly odd people like me and Matsuri. Fujisawa-san is a good person, isn't she? Yuki is a good girl. I'm glad I came to like her. Even if this love doesn't come to fruition, the time I spent facing her will probably be a source of pride for me. Chapter 3, Ambiguous Season. After that, I often talked with Matsuri on the way to and from school. It wasn't every time, but we started communicating via line and naturally fell into a pattern of going home together when our schedules matched. However, we didn't have any special conversations or strategy meetings to advance my relationship with Fujisawa-san. We really just exchanged trivial topics that could only be called small talk. There was even one incident where we almost ran into some student council members and ended up rushing into a nearby hotel. Nevertheless, I certainly didn't intend to end things like this, so when I had gotten quite used to Matsuri and could talk to her without feeling particularly nervous, I invited her to go look for a shop where we could eat peaches, which Fujisawa-san likes. Sorry for the wait. On the last Sunday of Golden Week, I climbed the long escalator at Motosumiyoshi Station and found Matsuri on a bench surrounded by greenery in front of the ticket gates. Matsuri? Matsuri was sitting properly on the bench with her eyes closed, seemingly not hearing my voice, thinking she might be asleep. I stare at her intently. Matsuri was wearing hot pants, a white blouse, and an emerald green shirt over it. She was also wearing sneakers, which I thought was quite a casual outfit. Her face also had a slightly healthy glow, so she might have put on some light makeup. And it all looks perfectly put together. I was impressed that she could look so good in such a simple outfit. Our eyes met as Matsuri opened hers. Apparently, she had been listening to music with earphones. What were you listening to? Well, I'm not sure. What do you mean you're not sure? I was listening to the popular song rankings from the top on a subscription service. That's typical of Matsuri, who's knowledgeable about current trends, but it seemed different from Matsuri's own tastes. What kind of music do you usually listen to, Matsuri? I usually listen to subscription services. So, anything really? You mean you're not particular about music? I guess so. A little while ago, I was only listening to male idols though. Matsuri mentioned a group called Pretty Face belonging to a certain famous idol agency. Did you like them? Not particularly. My papa is an idol, though he's still just starting out. It seems she was studying for that. Want to listen, Futa? It was a casual invitation. A truly innocent suggestion that arose from the flow of conversation, but I nodded with all my might to those words. What's wrong? I want to try it. It's listening, not trying, right? Yeah, but, well, just say it clearly. It's embarrassing, really embarrassing. It was one of my aspirations, and I thought that if it was Matsuri, she might grant this wish. I want to try listening together, with one earphone each. You know, like sitting there. You are, what am I saying? No, it's nothing. Forget what I just said. I shook my head in a panic. This is too embarrassing. I can't do it. Well, but even if you say that, it's fine. So, just forget it. That's not it. For some reason, Matsuri seems troubled. Not because she's unwilling to do it, but as if she's genuinely puzzled. Matsuri showed me the earphones she was holding. They were wireless earbuds about the size of a thumb. Wireless? They're not wired, you see. It felt like a large mass of water had been dumped on my head. These days, wireless earphones that are more compact and portable than wired ones are mainstream. With the delay in sound largely resolved and the freedom from the hassle of wires, once you get used to it, you can't go back. However, this technological progress also means that the grand event of listening to music together with your lover, sharing one earphone and leaning close that I had longed for is on the verge of extinction. The wave of IT has even reached here. Is this IT? Matsuri looks at me dubiously. Apparently, she's just genuinely concerned. Did you want to listen to music together that badly? I nod silently. Then Matsuri, this time truly exasperated, let out a sigh. Come here. Matsuri pulls my arm and makes me sit on a nearby bench. Then she sat down next to me and took out her earphones. Here, take this. But, they're wireless. Just take it. I apologize, but I'm not interested in pretty face songs. If Matsuri said she liked them it might be a bit different, but she doesn't like them either. In that case, it's just something unnecessary in my life. Put it on. As I sulk and hesitate, Matsuri forcibly puts one of the earphones in my hand. So reluctantly, I put it in my left ear. Just one song, okay? And the next moment, I felt a soft weight on my left shoulder. Look forward. I hurriedly turn my head back, but I desperately try to look at my left side with just my eyes. There was Matsuri, leaning on me. And this time, she rested her head on my left shoulder. I feel a pleasant weight like a bundle of flowers, the smoothness of her hair like flowing water, and a cool, clean scent like soap. Looking to the side again in disbelief, Matsuri is undoubtedly there, pressed against my body. I could clearly see her chest rising and falling slightly, and even her fresh thighs visible beyond. This is what you wanted, right? Why yeah, it's good that it's sunny today. A passing mother with children sees us and smiles slightly. They probably thought we were a close high school couple. Somehow, I feel proud. It feels exactly like the ideal couple I've been longing for, but if I keep looking around, it might seem suspicious. So following Matsuri's lead, I closed my eyes and decided to focus on the warmth on my left shoulder and the music. It's a good song. It was a lively up-tempo with earnest, if not particularly skilled, rapping. I probably won't forget today. You're exaggerating. I won't forget this song either. If this is a good memory for future, then I guess so. What do you mean? I think memories reside in songs. Both good memories and bad ones. When you listen to the song that was playing at that time, they come back. That's why. Matsuri opened her eyes slightly and looked at me. Future will definitely never forget this terrible rap. I laughed. It was funny that Matsuri thought it was terrible too. We were running late, but we arrived at our destination cafe by train and on foot. Of course, I had done some research beforehand, but I was a bit worried if peach parfaits would really be available as it was a bit early in the season. And then, it's an open cafe, isn't it? Terrace seating? It looks like a parking lot to me. It wasn't there. The shop. That can't be. I definitely saw it on a blog. According to the map, this is the right place. But in front of us was a bright yellow background with bright red letters saying maximum 1,500 yen per day. The last update was 5 years ago. But, the latest post icon, it was probably the latest 5 years ago, minus 70 points. But Matsuri herself, who had pronounced the deduction, didn't seem to mind at all. Good thing you did some research. I'm fine with Raymond in front of the station. I get a firm slap on my bottom. She probably meant to pat my back. The sad height difference. No, that's not good. This is supposed to be a date lesson, after all. I can't be complacent. Can we walk around this area a bit? There might be a good shop. After that, we walked through the shopping street in front of Shinmaruko Station. This is within walking distance even from Musashi Kosugi where Fujisawa-san lives. Hey, Futa, isn't that a cafe? Following Matsuri's gaze, there was a small path that seemed to blend in with the houses, and if you weren't careful, you might miss it. But there was a small sign. Let's go take a look. We approached the sign placed at the entrance of the small path. On an old-fashioned wooden chair that looked like an antique, there was a small blackboard. It was surrounded by lush green plants, and among them were an iron light bulb, a tin watering can, and what looked like a tin horse ornament. Cafe Hanataba. It says it's a shop with flowers, greenery, and delicious coffee. Looking down the path, we could see trees stretching their leaves high and green, as well as plants in pots stretching their unique-shaped leaves modestly but distinctively, and beyond them, a wooden door that seemed to lead into the shop. It's a cute cafe. Doesn't seem like they have peaches though. That's too bad. I turn on my heel. But Matsuri was still looking at the shop. Her gaze was serious. She seemed to be looking at the plants in the premises. Matsuri? It's nothing. Come on. Let's go look for peaches. She turns her back and starts walking. Although the purpose is to find peaches that Fujisawa-san likes, I felt there was something more important we should prioritize. Let's go in. Why? The one I'm on a date with right now is Matsuri, right? Then let's go to a place Matsuri likes. Matsuri didn't say anything in return, but instead, for some reason, she looked me up and down from my toes to my head. Are you sure you're not mistaking who you're trying to woo? Wah! Before I knew it, Matsuri was grinning like she does when she teases me. Again with those jokes. Impure relationships between opposite sexes are subject to protection. I have nothing but good intentions. -80 points. Matsuri ignores me and enters the green path leading to the shop. I don't understand the meaning of the point deduction. Why? I chase after Matsuri, intending to protest against the unreasonable point deduction. But in the end, Matsuri just kept grinning the whole time and didn't tell me the reason. The inside of the shop was a warm space that had made you feel the warmth of wood. It was simple with little decoration, and the high ceiling gave a sense of openness. But the walls and tables were casually decorated with dried flowers and stylish empty can paintings, making it a relaxing and cute shop. A friendly staff member guides us to a table for two. We then ordered what we wanted from the menu. The food was brought out quickly. Boys really like curry, don't they? What's wrong with that? What I ordered was chicken curry stewed in beer, a round mound of rice topped with a roux full of meat. At the edge, there was a red, dice-shaped condiment. Matsuri, that looks stylish. Red soup. Beet potage. What Matsuri ordered was a hamburger plate. A hamburger about the size of a girl's fist, accompanied by an eye-catching bright red soup. Do you like it? Beets. Not particularly. Not particularly, huh. It's cute, isn't it? I thought it would look good in a photo. Ah, so you do care about that kind of thing after all. It's not that I care, but when you come here with Yuki, if you order this, it'll be a topic of conversation, right? Matsuri carefully scooped up the beet potage with a spoon and naturally held it out to me. If you eat this, you can recommend it to Yuki. Are you going to recommend something to someone that you've never even eaten? Then I bring my face closer to the offered spoon, trying not to look at Matsuri too much because it's embarrassing. When I opened my mouth slightly, the smooth, warm potage entered. Delicious. Yeah, I might like it. How should I say it? It's smooth. I'm glad. In the green rich cafe with the gentle afternoon sunlight streaming in, Matsuri bloomed slightly. This shop might be good. It's close to Yuki's house, and I'm sure she'll like it. Matsuri cut her hamburger and placed it on the edge of my plate. The action was so natural that I almost forgot to say thank you. Hey, there's something I want to ask. I feel like I've learned a lot about Matsuri in a short period of time. Matsuri, who is kind to me, loves Fujisawa-san, and is actually quite shy. Matsuri, who sometimes smiles so happily. Such a Matsuri. Matsuri, what's your dream for the future? Her hand stopped cutting the hamburger. Matsuri is trying her best to help me connect with the girl I like. But what about Matsuri herself? What does Matsuri want to do? What's her favorite food? What kind of music? What kind of fashion does she like? I don't know. I don't really have any dreams or anything. Then, what about things you like? Nothing particularly. Nothing particularly. That phrase too was something I had heard often since I started hanging out with Matsuri. Matsuri, you seem to know about everything. Any fashion suits you, and you know about all kinds of trends. But I don't know what Matsuri herself likes. Well, There isn't anything, she answered casually and brought the hamburger to her mouth. I didn't have the luxury. Does she mean in her own life? Is it related to the reason Matsuri started doing papa katsu, which I want to know about? Speaking of which, Futa, you read a lot of books, don't you? Yeah, it's my only hobby. What kind of books do you read? All kinds, I guess. Rather than books, I like reading words. You read quite a lot of old books too, don't you? That's right. These days, e-books are convenient. I like paper books too, but I'm not particularly particular about the medium. Wait, no. We were talking about Matsuri. As expected of a good listener, before I knew it, I was the one talking. Dreams for the future, huh? Maybe I had some in the past. Can't you remember your dreams even now? What? You're being quite persistent. It didn't sound like she was angry, just a natural question. Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe I think it's a bit sad. Why would Futa be sad about me? Isn't that obvious? Why? Because I'm worried about Matsuri. It's natural to be sad about a friend, isn't it? But I'm telling you, I'm not sad. Ah, I see. I found myself naturally accepting it. What a weird guy. Maybe it's enough because Matsuri eats little, but nearly half of the originally small hamburger had been cut and given to me. Well, that's why I can't think about the future right now. Seems so. But thank you for caring. You know, Futa, that part of you. Matsuri pauses her words a bit. She seemed to hesitate a little. I like it. There's no ulterior motive. I know that. But when she looks straight at me and says it with a slight smile, as if swaying in the wind, I almost misunderstand. I don't know how Matsuri feels about me, but if Fujisawa-san wasn't there, how I would feel about Matsuri. Feeling it might be dangerous to think any further, I brought the curry in front of me to my mouth. After eating hojicha ice cream for dessert, we left the shop. Thank you for going into a cafe that I might like. Those were happy words for me. Because with that one phrase, I knew that today's time wasn't wasted for Matsuri either. Yeah, then, shall we go shopping or something after this? But my subsequent suggestion was interrupted. Matsuri suddenly stopped and froze. Her gaze was fixed on her smartphone. That was quite a volume. I forgot my appointment with Papa. I see. She had an appointment for Papa Katsu. However, it's rare for the highly professional Matsuri to forget. In any case, our date will probably end here. I don't think Matsuri would go back on her promise with her papa. See you then. Somehow, it doesn't sit well with me a bit, though. Why don't you come too, Futa? Thinking it might be troublesome if I held her back too much, I was about to start walking quickly, but instead, I was held back. I want to properly introduce you as my friend. Isn't that okay? I'd be a bother. You won't be. He'll be happy. Somehow, her way of speaking and gestures were so natural that I started to feel like I was the strange one. Maybe it's her real father. He's going to pick us up on the road along the Tama River over there. It's a bit of a distance though. Somehow, it seems I'm going after all. But if it's her real father, no, that's strange too. Introducing an opposite-sex classmate to your father, isn't that too meaningful? Come on, hurry up. But if the master says so, the disciple had no choice but to silently obey. The unfamiliar middle-aged man sitting in front of me was devouring a strawberry parfait. Futa-kun's shoe size is 28. That's amazing. You're going to grow big in the future. For some reason, the papa named Ryuzaki-san, who was getting overly excited about the topic of shoe size all by himself, smiled heartily. He's neatly dressed in a suit, but there's cream on his cheek. Also, the back of his hair is sticking up a bit. What's with this person? Ryuzaki papa, you've got cream on you. Oh, thank you. While thanking her for pointing it out, he didn't actually wipe it off. He's a weird person, right? But despite how he looks, he's actually a really weird person. Matsuri drinks the oolong tea in front of her with a straw. Her appearance is, how should I say, as usual. It's the natural Matsuri, not the dressed-up version I saw in Shibuya. But I'm surprised. I never thought Sumaya would bring a boyfriend. I'm not that kind of. That's right. He's just a friend. That's right. But we were hanging out together, but I forgot I had an appointment with Ryuzaki Papa, so I brought him along. You forgot about your appointment with me? Sorry. That makes me sad. Gyuzan. Matsuri ignored him, opened the menu, and ordered almond jelly on her own. However, even though she had forgotten, she's still keeping her promise with Ryuzaki-san, and she's also trying to keep her date with me at the same time. Although I'm not sure about her method, I feel like I can see Matsuri's serious personality. I'm sorry too, Futa-kun. You must have been surprised. Yeah, very much so. Extremely. There was no way to deny it. So I answered honestly. I thought for sure he was your real father. To think that. You were thinking that? Because you invited me so naturally. Normally, if it was this kind of papa, you wouldn't say let's go together, right? Well, Ryuzaki Papa isn't normal. It seems that's the case. No matter how you look at it, he's treated more casually than other papas. He must be a special papa. He must be someone Matsuri feels comfortable with. By the way, I hate my real father. Matsuri wasn't looking at me, stirring the ice in her glass with her straw. He's just good on the outside. Inside, he's the worst. Is it okay for me to ask? In what way is he the worst? Even though he doesn't love me or my mum, but he doesn't divorce. Why? I don't know. Do you live together? Separate? I haven't seen him for a long time. As I was wondering how much more I could ask, Matsuri interrupted the flow by pressing a button to call the waiter and ordered a yogurt. If that's the case, I won't pursue it any further. What? He says he can't meet us because he's busy with work. The fact that he's making excuses without me even asking shows that he's obviously trying to deceive us. When I remained silent, Matsuri muttered to herself. She seemed angry, but I felt there was more to it than just that. I hear a lot about her papas, but this is the first time I've heard about her father. I didn't know what kind of relationship they had or how she felt about him. Come on, Futa-kun, order anything you want. After all, you're Sumaya's boyfriend. Yes, boyfriend. Ryuzaki-san offers me the menu. He seems like a kind and gentle person, and I irresponsibly thought that if he had been her real father, things might have worked out well. We were dropped off by Ryuzaki-san a bit away to avoid being seen by other students from our school. The two of us walked under the cherry blossom trees that were still faintly blooming along the Aquarium canal. It got late, didn't it? Matsuri continues walking while gazing at the cherry blossoms, but I stopped. I stared at her back, thinking about Matsuri's family situation, about Matsuri herself, and as I thought about Matsuri's personality that I had come to know over the past few weeks, I felt like I could vaguely see the answer I had been wanting to know. Hey, Matsuri. Matsuri turns around. As I silently stare at her, Matsuri silently stares back. Her eyes, beautiful like artificial creations, emit an artificial charm and are deeply clear, but like a spring in a deep forest that shows the bottom through its transparency. I felt that her eyes also reflected nothing. Matsuri, did you start Papa Katsu perhaps for your family's sake? The wind blows, gently swaying the cherry blossom leaves and Matsuri's long hair. But Matsuri didn't mind such things, silently closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. No, it's for my sake. Probably not wrong. Her strong denial turned my thoughts into certainty. Didn't you want to protect your family? Not particularly. Surely Matsuri, because she got hurt for her family's sake, blamed herself rather than her family. Matsuri is that kind of gentle girl. It's not about protecting or anything like that, but it's true that I started because our household finances were tight. There was no choice. I couldn't live otherwise. So it was like that after all. Don't say after all. It's not for my family. It was impressive how she complained about not being able to meet her father at the family restaurant earlier. She probably wouldn't even complain about things she's not interested in. The fact that she mentioned it so much means she cares. And if it's Matsuri, she would definitely try to protect something that important. But why Papa Katsu? Weren't there other options? Like what? Well, like relying on the government. The government? Huh. It's an uninterested response. I could understand Matsuri's motivation, but I just couldn't accept the method. To put it bluntly, I felt sad that she was trying to sacrifice herself so easily. Could it be you think it's mentally unstable to choose Papa Katsu even if it's for survival? And not to that extent. I was internally shocked at how accurately she guessed. We can't get money from the government. Even though you're struggling to live. To be precise, we're kept just barely above the level of struggling. What do you mean? Because my father is there, and my father gives us living expenses. He's even saving for my future. I didn't grasp what she was getting at. If that's the case, there shouldn't be any issues. But the living expenses we're given are really the bare minimum, and the bare minimum means it's not enough. My mother immediately spends it on young men. Normally, how much living expenses to give is somewhat determined by national standards based on the parent's income, but my father adjusts his income every time to keep it just below the level where we could receive government aid. Can he do that? He has money, but it's a small company. He adjusts his income conveniently and lives as he pleases under the name of company expenses. I didn't fully understand what she was saying, but I could understand that he was using his position and the system to keep Matsuri and her mother in a state of barely surviving. I don't know what the point of doing that is, though. I don't trust the savings he says he's making for me either. My father has a terrible habit of wasting money. That was the trigger for our family's breakdown. After saying that much, Matsuri slowly turned her back and started walking. I jogged to catch up and walk beside her, continuing the conversation. What about government consultation services? My parents are alive and well. Moreover, my father has a good public image. In that case, adults listen to other adults. My father is young, and he has the will and potential to work more and earn more for his family. It's a lie though. He's even saving for my future. Even though it'll disappear anyway. But the people at the consultation window swallow my father's words whole and ask, is there any problem? Then, why don't they divorce? They can't. Why? My father has a good public image and social credibility. And my mother has her own issues, so she can't divorce. And my father, for his part, says he doesn't want a divorce. I see. It's pointless to say anything more because I haven't experienced it. My family relationships are good, and I've never struggled financially. I realized that anything said by someone like me who hasn't experienced these things would be shallow. At such times, it was my papas who helped me. It's thanks to my papas that I can live a normal life now and have started saving for the future. Not the government, not my parents. As Matsuri spoke, I felt that she was neither angry nor sad. Yet, Papa Katsu is considered evil, right? It's strange, isn't it? Because adults didn't help me. I tried to manage on my own, and I'm not causing trouble for anyone. Of course, I'm aware of the dangers. I'm doing this on my own responsibility, including that. But still, it's not okay. Why? Because I'm a minor. Then, why don't those who aren't minors help? All I could do was listen to her. I felt ashamed for having interfered as a complete stranger with only the knowledge I had heard a little from TV and the internet. So even now, I'm living on money I earned with my own strength. There are some weird papas, but basically everyone is kind. They properly love me. That's why I hate those who unilaterally condemn Papa Katsu. Matsuri was loved by many papas. They all helped Matsuri when she was in trouble. There must have been considerable hardship for Matsuri in that. I see, even though you had such difficult circumstances. That's what I didn't like. I don't want to be pitied. That's why I didn't tell anyone. Matsuri stopped and pierced me with eyes full of strong will. I don't want to be thought of as a pitiful person and treated specially because I'm not that weak. Matsuri was dignified. She was like a flower blooming in barren land, strongly extending its stem as if to say it won't be easily broken. I'm sorry. It's okay, really. Futa. Why? I hate it when people who know nothing about me say irresponsible things. But Futa, you tried to listen to my story properly and thought about it. So it's okay. But I, on my own. I said it's okay. She interrupted me strongly. I'm grateful too. No one understands it, but Futa tried to understand it. Then, that's okay. So, don't apologize. Don't apologize. Because I'm not in trouble. I remembered being told the same thing by Fujisawa-san. Matsuri walked a little ahead, stubbornly refusing to look back. So I couldn't see what kind of face she was making, but I felt saved by her words. Okay, a girl who calls herself someone like me and thinks she can't become anyone because she's a bad child. I was really glad to know what Papa Katsu, which was at the root of her being, meant to her. Then, Futa, you're going that way, right? I'll walk you home. Do that for Yuki, not for me. Before I could answer, Matsuri left. I wanted to forcefully hold her back, but I just stood there silently, thinking about unnecessary things like whether I had the right to do so, or if she might want to be alone. Do it for Yuki, not for me. Those words remained, as if they had taken root. For some reason I didn't quite understand. I felt I couldn't just leave Matsuri like this. The world's is always on the side of the right person, and who is right is decided by the world. That's why Matsuri, who wasn't recognized as right by the world, was defined as a bad child. If so, denying that itself would mean denying the world. But thinking about what she could do for her family, acting on it, and getting hurt, no matter what others say, she stays true to herself and never blames anyone else. On top of accepting everything, she still sacrifices herself for her friends, and even teaches me, almost a stranger, how to interact with people. Matsuri is a bad child. That's ridiculous. If Matsuri is a bad child, then I'm fine with being a bad child too. What should be denied is the world. Matsuri, I stop thinking about difficult and unnecessary things and start running. From today, I'll become a bad child so I can do anything. I'll do what I like, what I think is right. Matsuri, let's go on another date. I catch up and grab Matsuri's hand. Matsuri looked at me with wide eyes, wondering what was going on. I told you, it's about you becoming a man worthy of Yuki. Fujisawa-san has nothing to do with this. I want to go on a date with Matsuri. Huh? I felt that Matsuri, who was someone I was somewhat interested in, has become someone I couldn't leave alone. Knowing alone about a beautiful flower that bloomed straight towards the sky, not embarrassing to show anyone, and just watching it wither away by myself. I couldn't stand using time like that. Let's go on dates, go to various places, do various things. Why so suddenly? Then, we might find what Matsuri likes. I want to find Matsuri's dream together, taking a flower that has taken root and can't move from there, replanting it in a pot on my own, bringing it down to the city, and showing it off to others. Look, such a beautiful flower is blooming. I want to boast. Even though it's not mine, I can't stand the idea of someone as beautiful as Matsuri quietly giving up on everything and just waiting to become the adult she hates. I don't really understand, but I keep holding Matsuri's hand, not letting go. I don't look away either. I could see she was confused by my mysterious enthusiasm, but I didn't want to back down. Well, please take care of me. Matsuri was the first to look away. On the path along the canal as the day was ending, passers-by turned to look at us, wondering what was going on, but I didn't care about such things. More than that, I was captivated by the beauty of the flower in front of me, which seemed to be tinged with a slight vermilion, blooming small and modest yet more proudly than anyone else. When I returned to my room, I tightly hugged the black rabbit plush that's always placed next to my pillow. I stifle my voice and make no sound because my mother is sleeping next door. What kind of emotion am I feeling now? How did I feel when Futu invited me to search for my dream together? Honestly, even if someone talks about dreams, I don't understand. It's not so much that I'm not interested, but I don't feel it's about me. Besides, I don't have the luxury or time for such things. Then why did I go along with Futa's proposal? I have to make dinner. It's almost time for my mother to leave for work. If it's not ready when she wakes up, I'll be scolded again. It's breakfast for my mother, dinner for me. Meals are supposed to be eaten as a family. Even if I'm told the rice is hard, or my face looks gloomy, or my body smells like an old man, but my body wouldn't move. I want to be with my mother. For that, I need to be responsible so as not to disappoint her any further. After that, there's laundry and cleaning, school homework, and student council president work. Being student council president is burdensome, but I can't quit. In middle school, my mother once praised me for being the class representative. so she might praise me again. When I started as secretary in my first year, she coldly dismissed me, saying I could do as I pleased as long as I didn't neglect my duties at home. But surely as student council president, someone like me, having a dream, it might be impossible. Even if I were to find my dream, do I have any energy left to fulfill it? Yet the reason I couldn't refuse Futa's proposal was probably, I want to hang out with Futa more. That's probably the only reason. My chest tightens at the thought of accepting Futa's feelings and kindness for such an impure reason. I hate myself even more. But I couldn't refuse, because for me, the time spent with Futa had become like an irreplaceable treasure. The entire student body, spread out like in a gymnasium, was still floating in a fluffy atmosphere, unable to switch gears from the Golden Week holiday. Students were yawning everywhere, and the male classmate sitting diagonally in front of me had acrobatic bed hair symmetrically on his head. That concludes the announcements from the student council. Although we've just returned from a long break, regular exams are coming up soon. Please switch gears and face them head on. Next, regarding the student council budget. In contrast, our student council president Matsuri, as always impeccably groomed, had unwavering eyes like a Siberian husky that had spotted its favorite apple fallen at the feet of the crowd. Matsuri is indeed the student council president. I mutter such an obvious fact without thinking. From our interactions so far, I've learned that while Matsuri is generally well suited to be student council president, she's not the type to actively pursue it. She said she was asked by a teacher, and considering helpful nature, that's somewhat understandable, but she doesn't seem to be enjoying it much. When doing Papa Katsu, she said she liked becoming someone else and acting, but she doesn't do that at school. She diligently fulfills her role as president seriously, but it's as if she's drawing a line somewhere. Hey, Shiki! Andu-kun, standing behind me, calls out. Andu-kun is popular in class and friendly to everyone. What is it? At the end of this month, the basketball club has a practice game. Andu-kun started talking with such an introduction. So, we were supposed to have a day off from club activities today, but I want to do some self-practice now. But Anu asked me to teach her about complex numbers in the library after school, but studying for the test takes priority, right? Andu-kun adds with a smile. Inu-san is a girl in our class, and while she's not dating Andu-kun, she often talks to him and gives him homemade sweets. Andu-kun probably finds it hard to refuse because she's always helping him out. Leave it to me. Andu-kun looked at me blankly. I'll teach her about complex numbers. I'm good at math, and that way Andu-kun can do self-practice. Right? This is what it means to be a considerate man. Although, I don't understand why Inu-san, who should be a good at math, would specifically ask Andu-kun, who usually scores around average. Maybe she just happened to not understand complex numbers. They are difficult, after all. Oh, okay. Thanks. Don't worry about it. But, actually, it's fine. I need to study too. Is that so? I don't quite understand, but I was refused. Is he being polite? I hope you win the practice game. Yeah, at the very least. I sent him off with a perfect, top-tier smile. Andu-kun responded with his usual beaming smile. That concludes the financial report for the previous year. If any students have opinions or requests for the student council, please come directly to the student council room or communicate through your homeroom teacher. While I had pulled off a cool guy move by being perfectly considerate to Andu-kun during the morning assembly, during lunch break, I inevitably ended up eating alone after all. Well, these are things take time to build up. Let's not rush and keep at it steadily. Hey, Fu-chan. Jaya? I let out a sound like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and jumped up. It was both the volume and the way of calling me. My classmates looked at me as if to say what's going on? I also thought what's happening? And turned towards the source of the voice. Fu-chan, let's eat lunch together. Fujisawa-san was waving her hand while hopping from her seat. Right next to her, Matsuri was looking this way with an exasperated expression while drinking packaged tomato juice. Fujisawa-san, could you lower your volume a bit? I hurry over and tell her in a low voice, I'm happy, really happy. But I want her to stop. It's a strange feeling. Call me yucky, okay? The conversation didn't connect. Yucky? That's right. Let's be good friends. If I asked for a reason, she'd probably just say just because. So I don't bother asking again. Or rather, that doesn't matter. I'm happy that Fujisawa-san, of all people, is talking to me so friendly. Didn't she reject me once? Yet here she is, smiling and looking at me while munching on a small rice ball with both hands. Cute. There's a grain of rice on her cheek. Cute. Ah. But before that, I look behind Fujisawa-san. There was Matsuri, looking displeased with her chin resting on her hand. Matsuri, well, what? I was the one who made the promise to find Matsuri's dream. So I wanted to set a specific date soon, before it disappeared with time passing. But, come to think of it, Fujisawa-san is right next to us. Obviously, I can't talk about this in front of Fujisawa-san. Good job with the morning assembly. Yuki, turn around. Just a quick strategy meeting with this idiot. Matsuri, reading the atmosphere that I had something to say, helped me out. Fujisawa-san, not really understanding but not complaining either, turned around and continued eating her rice ball. Cute. Thanks, Matsuri. So, but I hesitate again. I felt the class's attention focusing on us. Me, suddenly becoming close with Matsuri. Moreover, this time, Fujisawa-san called me by name in a loud and friendly manner. For adolescent boys and girls sensitive to love, heartbreak, and gossip, this must be a big deal. As I hesitated again, this time Matsuri pointed at her smartphone. I see. We could use Line. I immediately started eating my lunch bread without a word, while quietly typing on my smartphone under the desk. Are you free next weekend? Sorry, I have plans. The reply came immediately. I see. Did you need something? My hands stop. It's not that I'm thinking. I knew what I wanted to say, but it was a bit embarrassing to say it out loud or even type it. After a short pause, I started typing again. I want to go on a date with Matsuri. Matsuri froze with the straw of her tomato juice in her mouth. There's no reply. I start to worry about what she might be thinking, but after a while, Matsuri moved her hands as if operating her smartphone again. Wednesday is fine. School ends at noon, right? Yata. I cheered internally. Let's go. Okay. After that, we discussed meeting up after going home first and where to go. It must have looked strange to those around us. Suddenly falling silent, not looking at each other, just operating our smartphones. The other person, Fujisawa-san, was obediently facing away the whole time, eating silently by herself. Rather, sorry Fujisawa-san. So, that's the plan. When we finished talking, Matsuri finally spoke, looking up. I also face Matsuri in response, and somehow we end up just silently staring at each other. Fufu. Matsuri was the first to laugh softly. Hey, what's up, Matsuri-chan? Nothing. Matsuri dodges Fujisawa-san's reasonable question of that's kind of suspicious. I also end up laughing for some reason. Even Fu-chan. I hurriedly apologize, saying sorry, but in the end, all I can do is brush it off with it's nothing. I was supposed to become closer with Fujisawa-san, but I never thought I'd end up making a secret date plan with Matsuri. The promised Wednesday arrived quickly. As planned, I went home as usual to change, and we were set to meet at a shopping mall near Musashi Kosugi Station. Since it's a weekday and we don't have much time, we can't go far, so the plan is to enjoy shopping and try to find things Matsuri likes in the process. I arrived at the main entrance, but it seemed Matsuri hadn't arrived yet. I had received a message online 2 minutes ago saying she'd be here in about 5 minutes. 3 more minutes. Actually, a small problem had arisen here. It was something I hadn't anticipated at all, and I was confused about it myself. Even though I've spent time with Matsuri before. Now, what is this feeling? I was nervous. I had asked her out on a date myself, and we were going on a secret date, just the two of us. It was almost like we were a couple. I'm not sure what the source of this nervousness is. Am I just intimidated by the situation, or is it because I'm going on a date with a beautiful girl like Matsuri? Or maybe sorry for the wait. Hearing a voice from behind, I instinctively hugged myself as I turned around. What? Because I didn't expect you to come from inside the store. I entered from the other side and came through the store. Even for a visit to a large shopping mall in the neighborhood, Matsuri didn't let her guard down. She looks casual, but somehow not sloppy. She's wearing loose black brand name sweatpants on the bottom. On top, she has a tight sleeveless shirt that shows her midriff. There's a loose light blue hoodie over it. I wonder why. If she wore this normally it would feel like loungewear, but it doesn't look like she's trying too hard to be fashionable. Rather it looks natural and cute. You're going to guide me, right? Why yeah. Why are you so nervous? Pull yourself together. She smacks my bottom again. Sorry. Yeah. Let's go around the stores and look for things you might like, Matsuri. Thank you. I was looking forward to today, you know. Matsuri smiles modestly. I liked that soft smile she occasionally shows, despite her usually cool demeanor. Here, and then Matsuri naturally held out her hand. I reflexively take it. My hand was damp with cold sweat. Is this right? It's right, she replies, seemingly in a bad mood for some reason. But then, foo-foo, you idiot. This time, she suddenly shows a smile like wildflowers swaying pleasantly in the spring breeze, slightly teasing. There was a touchingly earnest and approachable quality that made me want to keep looking at her forever. Just so you know, what I said earlier was true. What was? That I was looking forward to this. I felt like the bar had been raised, but it made me want to rise to the challenge. Today, I'm going to escort Matsuri to find what Matsuri likes. Well then, Matsuri, shall we go? Yeah. And also, it really suits you. The gentle color scheme is nice. It somehow brightens the mood. That's sexual harassment. I'll bring it up as an agenda item at the student council meeting. Matsuri says with a smile. I've come to understand that this warning is actually praise when I'm with Matsuri, so I simply replied with a thank you. This is a large shopping mall with everything from fashion to food, household goods, and furniture. Although it's a familiar place near the station, today we went around all the stores again with Matsuri. According to Matsuri, the apparel stores here have very good taste. Up-and-coming brands that pursue chicness for strong women, brands that are reasonably priced but have good quality fabric, and major brands that are super affordable and easy for anyone to buy. She explained to me, who knows little about fashion, about those things in great detail. Doesn't this look good? In what seemed to be the last store we'd visit due to time constraints, Matsuri held a pure white leather jacket against my shoulders. I haven't really worn leather much. And if anything, wouldn't black be better? Black would be too strong. White is just right for you. Hearing that, I put it on and look in the mirror. Indeed, it looks sharp, but because it's white, it didn't feel too intimidating. It looks good. It's a bit odd to say it myself, but it suited me well. I never imagined I could look good in a leather jacket. It's kind of fun. Well, even though it's thin, there's no need to buy a jacket in this awkward season heading towards summer. That's why it's 30% off. There was a red sticker on the jacket's tag indicating the discount. Anyway, appearance is important too, so I'll teach you about these things gradually. I mean, I don't want Yuki's boyfriend to have terrible taste. In the end, that's probably the reason. We're together based on a mutually beneficial relationship. That's supposed to be our agreement. By the way, why am I getting a lecture from Matsuri? Because it's to make you a boyfriend worthy of Yuki. That's not what today is about, right? I had gone along with it out of habit because she was teaching me so naturally, but that's not it. We're supposed to be finding things you like. We did look, didn't we? Matsuri naturally took off my jacket, hung it on a hanger, and put it back in its original place. You guided me, didn't you? With clothes, furniture, character goods, and all. Yeah, but in the end, I was just learning from you. And how should I put it? I reflect on the time I spent on this date with Matsuri. We visited many places, but as I had imagined, Matsuri showed interest in all of them. That might seem like a good thing, But it was actually the opposite. Matsuri, you're interested in everything, but you don't really like anything, do you? Matsuri is studious and serious. She tries to absorb and make everything her own. But that's not because she likes it. She does it because she judges it necessary. I think liking something means being absorbed in it, not because it's useful or necessary, but just because you can't help it, and feeling like every day would be suffocating without it. What? You said something good. And then she smiled. Well then, I'll try hard to find it. Something I can be absorbed in. That would make every day feel suffocating without it. Help me out, okay? Of course. Today's shopping didn't yield any results regarding Matsuri's dream, but I felt like we spent an incredibly meaningful time together, and I was truly glad we came. Matsuri, who said she had walked here, is now riding on the back of my bicycle as we ride down the main street. This road leads to central Tokyo, and there's a large park next to our school. So many students from our school were heading home after their club activities. Look, Matsuri. At what? We're being watched again by students from our school. Some of the students were from our class. They're not the type to go around spreading rumors about Matsuri and me riding together. But there's still a possibility it could happen. This again? It's fine, isn't it? I don't care about others, but what about Fujisawa-san? You confessed to Yuki, didn't you? That's why. Even though I've confessed and told her I like her, I'm clearly close with you. Isn't it good to be close? Well, that itself is fine, but, of course, I'm happy to be close with Matsuri. She's helped me a lot, and more than anything, I genuinely enjoy being with her. Isn't it unreasonable to insist there's nothing between us when we're getting along so well? Nah, it's not unreasonable at all, right? Because, it's you, Futa. For a moment, I thought she might say that, but that's not it. Surely, it's me. Right? That's what Matsuri says. That's the kind of person she is. It's not like I'm saying I want to end this relationship, but given Fujisawa-san's personality, if we continue to get along like this and I end up confessing to her, I think there's a possibility she might reject me out of consideration for you. It's not that I dislike my current relationship with you, rather, I want to be with her even more than now. Those feelings couldn't be put into words, and if I said them out loud, I felt like I'd have to think more seriously about what they meant. I want to be with Matsuri, but why? As friends? Or, both Matsuri and I fell into thought, and we were silent for a while again. I couldn't tell what Matsuri was thinking. Turn right there. This topic ended without a clear answer, somewhat ambiguously. I turn right at the large intersection of the 4th block where there's a pizza place and a PC shop. The road after the turn is also quite wide. We pass in front of a train depot with lined up trains. What is it now? Has the lesson started, by any chance? What are you talking about? Her reply was curt. Nothing. Say it. Fuck yeah. She jabbed her finger into the nape of my neck. I made a strange noise, and a parent and child looking at the trains gave me an odd look. Not while I'm driving. It's because you won't say it. What is it? I guess I'll be pressed if I ask in such a suggestive way. Well, my back. Your back? My back, or should I say your front? Huh? Are you deliberately pressing against me? Matsuri, as you can see, has large breasts, much larger than average, and they were pressing against my back without reserve. What are you saying? I felt like I was simply being dismissed. Sorry, you really are foolish, aren't you? This time she said it with a deep sigh. I'm ashamed. Hey, rather, I want to ask you something. Does this actually make you happy? Well, yeah, I'm a guy. Because my breasts are pressing against you? I was startled by her direct question, but I honestly answered yes. But try to feel carefully. Come on, focus on your back. Huh? Wah. Matsuri pressed her chest against me even more, if that was possible. How is it? Strange sweat breaks out all over my body. My mouth doesn't work properly. Matsuri's hands, which have moved from my back to my waist, squeeze my body even tighter. The temperature I feel from my back is almost hot, and I've never felt Matsuri this close before. Even if you ask how it is, can't you feel my breasts? I try to think calmly for a moment. I can certainly feel Matsuri intensely, but I can't tell the softness of her breasts themselves. I don't think I can feel them. Of course not. I'm wearing a bra. Bra? Stop that. You look like an otherworlder encountering an unknown concept. You're wearing a bra? If I wasn't, I'd be a pervert. Aren't you being a pervert right now? I can't see it, but I feel her glowering at me silently on the back of my neck. I wish I hadn't noticed. Futa, you don't believe in Santa Claus, right? So why do you believe breasts are soft even through a bra? No, sorry. You're so foolish. Matsuri wasn't angry. She seemed to be genuinely asking because she didn't understand. But all I could do was apologize. And after a while, I didn't even know what I was apologizing for. Even though it's a situation every man dreams of at least once. Again? I understood that again referred to the previous incidents with the spats and the earphones. Honestly. Stop at that convenience store ahead. Eh? There's a convenience store, right? Thinking she might need to buy something, I stop at the convenience store's bicycle parking area. Matsuri's house is up the hill ahead. Wait here, Futa. I thought we might buy drinks together or something. I don't know why, but Matsuri seems to be in a bad mood now, so I decide to obediently follow her instructions, thinking it's better not to provoke her. As I saw Matsuri off, thinking about unimportant things like how long I believed in Santa Claus, my smartphone vibrated. When I took it out and checked the screen, it was from Fujisawa-san. There are 2 notifications. It shows that photos have been sent, but I can't tell what kind of photos they are without opening them. With an eager feeling, I tap to check them. Sorry for the wait. Welcome back. I reflexively put my smartphone in my pocket before checking the photos. Matsuri had her school bag and a small plastics bag in her hand. What did you buy? Matsuri put the plastic bag and her bag in the front basket and straddled the back seat again. But it's uphill from here. Wouldn't it be better to walk? Just go. I didn't quite understand, but her attitude left no room for argument. I obediently got on the bicycle and started pedaling hard. Matsuri, just like before, put her hands around my waist and leaned her body against me. However, there was a completely different sensation from before. Look forward, idiot, she scolds me in a strong voice. There was a slightly serious tone to it, but I couldn't help asking. Why aren't you wearing it? Delicacy. You're one to talk. When Matsuri came back from the convenience store, she was clearly not wearing underwear. That's why I can feel a truly soft sensation through my back. Until now I could only feel warmth, but this time it was clearly pressing against me. I'm too flustered to think straight, but I've learned a bit from past experiences. In times like these, I should honestly express my gratitude, and then, thank you. I'll climb this hill now. Of course. If you put your foot down halfway, we're starting over from the beginning. That's a bit. This is a lesson, you know. I see. If that's the case, I have to accept it. The master's words are absolute. Hey Futa, about what we talked about today. Which part of today? About how something you can be absorbed in. That would make every day feel suffocating without it. Is what's enjoyable. Yeah. What about it? It might be Futa. I thought that maybe by being with you, Yuki might hold back and not fall for you out of consideration for me. Yeah. But I want to be with you, Futa. Feeling Matsuri's warmth and her breath so close, I pondered the meaning of her words. And I felt like I arrived at the same place. Those feelings are ambiguous. I don't know how to handle them. Like a 30% off out of season jacket. But I think even seasons are often ambiguous. If that's the case, in this ambiguous season that's neither spring nor summer, isn't it okay to lean on each other a little more? So, I want to be with you too, Matsuri. I stand up, put my full weight on the pedals, and turn the wheels. To make it to the top, we need momentum. Speed. Go faster. Of course. Matsuri hugs me tighter from behind. I felt pushed forward by her warmth and softness, and started pedaling up the long hill. Chapter 4, Rain and Snow. That day it has been raining since the morning. After finishing classes for the day, I'm waiting for Fujisawa-san in the infirmary. A rainy day in the infirmary is perfect for meeting Fujisawa-san alone. When it rains, Matsuri usually takes the bus home by herself, and since Toru-Nichan is in charge of the infirmary, she can use her authority to provide us with the space. I feel heavy. I take out my smartphone and look at the screen. Here is the photo that Fujisawa-san sent yesterday. After dropping off Matsuri and returning home, I was elated by the fact that I had received a line message from Fujisawa-san until I saw the contents in my room. That elation instantly turned into the opposite emotion. This anxiety clings to my body like the damp humidity, not letting go. I still don't know what face to make when I meet Fujisawa-san or how to explain it. Excuse me, there's a knock on the door. A hesitant voice, different from usual. I walk over and open the door. Fu-chan. Yeah. Come in. After Fujisawa-san enters, I lock the door. And then, I offer her a round chair. I also sat on a round chair facing her, keeping some distance. So, about the talk. Yeah, it's about the photo I sent online. The photo Fujisawa-san sent while I was going home with Matsuri. They showed Matsuri walking with a man in a suit in the nighttime city. Where was that photo taken? Shibuya, apparently. Apparently? I didn't take them. It was my friend. I see. It's unlikely that Fujisawa-san would be out in the city at night. It makes sense that she got them through an acquaintance. This person, he's not Matsuri-chan's boyfriend, right? I can't see his face clearly, but he looks over 40. Yeah. And this place is, well. She falls silent, looking uncomfortable. I didn't intend to make her say more, and the photo clearly showed glowing neon lights. That's right. This is Dojinzaka in Shibuya, the Love Hotel district. This is troublesome. I can't tell her the truth here, but I also can't suggest that we go ask Matsuri together. I might be able to persuade her to leave it alone, but that would only increase Fujisawa-san's anxiety. I look at the photo Fujisawa-san sent me again. Although in casual clothes, the girl's profile in the photo looked like Matsuri. She's smiling. That smile can't be a business smile. Because Matsuri truly respects her papa. She has some kind of affection, whatever kind it may be, for someone much older than us, whose background and true nature we don't know. Are you okay, Fu-chan? Fujisawa-san looks worried. I must have had a grim expression. Indeed, I'm not feeling great. Why? Even though I've known about Matsuri doing papakatsu for a long time, I'll talk to her about this photo. I thought I had no right to comment on Matsuri's papakatsu, being nobody in particular, but now, the person I like, Matsuri's best friend, is hurting. To protect Fujisawa-san too, I need to talk to her properly. Is it okay to ask you to do that? Yeah. When I answered looking into Fujisawa-san's eyes, she smiled as if relieved. Surely Matsuri would understand if she knew Fujisawa-san was sad. Even if her papas are important people, it's because they give her money and support her life. Papakatsu is about connecting through money. If the money runs out, the connection should end too. A papa who becomes a stranger once the money runs out. And a best friend. There's no need to even think about which is more important. That afternoon, I came to the student council room. Come in. After knocking twice, the response came immediately. I open the door and enter. Although it's called the student council room, it's a bare space with just the bare minimum placed in an empty classroom. Fortunately, today there was no one else but Matsuri. Matsuri was sitting at her desk by the window, wearing glasses. Welcome. In her first year, she was the student council secretary. And now in her second year, she's just become the student council president. But Matsuri, who greets me casually, is completely at home here. I almost forget, but Matsuri properly stands in front of the students at school assemblies, and when she walks down the hallway, various people say it's the president with respect and hesitation. She's the admired student council president. Sorry for coming suddenly. It's fine. I'm not busy today. Matsuri pushed up her glasses with their finger. She usually wears contacts, but she sometimes wears glasses for paperwork or in class. Sit there. As suggested, I sit in the seat closest to Matsuri in the 2 rows of chairs facing the president's seat. Meanwhile, Matsuri standed up and brewed tea in a ceramic teapot. Did you want to see me? Ah. No. Well, you're supposed to answer yes immediately there. Matsuri returned to her original seat, took a sip of her own tea, and brushed her hair back with one hand. Even on such a humid day, Matsuri's jet black hair is delicately smooth. I don't know how many times I've thought this, but I shamelessly thought again how beautiful she is. Did something happen? Why? Just a feeling. I thought I was acting as usual, but if you think about it, the fact that I'm barging into the student council room is not normal. I wrap both hands around the teacup filled with tea. And then, without looking at Matsuri's eyes, I opened my mouth. Fujisawa-san might have found out about Matsuri's papa Katsu. I was too scared to look up. There's no answer. Afraid of the silence, I continued. Apparently, it was sent by a friend. A photo of Matsuri walking with a papa in Shibuya. I don't know if Fujisawa-san realizes it's papa Katsu, but she seems to know something's not right. After saying it all at once, I look up. Matsuri had her eyes closed. Matsuri? Slowly, her eyes open. She doesn't look sad or shocked. She just looked down at her hands with an expressionless face. I see. And then, she muttered just one word. What will you do? I was prepared for this. True to her words, Matsuri doesn't seem flustered. She's just accepting the fact. That's how she looked. Yuki won't understand. Even if I tell her that I'm prepared to get hurt, she'll probably be hurt more than me if I get hurt. So I thought it was best not to tell Yuki. She gets hurt for someone like me. She's such a strange girl. It's not strange. It's sad when someone important to you gets hurt. There's nothing strange about it at all. Stop doing papa Katsu, I blurted out. Or rather, it naturally overflowed. Eh? Matsuri finally looked up at me. I looked back at Matsuri. I thought I shouldn't avert my eyes. You should stop. Before coming here, I was even angry. But now I'm just sad. Fujisawa-san is hurt, and by hurting Fujisawa-san, Matsuri is also hurt. I know your papas are important to you. But if you stop receiving money, they'll just be strangers. Strangers versus your best friend and yourself. It's obvious which is more important. Surely, Matsuri will understand. After all, she cares so much about Fujisawa-san. She surely doesn't want to hurt her anymore. What's that? You think I'm only connected to my papas throughout money? The response was nothing but cold words. I can't betray them. What dwells in the depths of those eyes is clear rejection, and a strong will to never stop doing papa Katsu. I couldn't believe it. I know she accepts getting hurt herself, but even though her best friend Fujisawa-san is hurt, Matsuri chose her papas who are just strangers. What about Fujisawa-san? It's none of your business. It is, because Fujisawa-san is just a classmate, right? That's true. Recently, I've confessed and gotten closer. But we're not beyond friends. Matsuri has been with Fujisawa-san longer, and at least has a much more intimate and close relationship than I do. It doesn't matter if it's not my business, but your logic doesn't make sense. Between mere strangers and Fujisawa-san, which to choose? They're not strangers. Matsuri raised her voice and stood up from her chair. In the student council room, where someone might hear us, I'm loved by my papas. I trust my papas too. It's a relationship I've built over a long time with a lot of effort. They're not strangers. I knew well about Matsuri's efforts. She spends a lot of money on fashion and makeup that her papas like. She studies her papa's work and hobbies to keep up with conversations. She changes and acts out her personality to match her papa's preferences. She eats quickly so as not to keep her papas waiting and doesn't show any food preferences. Even if something unpleasant happens, she doesn't show it in her attitude and smiles for her papas. For her papas, everything is done for her papas, and those are true. The fact that Matsuri isn't doing it just for money, and that she trusts her papas. But still, that's not right. Your papas aren't doing this because they want your trust. What do you mean? What your papas want is the JK brand and a convenient girl. I could tell Matsuri held her breath. I was aware that I was saying something incredibly cruel. Your papas love you. That's natural. Because you're remaking yourself to be what they like. But that's not the real you. Is it? Where is the real Matsuri? If I asked Matsuri about her future dreams, she would answer that she doesn't have any. That's because she's remade everything to be loved by her papas and lost sight of her true self. So I wanted to search for that forgotten self together. But as long as she continues to be with her papas, Matsuri will keep killing herself and remaking herself. So she probably won't find her dream. That's why, for Matsuri's sake and for Fujisawa-san's sake, she must stop doing papa katsu. What do you? I know, the long time and a lot of effort Matsuri has accumulated, and yet you have the nerve to say what you want. But it's not that. What Matsuri has grasped isn't love. I have to say it clearly because it's for Matsuri's and Fujisawa-san's sake. What Matsuri has grasped is money, nothing else. Matsuri just glared at me straight on. She didn't say anything, didn't move. I thought I shouldn't look away either, that I had a responsibility to face this, so I didn't even blink. But I can't form the next words. Were the words I just threw at her right? Did I say them, understanding that being logically correct doesn't always mean being right? Such weak thoughts sprouted and crept into the cracks of my heart. I'm sorry. I immediately regretted it. There's no way Matsuri hasn't realized things like what I just said. When I calmed down a bit, I understood. Even if the love Matsuri felt was fake, she believed it was real. So it's natural for her to be desperate. Yet I threw such harsh words at her. I'll go home for today. I stand up and grab my bag as if running away. It's pathetic. But right now we both need time to cool down. Wait. My right sleeve was pulled strongly, and the next moment, Matsuri fell towards me. Unable to catch her due to the suddenness, I fell on my back. I didn't hit my head, but I hit my lower back hard. I never thought I'd be lectured by Futa. Matsuri was straddling me. Matsuri's glasses had fallen to the floor from the impact just now. Her clear eyes pierced straight through me. It's inappropriate, but Matsuri is cute after all. So cute, caring, and thoughtful of her friends. Such a girl. Hey, where are you looking at a time like this? Matsuri's blouse was wide open at the chest, revealing her underwear. Maybe she had loosened it carelessly since she was alone in the student council room. Pale pink underwear with lace. I didn't really mean to look, but it was right in front of me so I couldn't help but see it. The worst. It was a low voice filled with contempt and disgust. No, 5 is fine. I mean 50,000 yen. I'll do it with you for that. I feel like I've heard about 50,000 yen recently somewhere. Then I remember that when I was researching Papa Katsu on my smartphone, I read about an episode where a fan enclosed 50,000 yen in every fan letter to connect with a popular idol. So I understood that Matsuri was saying she'd connect with me for 50,000 yen. Why would you say such a thing? Because you're just like other men, aren't you? Telling me to quit Papa Katsu, lecturing me arrogantly without understanding my feelings. I believed you would understand. That's my line. I thought Matsuri would. Suddenly, a strange sound came out because there was an unexpected stimulation. Looking down gently, Matsuri was pressing her knee against my crotch. Matsuri would what? Say it. Matsuri brings her face close to mine and speaks in a whisper near my ear, in a devilishly, no, demonically mischievous tone, and she continued to stimulate me by grinding with her knee. Stop. I looked down again. Matsuri's smooth white thighs extending from her short skirt were moving seductively. It was a gentle movement, as if drawing circles, but the next moment, it was pressed in violently. She thrusted her knee, with a strength that felt no hesitation. Matsuri looked down at me as I involuntarily let out a voice, laughed, and spat out. I'm disillusioned. Even in this situation, although this is what I want the least, I was truly pathetic. It was miserable. I felt sorry, and various things like Fujisawa-san's pained face and Matsuri's usual smile came to mind. My ideal self and my real self, they were too far apart, and even though I tried to calmly accept and rationalize it, I was disturbed by the physical stimulation and the swirling emotions, boiling over and overflowing, and feeling like I had lost something. I was frustrated from the bottom of my heart. I'm sorry, Matsuri. What has overflowed cannot be returned. At least, what I had caused to overflow in the past by doing unnecessary things didn't return. That's why I was alone even now. Still, I met Matsuri, became friends with her, and that's why I couldn't stay silent. thinking she should correct it if she was wrong, and told her I wanted her to stop doing papa katsu. I said unnecessary things again. So I will surely return to being alone again. Futa. Matsuri's movement stopped. Maybe she was taken aback by me pathetically shedding tears in front of a female classmate. Somehow, in Matsuri's voice calling my name, I felt a resonance as if something that had been inflated had suddenly deflated, as if it had suddenly cooled down. Go home. But, I said go home. I couldn't understand Matsuri's feelings, but I didn't want to go home because I felt like if I left now, I might never be able to talk to Matsuri again. Will you still talk to me from tomorrow on? I don't mind. Matsuri got off me. Then she sat on the floor, turning her back to me. Then I decided to believe Matsuri's words. I told myself to believe that it would be okay. I slowly stood up, wiped my tears with my sleeve, and started walking. Then, as I put my hand on the side opening door, I looked back for the first time. See you at school tomorrow. I say it once more as I step out into the hallway. Beyond the window, the rain was still falling. It continued to fall. After that, I stopped talking to Matsuri. I went to school, sat in my seat, occasionally exchanged words with my classmates, but it never lasted long, and I went home alone after school. It was nothing special, just returning to the life I had before becoming close with Matsuri. Sometimes my eyes would meet with Matsuri. Then, without either of us initiating, we would awkwardly look away. Despite saying I wanted us to talk at school again, I didn't have the courage to approach her myself. In the end, that was the extent of our relationship. Want to go home together today? A little before the last class of the day started, I received a line message from Fujisawa-san. Actually, I had received another message from her before. A message of apology saying I'm sorry. After that, I didn't have the face to meet Fujisawa-san, and I hadn't reported anything to her. Fujisawa-san must have noticed that something was off between Matsuri and me, and realized something had happened, and she probably feels guilty, thinking it's because she left Matsuri's matter to me. That's probably it. I can't tell Fujisawa-san about the papa katsu, but without that, I can't explain what happened that day. Fujisawa-san must still be wondering who that man in the photo was. She can't ask Matsuri herself, and now I'm avoiding her, the person she relied on. Yet, she doesn't express a single word of complaint about it. She's really such a good girl, almost too perfect. But because she's such a good girl, I feel cornered and don't know what to do. When school ended, I dashed out of the main gate as if escaping. Although I feel guilty and almost crushed by regret, there's nothing I can tell Fujisawa-san. I was walking through the park adjacent to the school. Then, on the other side of the park path, facing the opposite direction of the students going home, in other words, facing my direction, I saw a female student standing. On such a rainy day, she was just standing straight in the middle of the path. All the passers-by were concerned, wondering what was going on. It was Fujisawa-san. I reflexively started to run away. I turned to a side path and ran towards the outdoor stage. I can hear Fujisawa-san let out a small cry as she noticed. But of course, I didn't stop. Sorry. I can't face her. I have nothing to say, and I couldn't meet her expectations. Above all, that was painful. Wait. Fujisawa-san was chasing after me. Why are you running away? Let's talk properly. At some point, Fujisawa-san had thrown away her umbrella. Moreover, she is chasing me, who had fled towards the audience seats. By running on top of the long benches, the rain had made them slippery, making it extremely dangerous. That's dangerous. Calm down. Then wait. Sorry. I can't do that. After confirming that Fujisawa-san had safely, albeit precariously, descended from the long bench, I started running again. I thought about leaving the park and crossing the crosswalk that was about to start flashing, but I worried she might chase after me regardless of the red light, or try to take a shortcut by jumping into the fountain in front of us. Although at my running speed she shouldn't be able to catch up, I couldn't shake her off. Stop it. There are stepping stones installed inside the fountain, and Fujisawa-san is skillfully crossing them. Or rather, It would clearly be faster to go around. Kawa. I said it's dangerous. This was no time to be running away. I put down my umbrella and rushed towards her. Fujisawa-san, seeming to realize I had given up, stopped running and waited quietly in place. All right, I caught you. You're being too reckless. It was a desperate decision. So you can't escape from me. In a sense, that's true. If I had continued to run away, Fujisawa-san would have undoubtedly fallen into the fountain and gotten soaked. So Fu-chan, you'll give up and talk to me, right? It's okay. Fujisawa-san gently took my hand. I'm sorry for making only Fu-chan go through hard times. There's something you can't say, right? I hesitated but gave up and nodded slightly. It's probably for Matsuri-chan's sake. And for my sake, maybe. So, thank you. Squeezing my hand tightly, Fujisawa-san smiled. Although it was raining, I felt as if the clouds above her had parted, letting light shine through. Soon the clouds disappeared. Plants sprouted from beneath Fujisawa-san's feet, and animals gathered to present her with a crown of flowers. That's how merciful and gentle Fujisawa-san is. She faces even someone like me properly and worries about me this much. That's why I want to be honest with her. We're all wet. Fujisawa-san's words reminded me of the stinging coldness all over my body. For now, let's go to my place. My parents aren't home, so it's okay. Home? Fujisawa-san's? I'll go home. My home is close by. No, if you go home, you won't talk to me, right? Fujisawa-san pouts. She might be trying to look angry. I won't let you go home today. And so, I was led away by Fujisawa-san with her cutest angry face. Fujisawa-san lives in a tower apartment near Musashi Kosugi Station. It's about a 10-minute walk from school. I've often walked with Matsuri to see Fujisawa-san off, so I've been to the front of her apartment before. It feels strange to have Fu-chan here. We passed through the high-ceilinged entrance of the apartment, took the elevator to the 34th floor. And Fujisawa-san's home was at the very end of a hotel-like corridor. When we reached the door, Fujisawa-san opened it and invited me in. The hallway leading into the room was surprisingly similar to a normal apartment, which made me feel a bit relieved. After that, there was a brief debate about who should shower first, but I gave in and agreed to go first, trying not to think about the fact that I was lathering shampoo in the bathroom of the girl I liked. I changed into a jersey in the changing room, and now I was waiting alone in Fujisawa-san's room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Fujisawa-san returned quickly. She was wearing a psychedelic t-shirt with a large, deformed, charming llama illustration on it. Since I'm not going out today, I thought a casual outfit would be okay. Fujisawa-san says apologetically. Maybe I had been staring too much. It suits you. Thanks. Fujisawa-san sat down on the edge of the bed. I was sitting on the floor using the bed as a backrest, so we ended up sitting side by side. Do you feel refreshed? Why yeah, it's awkward. I can feel that we're both conscious of each other. A relationship where I confessed and she rejected me. Now we're alone in a room. I know I should start the conversation, but the words won't come out. Your room is cute. Instead, I make small talk. It's not spacious, but it was neatly tidied up. There are many stuffed animals on the bed. Among them was the sea slug I gave her at the aquarium. The wallpaper was simply white, but the curtains, small items, and bed sheets were all coordinated in pink, exactly as I would imagine Fujisawa-san's room to be. You think so? It's just normal. My room is all messy with novels everywhere. I like messy rooms. When you lie down on the floor with all the stuff, it feels like you've become one of the objects and it's comforting. Why yeah? I see. She laughs cheerfully. The atmosphere seems to have lightened a bit. About that, I start to speak. Fujisawa-san, seeming to realize we're getting to the main topic, stopped laughing and nodded slightly. Matsuri and I had a fight. I know. She didn't tell me anything about the reason or content though. The reason is, well, about that photo issue. I thought so. I can't say who that man is, but he's someone important to Matsuri. Fujisawa-san didn't answer anything. She just silently accepted my words. I know that such a world exists, Fujisawa-san said apologetically. Then she took out her smartphone and showed me the screen. What was displayed there was, I think it's called Papa Katsu. I couldn't hide my surprise. Sorry. You don't have to answer. This is just my own imagination. Fujisawa-san knows that Matsuri has an intimate relationship with an older man, enough to walk together in a love hotel district, and it's not a romantic relationship. Furthermore, being told that the details can't be discussed, it would have been harder not to arrive at the conclusion of Papa Katsu. Yeah, Matsuri is doing Papa Katsu. The photo was of one of her papas. Don't. Fu-chan. This is just my own. It's okay. There's no point in hiding it. I'll apologize to Matsuri properly too. Matsuri said she was prepared for Fujisawa-san to find out. If that's the case, now is the time. If possible, I would have preferred for her to tell Fujisawa-san herself though. Are you shocked? I don't really know. Fujisawa-san hung her head. She probably can't quite grasp the situation yet, but generally, Papa Katsu is considered a bad thing. Various media outlets warn about its dangers. There's no way she could feel positive about learning that her best friend is involved in such a world. After that, I told her the true story of how I became close with Matsuri, meeting her in Shibuya, the dangerous situation she faced, learning about Matsuri's feelings towards Papa Katsu, and how I couldn't bring myself to deny it. I couldn't talk about the mutually beneficial relationship, but I answered as honestly as I could about everything else. I see. So that's what happened. And then, when it looked like you might find out about the Papa Katsu, I thought it wasn't just her problem anymore. So the other day, I told Matsuri I wanted her to stop doing Papa Katsu. But Matsuri. So that's why you had a fight. I really did something foolish. Once again, regret welled up inside me. I said terrible things to Matsuri. Yeah, Matsuri cares deeply about her many papas. She thinks she's spent time and effort to be loved by them. But I denied that. I said her papas don't love her, that they're with her because she's convenient and a high school girl. That is just because of that. Even now, I still think that's the case. But the problem was how I said it. I intentionally said it in a way that would deeply hurt Matsuri. Matsuri and I were the same. The same? Yeah. You know I don't have close friends in class, right? That's not. It's okay. I know myself best. Wanting to be needed by someone. I've always felt that way, and I really admired Matsuri who was adored by her many papas, her efforts, her stoicism, how proud she was of it. But as I got to know Matsuri, seeing her, I realized something. In her desire to be loved by others, Matsuri as a person had become empty. Both Matsuri and I have no substance. We try to please others, flatter them, and degrade ourselves to be convenient. That's not an equal relationship. I too, in my desire to be needed, had been flattering my classmates. That way to put it, it's the truth. After all, if they're with you because it's convenient, they'll abandon you when it becomes inconvenient. So when I was lecturing Matsuri, I was really talking about myself. I tried to lecture her with seemingly good reasons like not wanting her to hurt Fujisawa-san or not wanting Matsuri to get hurt. But that was all a lie. I was just irritated because Matsuri was too similar to me. I couldn't stand it. But the real reason wasn't even that. More than anything, it was because I found the photo of Matsuri walking with an unknown man unpleasant. I knew she was doing Papa Katsu, and I didn't feel anything when I met Ryuzaki-san. But when I saw the photo Fujisawa-san sent, I felt deeply uncomfortable. That's the gist of it. I'll talk to Matsuri properly again. So, sorry, please wait a little longer. I stand up and stretch lightly. I don't know if we can make up. She might completely hate me now. But I want to make up with her, and I'm willing to do anything for that. No matter what it takes. Fu-chan. Wow. I felt a small impact around my waist. I don't know what happened. Before I knew it, I was lying on my back on the bed. And when I looked at my waist, Fujisawa-san's small body was on top of it. Fu-chan, you're a good person. She wraps her arms tightly around my waist, squeezing with a strength unimaginable from her small frame. She buried her face in my stomach area, slowly rubbing it side to side. What's wrong? I don't know. If that's the case, I don't know any better. A soft, fresh scent of Fujisawa-san's shampoo wafts over me. See, calm down. Somehow, my heart is racing. Lifting her face slightly, Fujisawa-san's cheeks were tinged pink as she looked up at me. Fujisan. Fujisawa-san raised her body, but instead of standing up, she straddled my body and slowly crawled forward on all fours. Then she looked at my face from a very close distance. I feel kind of strange. Why, yeah. When I heard what Fujisan just said, at first I felt really sad, but as I kept listening, my heart started racing. I realized what a good person Fujisan is, and then, after all, near my ear, Fujisawa-san gripped the sheets tightly, her eyes slightly teary, her cheeks flushed, her lips slightly parted. After letting out a small sigh, Fujisawa-san hesitantly moved her lips. After all, I like you. Those words entered my mind so naturally. It was as natural as snow melting, becoming a small stream of water, and seeping into the ground. That's why I didn't find her words strange, nor did I notice any sense of incongruity. But after the words had slowly seeped in, I finally understood with a cold realization, as if waking up. Sorry. I didn't mean to say that. Fujisawa-san hurriedly jumped back. But, didn't you reject me before? At that time, I didn't know anything about Fujisan yet, but since then, I've become more aware of you. To be liked by Fujisawa-san, it's important to make her aware of you first. That's why you will confess to her. It's just as Matsuri said. The master I decided to believe in that day wasn't wrong. I like how Fujisan can be kind to everyone. Always serious, earnest, very reliable. As I was wondering how to respond, she spoke again. But maybe you're a bit too serious? I didn't understand what she meant by that. I think you don't need to think about difficult things so much. Be more relaxed. Okay? You told me the same thing before. Yeah, at the aquarium. I've always thought so. I don't understand. I'm not aware of it at all. I don't think I'm that serious. Really? Even now? You're desperately holding back. Fujisawa-san covered me again. This time, she pinned down my arms with her weight as I lay on my back. Fujisawa-san? Call me Yuki. Fujisawa-san's left hand overlaps with my right hand. Our fingers intertwine, and she gently moves her index finger. No, she wiggles it, drawing irregular circles, occasionally scratching lightly with her nail, caressing with just enough strength to barely touch. As I'm at a loss for words, unable to keep up with my thoughts, Fujisawa-san's right hand grasped my left wrist. Then she brings it towards herself and softly places it on her chest. Touch me. What's happening? The scene before my eyes doesn't feel quite real, but the softness pressed against my hand transmits an overwhelming texture and temperature. That part of Fujisawa-san, with skin as white as a snowfield, was as warm as spring sunlight filtering through trees, and as soft as soil full of air and nutrients. Don't hold back. I'll accept everything about you. I'll need Fujisan, and at the same time, give you so much. Like, what? Something naughty. I held my breath at her direct, inescapable words. Fujisawa-san is like an ideal girl, a princess who has jumped out of a storybook world, the conscience of this crappy world, and I cherish such a girl. Please go out with me. There was no reason to reject her, but I'm sorry. Surely, something must be wrong with me. Sorry. Sorry, I don't know why. Was it no good? Not at all. Then, is it okay? No. Maybe it's not okay after all. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to Fujisawa-san either. In fact, Fujisawa-san tilted her head in confusion. Matsuri-chan? With that, I felt like everything was conveyed. Yeah, the moment I answered. That's how it is. I understood. Do you like her? That I don't know. Then. But I want to be with her. I was supposed to be with Matsuri to date the girl I admired, but I've abandoned that goal and am clinging to Matsuri. That's how significant Matsuri's existence had become. That's why. I'm sorry. Fujisawa-san fell silent with a serious face. She closes her eyes and doesn't move, but she doesn't let go of the hand placed on her chest. Only the sound of rain violently hitting the window rampaged through the quiet room, which was annoying. Wait. This is unbelievable. Fujisawa-san was smiling slightly. She stared at me, smiling as if mocking. I'm cuter than Kaios Matsuri, aren't I? Eh? The hand on her chest was released. Then, without saying anything, she got off the bed, roughly grabbed the ears of a rabbit plush that was on a chair, threw it onto the seat, and sat on it. Fujisawa-san doesn't say anything. She crosses her legs and doesn't look at me. She kept touching her bangs repeatedly, as if only that part had been wet by rain. Matsuri is doing papa katsu, you know? Isn't that just gross? Just when I thought she finally spoke, it was a Fujisawa-san I didn't know. It felt as uncomfortable as being told that the favorite mug you've been using every day actually belonged to a complete stranger. What's wrong, all of a sudden? Why are you talking about Matsuri like that? Nothing special. Everyone has it. You know, true feelings. Fujisawa-san said true feelings. That means this current Fujisawa-san is the real one. Automatically, it means the usual fluffy Fujisawa-san is fake. I can't quite grasp the situation. Do you actually dislike Matsuri? I didn't say that then, but recently, I didn't like Matsuri much. She changed after getting close to you. She'd have a serious face but suddenly smile. When I asked what's wrong, she'd say it's nothing. She was definitely thinking about you, right? That Matsuri? I can't imagine it, but if that's true, I'm happy. If Matsuri even slightly enjoys being with me, that's a good thing, isn't it? No way. Fujisawa-san was dead serious. That's like, human-like. What I like is the empty doll like Matsuri-chan. Super cute, but not as cute as me. Matsuri being doll-like. I've felt that many times too, but still, Matsuri is definitely not a doll. Obviously, Matsuri isn't human-like. She is human. The sight of the person you like becoming miserable, pathetic, and tainted is so exciting. It's not. I don't understand that. You don't have to understand. You probably can't. But I love Matsuri who's being tainted in body and soul by papa katsu and isolated in class. There are many forms of love. No one can deny that. But at least for now, I couldn't understand it. I see. So Fujisawa-san, you knew about Matsuri's papa katsu. Showing me that photo and me fighting with Matsuri. You predicted it all. That's right. It was a lie. Fujisawa-san neither affirmed nor denied my words. Instead, she showed her usual soft smile that could comfort anyone, like sunlight on a snowy field. Then, there's only one thing for me to do. I like Fujisawa-san, probably still do. She said she would accept me, who's always spinning my wheels, weak-willed, and rejected by the world. Maybe that was all a lie too, but even so, I want to understand her more and get closer to her. But there's another person who thought for my sake, spent time on me, and cared about me. There's someone who said they want to be with me. No matter how miserable and hopeless I become, I absolutely cannot yield to someone who speaks ill of the person who saved me. I will protect Matsuri. How sad would Matsuri be if she knew about Fujisawa-san? How frustrated would she be? Even if Matsuri has come to dislike me now, I can't dislike Matsuri. I want to protect her smile. That's cool, Fu-chan. She mocked my resolve, as if trampling on Matsuri's feelings. Her arm resting on her cheek was as thin and fragile as a holly branch, but the current her, trying to complete her world by herself, wasn't flattering anyone. Like a holly tree bearing vivid red berries in a pure white snowy world, she was the most beautiful, delicate, and at the same time, had sharp green leaves that repelled everything else. You said earlier that Matsuri was empty, right? So what? Matsuri isn't empty. When I told her I wanted her to stop papa katsu, she was really angry. She was sad. An empty person doesn't make that kind of face. I recall Matsuri's face, as if betrayed, but desperately trying not to show it. Surely, she was trying to remain calm, to not let her heart be moved. That's a misunderstanding. Even empty people can be hurt, as long as there's a vessel called self-esteem. Moreover, empty people are more easily hurt. They make a big fuss, crying it hurts, trying to appeal that there's something important inside. Well, Matsuri isn't such a weak girl though. Her attitude wasn't mocking, so it must be her true feelings. To begin with, you can't protect Matsuri. Why? Let me ask you instead. Why do you think you can protect Matsuri? Again, I couldn't answer. Matsuri has enough strength to live on her own, even while getting hurt. What can you give to Matsuri? What Fujisawa-san said made sense. Of course, I thought I understood some of Matsuri's weaknesses, but in the end, Matsuri would manage somehow without me, and continue to live strongly. In other words, that means I don't think Matsuri needs you. That's it. Ironically, I, who had been struggling so much to be needed by someone, am not needed at all by the girl I'm so interested in now, Kaios Matsuri. It's still raining. It was the tone of the usual Fujisawa-san I knew. Then she got off the chair, stretched widely, and turned a gentle smile towards me. Let's call it a day, but come to hang out again anytime. After that, I changed into my dry uniform and left the room. Fujisawa-san came to see me off at the entrance, and said bye-bye as usual to me, who probably had a very gloomy face. Sorry. One last thing. At the aquarium, you said you'd accept even someone like me, right? Even if that was a lie, I was happy. Until today, I received many words from Fujisawa-san. For me, they were all precious, like beautiful flowers. I gathered them one by one, made a bouquet, and held it to my chest like a treasure. Then I was told they were all made of glass. I didn't know they were fake. But I think this, even if they were fake, I was saved by her words. Glass is fine. Glass is beautiful too. I was certainly moved by that beauty, saved, and fell in love with Fujisawa-san. You're misunderstanding. Suddenly, Fujisawa-san's face turned serious. Not everything was a lie. Somehow, I felt it might be true. Because I had seen this face of Fujisawa-san once before. It was when she pointed out that I was too serious at the aquarium, and then self-deprecatingly said she was the same. I see. Thank you. So I answered honestly like that. But I'll tell you a bit more specifically. Specifically? About how much was true. Fujisawa-san came down to the entrance barefoot. She closes the distance in an instant and brings her face close. Then she whispered in my ear, "It's true that I wanted to have sex with Fu-chan!" Exclamation mark. I hurriedly distanced myself. With the momentum, I bump into the entrance door. Unfortunately, it seems I pressed the doorknob with my elbow, and the door opened, causing me to fall backwards. Foo-foo. So, leaving aside the difficult talk. Come again, okay? She waves at me with that friendly smile. I couldn't find any words to reply and ran away from there. From the next day, I was alone in the classroom again. I still had an awkward distance with Matsuri, and I couldn't talk to Fujisawa-san anymore. To be precise, Fujisawa-san started to make contact with me even more obviously and deliberately than before, but I cut it short with a few words or ran away. It's not that I disliked her, but I didn't know how to interact with her. Hey, Shiki, Andu-kun, do you need something? It feels like it's been a while since I talked to a classmate. Since the incident with Fujisawa-san, I stopped talking to other friends, and they stopped initiating conversations beyond greetings with me. Inu was wondering, did you break up with Kaios? Where should I start retorting this? We're not dating though. Well, I thought so. Girls always jump to those conclusions quickly, don't they? That's understandable. Actually, since I got close to Matsuri, some girls did try to probe. They didn't directly ask if we were dating, and I only answered that we might be on good terms. But for them, it's more interesting if we're dating, so that's what they concluded. Also, you're avoiding Fujisawa-san, right? Well, it's obvious, right? It's blatant after all. But I can't tell the truth, and they probably wouldn't believe me anyway. Plus, it's rare for Andu-kun to talk to me in the first place, and it's sudden. Well, Fujisawa-san is a bit annoying. At that moment, I could tell Andu-kun held his breath. No. That was. Andu-kun's response was meaningful. He probably meant, what are you, Shiki, saying about the popular Fujisawa-san in our class? I kind of get it. To me, who was about to cry with a blank mind, Andu-kun bent down a little and said in a low voice, it's tiring to match her energy, right? Andu-kun seemed to be enjoying himself, even though I had just bad-mouthed Fujisawa-san. Fujisawa-san is a good person, I know, but being with her can be tiring sometimes, right? I hesitated on how to answer. I didn't want to badmouth her, but it would be too obvious to say the opposite now. She's a weirdo, isn't she? Andu-kun burst out laughing. Getting excited over someone's behind-the-back gossip because you learned their true nature, because you felt betrayed. That's the worst. Andu. At that moment, Nagakubo-kun, who's close with Andu-kun, came over. Inu and the others are waiting. Karaoke are coming. Honestly, I was saved today. Although the way wasn't good, I managed the conversation well. If it had continued, I might have slipped up. Wait a second. Andu-kun turned back to me. Shiki, you should come too. Again, I was at a loss for words for a while. I came to a karaoke place in Motosumiyoshi with 7 classmates. I wonder when was the last time I went out to hang out after school with someone other than Matsuri and Fujisawa-san. Oi Suichiru, what did you put in your cola? There's something floating. So, Yume was approached by a Himajin in Harajuku. Isn't that crazy? Kiita's still in Hiyoshi, so he says he's coming too. Unfortunately, I was placed in the middle of the sofa seat and couldn't move. Everyone else was chattering away as they pleased, and I was just shrinking myself. I'm sorry. No. Don't worry about it. Inu-san's elbow touched me, and she apologized formally. We're classmates, but, well, this is my position. But I shouldn't let it get me down. I've taken lessons from my master for this day. Taking the first step is scary, but if I waste this once-in-a-lifetime chance, I felt like I wouldn't be able to face Matsuri. Ayano-san, your nails are cute. I compliment the nails I saw when her elbow touched me. Inu-san froze with a face that said, what's with you all of a sudden? But this was within expectations. I recall my master's words. Also, if you just say cute, girls don't know how to react. Even if they're happy, they don't know how to respond. Be specific. Then the conversation will roll on. Purple and white nails. The colors were different on each finger. I like hydrangeas. The colors are perfect for this season. Inu-san, who was puzzled at first, suddenly broke into a smile. Shiki-kun, you noticed? Amazing. I haven't told anyone. Why yeah. I thought so. There's pink on your left hand too. Cute. Shiki-kun, you're such a gentleman. It seems to have gone well. Inu-san made a bit of an exaggerated fuss, which spread and the surrounding classmates joined in on the topic. I was teased for being a gentleman or being erotic, but as everyone was making a commotion, the first song started playing, so the conversation was cut off relatively quickly, so I shouldn't have slipped up. After that, the karaoke went fairly well. When I sang Pretty Face that Matsuri had taught me, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Since I used to be into karaoke and went often in middle school, singing in front of people wasn't that high of a hurdle, and during other people's songs, it wasn't awkward to not have conversations, so I managed to get through it somehow. Past 5 p.m., the atmosphere was starting to feel like it was time to disperse. While I was clapping along to Goto-kun's song, my line notification sound rang. Looking at the screen, it was from Fujisawa-san. With an ominous feeling, I opened the screen. There was no message, just one image attached. Matsuri? The photo showed Matsuri waiting for a train at Motosumiyoshi Station. The photo was of Matsuri standing on the platform for trains bound for Shibuya, taken from diagonally behind. If she's going to Shibuya at this time, there seems to be only one purpose. Matsuri-chan, off to work today too. Train emoji. She must have been tailing Matsuri like this all along. For Fujisawa-san, who's happy to see Matsuri being tainted by Papa Katsu, of course she wouldn't stop her, but I felt something off about this photo. Matsuri had tied her prized long black hair back in a ponytail. That itself wasn't particularly strange, but she was wearing glasses. Moreover, her outfit of a white t-shirt and jeans was so plain that her hair seemed not like a part of her style, but just tied back because it was in the way, giving a careless impression. Matsuri, who pays so much respect to her papas, polishes herself, and invests in herself. Would such a person go to meet a papa dressed like this? When was this photo taken? Future Aizawa-san, where are you now? About 10 minutes ago. I'm on my way home, kiss mark. If it was 10 minutes ago, she's already on the train. I wish she had told me a little earlier. Sorry, I stand up, raising my voice. Of course, I became the center of attention. Shiki-kun. Inu-san next to me looked worried, but I just stared at my smartphone silently. If it's not Papa Katsu, what could it be? Matsuri might go out alone sometimes, but the time is suspicious. And even if it's not Papa Katsu, would that Matsuri dress so carelessly to go to the city center? It even feels intentional. I had a really bad feeling. Something urgent came up. I'm going. I hand money to Inu-san without giving her a chance to respond and dash out of the room. From an outsider's perspective, it's completely eccentric behavior. They might be saying, see, Shiki is weird after all. But I didn't care. I wanted to contact Matsuri right away and find out what was going on. I wanted to dispel this anxiety. Even if it meant ending up alone again, I didn't mind. Chapter 5, Accomplice. I had a fight with Futa. I said terrible things to Futa. Even though until now, I had been able to brush off anything anyone said to me. You can't control other people's feelings, only your own. So getting irritated or hopeful over someone's words is all pointless. It's childish. And yet, oi, bitch. I heard from the dark room behind the slightly open sliding door. I stood up from my chair, stepped over my mother's scattered clothes, and sat down in front of the door. Are you awake, Mum? What about the laundry? I won't make it to work. Sorry, I'll do it right away. Thinking she had said today was her day off, I gathered my mother's clothes scattered around. There were probably some unworn ones too, but I couldn't tell, so I threw them all in the laundry basket. I go through the next room and exit to the balcony. There, I stuffed everything into the latest model drum washing machine, which seemed out of place in this run-down apartment, and started it on Quick Washington. This was something my mother brought when she separated from my father. The drum washing machine, large refrigerator, electric bicycle, all bought by my father so my mother could do housework easily. My mother said she didn't want to remember a guy like him and left behind the cups and cheap clothes he bought, but she brought all the latest appliances. I returned to the sliding door and reported to my mother. I've set it to dry too, so it'll be ready by evening. Drying? That'll cost electricity. I'm sorry. I'll make sure to earn enough to cover it. I knew what she was going to say. My mother let out a small snort. Fucking bitch. It's been a long time since my mother called me by my name. Aren't you ashamed, spreading your legs for strange old men? I'm sorry, but they're all good people. I'm ashamed to have a daughter like you. I'm sorry, but my papas are important to me. My papas are important. There are no lies in those words, but I'm doing Papa Katsu to help with this household's living expenses. My mother thinks it's unnecessary. She's convinced that she can manage the household finances on her own, but her idea of managing is only momentary. What if she gets sick? What about my future education expenses? Retirement funds? How long are we going to keep living in this landlocked island? We don't even have insurance, and there's no budget for entertainment. Even though my mother is involved with much younger men and spending a lot of money, the reason we have any savings at all is because I'm doing Papa Katsu. But my mother believes it's all because she's earning properly. To make her realize this, I would have to stop earning money, but I didn't want to do that. If our finances become tight, my father would come flying in saying, "See? You can't do anything without me." I didn't want that. That's why he adjusts his own income, only gives us the minimum for living expenses, and makes sure we can't receive government aid. But according to my father, that is intentional. He says my mother isn't emotionally independent, so he wants her to try on her own and realize she can't do it. It's just an excuse to always have the upper hand over my mother. Moreover, did they ever consider how I feel, being caught in the middle? My father, with seemingly plausible reasons like he needs to earn money for both my mother and me so he can't take me in, and children should be with their mothers, abandoned me. If he abandoned me to earn money, why am I struggling financially now? I don't believe that my gambling-addicted father is keeping the savings he claims are for my future untouched. That's why I won't stop earning money through Papa Katsu and contributing to the household. I don't want to see my father's gleeful face when our finances collapse. But the truth is, Mom, it's raining again today, so be careful on your way. I'm waiting to hear my mother call my name again in that gentle voice, saying Matsuri, I love you. Waiting for my father to hug me so tight it hurts, saying Matsuri is the cutest in the world. It might seem contradictory, but it makes sense to me. Shut up. It's giving me a headache, bitch. I'm such an idiot. Deep down, I know that such happy times will never return. I'll go check the mail. I leave the room, looking up at the sky. It was raining. Large raindrops violently hitting the ground and the apartment roof. The loud pitter-patter steals all other sounds from my world. I found it soothing and closed my eyes. Feeling the piercing cold air, I remembered the forecast said this weather would continue for a while. I'm a virgin, though. What I'm probably looking for isn't someone who can predict the weather for the next week with 100% accuracy, but someone who will simply say it's raining about the current weather. And when I casually laugh and say I know, they'll smile back at me the same way. I'm sorry for being born as me. If I had been a more obedient and capable child, maybe my mother and father could have stayed together. I lost my happy family because of me. I've forgotten my dreams, and now, Futa hates me. None of these will ever come back. It's my fault, but I still find myself wishing that if I offer something more, maybe something will return. What an arrogant, stubborn, and ugly emotion. But I'm sorry. That wish is my weakness that I just can't erase no matter what. Futa. I tied my messy hair back in a ponytail. I grabbed the vinyl umbrella hanging from the water heater pipes on the wall, and in my sloppy outfit of a t-shirt and jeans, I ran down the stairs, ignoring the mailbox. I ran down the steep slope. I arrived at Dojinzaka, the red gate standing there, looking down on passers-by as always, seemed to reject me as a minor. But this time, I had a little time to prepare in advance. Although I couldn't go home to change into casual clothes, I had called for an adult helper. Futa-kun, want to commit youthful indiscretion with Ani-chan? That adult representative was cosplaying as a high school girl. How did it come to this? I held my head in my hands. I explained, didn't I? When I got your call, I was already dressed like this and in Shibuya, and you seem to be in a hurry. Is this your everyday wear? I had a date planned. Who with, and where? I don't want to know the details, so I won't ask. But Futa-kun takes priority over a one-night stand. Despite appearances, Ani-chan is very experienced, so don't worry. Despite appearances, or rather, that's all I can see you as right now, but it's much more reassuring than being alone. Matsuri isn't answering her phone or responding to my line messages, and I'm really starting to panic. Then let's go right away. We need to check the common meeting spots before she enters a building. First, at the Y intersection just ahead. The moment we passed through the gate, a loud voice came from behind. Turning around, I saw two tough-looking men with faces like they'd just found a long-lost enemy. This is bad, Toru-nichan said with a straight face. You, pay up, damn it. But he was an adult. That wasn't what we agreed on. You lay a hand on him, didn't you? Toru-nichan fell silent with a yugu. It's not what you think, Futa-kun. Right. Those people are bad guys. Toru-nichan, did you do it? But, did you? I am sorry. Give it up. The two men started running, and Toru-nichan fled at full speed. Watching this scene, I felt like I finally understood that Toru-nichan was a hopeless scumbag at heart. At this point, I even felt refreshed. Dojinzaka, which I hadn't visited in a while, hadn't changed at all. Even though no logic actually held up here, it had a face that seemed to say, we've thrown every culture and fetish into the pot without a care, heated it up, so it's edible now. Looking up, there are glittering neon signs of hotels, and between buildings and in back alleys, spaces like pitch-black tunnels opened up, as if giant spider monsters might be nesting there. But now I don't have the luxury of being scared of each of these things. I had to look straight ahead, not up or down, and find Matsuri as quickly as possible. I had no leads, but I had a destination in mind. The back alley next to the parking lot surrounded by red iron bars. The place where I met Matsuri in a school uniform, thinking there's no way she'd be waiting in a place like this, but still curious, I peeked in. There was someone there. Not Matsuri, but a familiar face. They notice me too, and our eyes meet. The ones loitering there were the tank top guys who had chased me and Matsuri about 2 months ago. Who are you? They didn't seem to remember me. Thinking calmly, they know Matsuri. They seem to have some association with her, so they might have some information. Oi, that guy, Oi's. When one of his companions said that, the tank top guy seemed to remember. Back then, I was terrified to the core. Being threatened with violence by grown men, being chased around. Even remembering it now makes my legs want to freeze up. But now, with Matsuri out of contact, they were my only lead. Do you know where Aoi is? The tank top guy made a stern face. Then, clearly trying to intimidate me, he approached with an arrogant attitude, cutting the wind with his shoulders. But I don't step back an inch. Despite being scared inside, I just stood there, looking straight into his eyes. The tank top guy kept coming closer, literally bringing his face right up to my eyes and nose. Aoi is at a cafe. Across from the department store. Saw her go in with a guy with bedhead. With his intimidating voice and face unchanged, the tank top guy politely gave me the information for some reason. Thank you very much. I thank him repeatedly and bow my head. The tank top guy grins and waves his hand lightly in response. Perhaps he's not such a bad person when not in an adversarial situation. The department store he mentioned is close by. I wondered if I was being tricked, but the man with bedhead must be Ryuzaki-san. It seems credible. The idea of Matsuri being with Ryuzaki-san made sense. I was running, but inwardly I felt relieved. That person seems trustworthy. I could tell he really cares about Matsuri. If so, the next thing I need to think about is words of apology. I'll tell her everything honestly. I'll confess to Matsuri that I said those terrible things to her out of jealousy. Then, I want to talk about the Papa Katsu. Happy at the prospect of finally being able to exchange words with Matsuri after so long, I ran down the slope leading to the intersection in front of the department store. Ryuzaki Papa poured plenty of sugar syrup and milk into the copper cup filled with iced coffee. This is why I can trust him. He's unpretentious, just as he is. He's much older than me, but there's something unreliable about him. A rare type not found in other papas. He's similar to my father too, the father I used to love, back then. You're in a better mood now. It seems he saw me smile a little. I'm not. Besides, I wasn't in a bad mood to begin with. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I try to deflect. I take the milk container from in front of Ryuzaki Papa and pour some into my hot coffee. I wasn't in the mood for black coffee. Actually, this is the real me. I slowly stir the cup with a spoon. The coffee turned caramel-colored. I see. Ryuzaki Papa was calm, as if he was gently watching over his daughter entering puberty and throwing her first tantrum. It seemed like he had decided from the start to never get angry or make a fuss, but to deal with it calmly when the time came. So you're not in a bad mood. You're just cool. I'm not very friendly. I'm aware of that. You're cool. As expected, Ryuzaki Papa maintained the same tone, even seeming somewhat pleased. I was actually quite nervous about revealing my true self to a papa for the first time today. I felt relieved, or rather, it was anticlimactic. So, why did Sumaya-chan decide to show me the real Sumaya-chan? I put down the spoon and place both hands on the table. I'm sure Ryuzaki Papa will be okay with it. I believe that, but I'm still scared. Yet I know I have to tell him, so I steel myself. Because I'm no longer empty like before. Recently, I've become close to a boy at school. At first, and even now, I think he's a pathetic and weird guy. He doesn't understand girls at all. And he's not reliable at all. Why do you like such a boy? I didn't say I liked him. You don't? I don't. After all, Futa likes Yuki. I do feel that I prefer guys who are a bit clueless rather than overly confident ones. But still, It's Futa, you know. Anyway, he's a weird guy. And when he found out about my papa Katsu, he worried about me. There have been others who worried before, but he's different. He's an idiot. So he's genuinely worried. Futa-kun is quite the sinful guy. I was startled when he suddenly mentioned Futa's name. I thought he'd understand without me saying it, but there was no need to deny it when he put it that way. But, can I say something a bit mean? What? How do you know his concern is genuine? Ryuzaki Papa's question is valid. There are people who might be after my body, or just want to feel good about lecturing others. I believe it's genuine, but I can't be certain. Then. But that's not important. Why not? Even if Futa approached me with ulterior motives, even if I end up being deceived and hurt, I think that's okay. I believe in him, and I want to believe in him. So whether Futa has ulterior motives or not, I have no choice but to believe. Futa said he'd help me find my dream. I didn't want that, and at first I thought I'd refuse. But I couldn't because I wrap both hands around the cup. Warmth slowly spreads from my palms to my fingertips. I thought if I agreed, I could spend more time with Futa. It surprised even me. I was happy about Futa's feelings, imagined being together with him, and it made me feel incredibly happy. I see. Futa-kun is a good person, isn't he? Yeah, he's a good person, and an idiot. For that idiot's sake, I'm breaking a taboo among Papa Katsu girls. Consulting a papa about wanting to be with another man is absolutely forbidden. So this is not to Ryuzaki Papa, but a resolution to Ryuzaki-san, a person I trust. But we had a fight recently. Why? He asked me to stop Papa Katsu. And I got angry. At that time, I was blinded by anger, and above all, Futa's words were so right that they cut deep into my heart. That's why, to protect myself, I shamefully hurt Futa. Futa said it for my sake. He said it understanding how much I care about my papas and what feelings I have. Those words weren't shallow at all. Futa is a coward, so I think it took a lot of courage for him. But I ended up lashing out at him. Yuki also cares about me, but she can't ask me directly, and she's probably wondering if it's okay to ask. So the atmosphere has been a bit awkward lately. Come to think of it, Futa mustered up the courage to help the girl he likes. In that situation, as his master, I should have praised him instead of getting angry. So, what does Sumaya want to do? It's something I've been thinking about for a long time. My papas are important to me. They give my life meaning, and I've never thought about quitting. But I can't stay like this forever. I'm alive. I'm getting older. My time as a high school girl will end. While I might maintain the relationships I've built until then, it's difficult to build new relationships through Papa Katsu as I get older. So at some point, I'll have to stop Papa Katsu and move forward. I don't have a dream of my own. I see. I don't have anything I want to do or anything I like. That's because I've remade myself to be convenient for my papas, and I haven't thought about what I really want. That's why, at first, I wasn't interested, but now, I want to find the dream, together with Futa and my friends, and I convey it clearly. Words that are decisive, from which there's no turning back. That's why, I can't do Papa Katsu anymore. Ryuzaki Papa. No, Ryuzaki-san. Yes, Ryuzaki-san. You've been there for me in tough times, in painful times, but this will be the last time we meet. I'm an empty doll with no substance. I've continued to act as others want me to be so that my papas won't dislike me, continuing to receive fake affection. But that's over now. By my own will, I'm letting go of myself. A glass doll that's been dropped shatters into pieces, becoming unrecognizable, but hoping for a day when I can laugh and talk about how the fragments scattered on the black asphalt look beautiful like stars twinkling in the night sky. I believe that what Ryuzaki-san gave me wasn't fake. Please take care. Thank you so much for everything until now. So that from now on, I can walk forward looking only ahead. I bow deeply. I see. Ryuzaki-san remained calm as ever. He said nothing and drank his coffee. Then he slowly rotated the cup, which was still half full, and set it down. Shall we go? Ignoring my confusion, Ryuzaki-san stands up, and then he naturally picked up the bill. I'll pay today. You're going to be a struggling student from now on, right? You'll need money. This much is within the range of a parting gift. Let me celebrate your independence. Okay. He quickly headed towards the register. His back, which usually seemed unreliable, now looked big to me. When I stepped out of the cafe, the rain had stopped without me noticing, but it's cold. The wind creeps in at my neck, making me instinctively shrink. As I hunched my shoulders, I saw a large moon floating in Shibuya's narrow sky. It's a bit scary. The moon looks like a gas lamp suspended from the stagnant sky. Burning fiercely, ominously red, the fireball seemed to grow larger, creating an illusion that it might descend to crush the earth. Then, let's go. Ryuzaki-san walked away quickly without waiting for me. I follow him at a slight jog. Usually we'd walk side by side, but now I realized I'm truly no longer a Papa Katsu girl. Aren't we going straight? If we're heading to the station, we should go straight down Bunkamura Street. But Ryuzaki-san turned into a narrow alley towards Dojinzaka, leading to the hotel district. Ryuzaki-san? He doesn't stop or reply, wondering what's going on. I silently follow behind. His back looks big and somehow a bit scary. Hey, Matsuri. It was sudden. Ryuzaki-san stopped and spoke without looking at me. For a moment, I almost respond naturally to his usual gentle tone. But Ryuzaki-san had definitely called me Matsuri, he said. My real name, which I had never told him. A.W.Y. Ryuzaki-san turned to face me. The round glasses I always thought were charming. Behind them, his eyes were as black and sunken as an old well, filled with water cold enough to stop a heart instantly, a pit you couldn't climb out of if you fell in. You've really started thinking unnecessary thoughts. What? You should just keep quiet and spread your legs without thinking unnecessary things. In an instant, he closed the distance and grabbed my wrist. Then he pushes me painfully against a pure white temporary construction wall. You said your papa's affection was fake. Indeed, that's true. They'll always turn on you eventually and leave, but you know. Ryuzaki-san's face distorts. It's not his usual shy, gentle smile. It was the malicious grin of a scary adult who approaches while hiding their real name, age, and occupation, full of ill will and desire. Futa-kun will disappear from your sight someday too. After all, wouldn't it be disgusting to walk around with a filthy, disposable doll like you? You bitch. It overlaps with my mother's words, as if a lump of ice has been shoved down my throat. I lose my voice, and as the temperature dropped sharply, with my numbed mind, I barely reached that possibility. Was it all a lie? The same goes for you, isn't it? It seems I was never loved by anyone from the start. For my papas, it was just playing with dolls, only I felt there was a bond. And in the end, the dirty, broken doll is toyed with as they please and then discarded. Come. He pulls my arm forcefully, dragging me into the hotel right in front of us. I didn't have the energy to resist or cry out. Only in a small corner of my barely functioning mind, I was thinking that this was my own fault, feeling sad about Ryuzaki-san's betrayal, and for some reason, imagining that Futa might come to save me, though it was baseless and unrealistic. I was naive. I cursed my own foolishness and stupidity. I managed to find the cafe where Matsuri and Ryuzaki-san were, and entered. So far, so good. I sat nearby, sipping unfamiliar coffee while listening to their conversation without being noticed. Partway through, I realized I shouldn't be listening, but I didn't know how Ryuzaki-san would react, and I was happy about Matsuri's feelings, so I listened to the end. As a result, Ryuzaki-san seemed to accept Matsuri. So I felt relieved and left the shop after a short while to avoid running into them. But then, was it all a lie? The same goes for you, isn't it? Come. I saw Matsuri being dragged into a hotel by Ryuzaki-san. Even now, I don't really understand what happened. I don't know what conversation they had along the way. But Matsuri looked frightened as she was cornered against the wall, and Ryuzaki-san was roughly pulling her. I look up at the hotel they entered. It was a magnificent, castle-like hotel. A beautiful castle that could appear in a foreign fantasy novel. But the bright red moon in the sky and the purple-lit walls felt poisonous. What should I do? I want to rush into the hotel right now, but I'm in my school uniform. I'd clearly be reported to the police and taken into custody. I considered calling the police myself, but I don't know if they'd believe a high school student, and Matsuri's Papa Katsu would be exposed too. Even so, I thought it might be worth it if Matsuri could be saved, but the reason she's doing Papa Katsu in the first place is because she was betrayed by adults, by the world. We can't trust those people. There's nothing I can do. My precious friend is in danger. But I, as a child, am powerless. Matsuri. Out of frustration, I shout loudly. Passers-by look at me with disdain, like I'm some weirdo. Really, children can't do anything. Just being a child makes you lose all credibility. I can't even help my precious friend when she's in trouble. Futa-kun. There stood a fellow high school student. No, technically an adult, covered in sweat, uniform disheveled, breathing heavily. Toru-nichan. I'm sorry about earlier. Those people didn't seem like they could talk things out, so I ran away, but you know. Ani-chan really only, just the tip. This way. I forcefully grabbed Toru-nichan's hand. There's no time to explain. I tried to drag her into the hotel. She may look like this, but if she's legally an adult, that's good enough. I'm not relying on adult power, just using the fact that she's an adult. Futa-kun. Ani-chan isn't mentally prepared yet. Just come. I speak harshly in my haste. But after that Toru-nichan becomes obedient. She lets me lead her into the hotel. We choose a random room, and have her prove she's an adult with her ID at the front desk. I took off just my school jacket to pretend I'm not in uniform, and they let me through. And then we got in the elevator and headed for the 5th floor. The room 501 we entered had a chic design with a white and black color scheme. There was a large bed, a two-seater sofa, and a small table. Ani-chan has been always waiting for this day. As soon as we entered the room, Toru-nichan looked at me with feverish eyes. Ani-chan likes being forced, you know. I didn't understand what she meant. I also like doing the forcing, you know. I see. It's exciting, isn't it? It's more nerve-wracking than exciting, but I can't worry about that now. The real problem starts here. We've made it into the same hotel as Matsuri, but without knowing which room she's in. There's no way to help her. It's just like that time. That time, when I was in high school, I came to a hotel with a teacher I liked. She has been doing such things since high school. That teacher is gone now, though. Back then, I deliberately left my location sharing app on so my friends could see where I was when I entered the hotel with the teacher. And then my friends reported it. As expected, the teacher was found with me. And that teacher disappeared from everywhere. Futa-kun, don't report me, okay? Scary. Help. I sat on the bed to try and calm down. My body sank deep into it, throwing off my balance. Suddenly, how about a shower? Ani-chan likes it without showering too though. What? Shower? Go ahead if you want. Oh, okay. Toru-nichan hurriedly disappears into the shower room. After reflexively suggesting it, I realized I hadn't explained anything to Toru-nichan, and then it dawned on me that she had completely misunderstood the situation. But for now, let's not think too deeply about it and leave her be. Now, what to do? For the time being, I decided to try calling Matsuri. She's not answering. Her phone is turned off. Matsuri knows that Papa Katsu comes with danger, so maybe Ryuzaki-san took her phone away. Matsuri is completely offline. Already, I'm out of options. I open my smartphone. I don't have any specific plan. I just need anything that might connect me to Matsuri. The phone call doesn't go through. Of course, there's no reply online either. Then, maybe Twitter? I knew Matsuri used Twitter to find Papa Katsu partners. She can't contact anyone while offline, but there might be some clues. I don't even know Matsuri's account though. She wouldn't be using her real name, and Papa Katsu accounts get banned quickly, so they're basically disposable. It seems impossible to identify her. But, Papa Katsu. Kasumi, PJ. Matsuri was called by flower names by her papas. So if I search for those along with Papa Katsu related words, I might get a hit. Suma, PJK. I got a hit? No images. Just the default egg icon. The profile is extremely simple, just a name and Papa Katsu related search terms. And in the pinned tweet, there are conditions listed. And the latest tweet is 602. Just that. 602. What does that mean? This update was 4 minutes ago. Matsuri should be offline. So is this someone else? Even if she somehow got her connection back and is asking for help, she'd contact someone directly rather than tweet here. That's why it's clearly unnatural. But this number 602. I throw my smartphone aside and pace around the room. I found a hotel floor plan showing the evacuation route in the cupboard. On the 6th floor map, there's a 602 written. I remember. Before entering the hotel, I called out Matsuri's name loudly. I don't understand why such a hard-to-understand Twitter alt account, but the fact that there's no hotel name and just a simple number that looks like a room number tweeted. Could this be Matsuri's distress signal to me? Matsuri. I rushed towards the exit in a panic, but I hesitated as I tried to open the door. The problem of how to get into the room once I reach it still remains. I checked the 6th floor evacuation route again. As a result, I found that room 602 is located diagonally up and to the left from this room. When I saw this hotel from outside, the walls looked really easy to climb. There's a balcony-like design with many protrusions, and the room is just up and to the left. Even if the door doesn't work, if I knock hard on the window, they might open it to see what's happening, or Matsuri might notice and let me in. It seems worth trying. As Ryuzaki-san emerged from the bath, he wrapped himself in a bathrobe and sat on the sofa drinking wine. I retreated to the corner of the room, hugging myself, continuing a resistance that wasn't really resistance at all. After changing into your uniform yourself, how long do you plan to keep this up? The uniform Ryuzaki-san had brought. I suggested changing into it myself as a way to buy time. Even knowing there's no escape and no help coming, it was a final, small act of defiance. I just couldn't bear to become prey without doing anything. Not really. What I'm clinging to is a truly small, fragile hope. When I was brought into the hotel, I thought I heard Futa's voice calling me. He shouldn't be here. It was surely an auditory hallucination born from my wishes. But just in case he really was nearby, I sent out an SOS while Ryuzaki-san was in the shower. My phone was taken, Ryuzaki-san's phone was locked, and the landline only connects to internal calls. But I had anticipated this kind of situation, so I knew how to open a browser through a game console. Ryuzaki-san didn't seem to realize this, so before he came out of the shower, I was able to tweet the room number on Twitter. But that was the limit of what I could do. I doubt it. But are you waiting for help? There's no way anyone would come. But you're waiting, aren't you? For Futa-kun. Why Futa, I wonder? Not my parents or the police. Ryuzaki-san said. Futa-kun. It's youth, isn't it? Ha ha ha. I'm envious. He says it in his usual calm tone. But today, it sounds incredibly sarcastic to me. No, that's not it. Ryuzaki-san has always been sarcastic. I just always perceived it as calm. That's enough. He put the wine down on the table. The opponent is an adult man. Naturally, if he uses force, there's nothing I can do. Come here. I was prepared for this. I knew a day like this would surely come. That it was all the result of my own actions. There's no way I could get such large sums of money in such a short time without taking any risks. So I won't resist any further. I'll accept it and just wait for time to pass. Good girl. I move closer to Ryuzaki-san. But beyond that, my body wouldn't move. What's wrong? I thought I had steeled myself. Did I lose my nerve when actually faced with the situation? Was I this weak? It's pathetic, but probably. It's not just that, it's because of someone who, until recently, didn't even have a shadow or form in my mind, but who now dominates my thoughts. Futa, help me. I call out the name of the person who shouldn't come while despairing at how weak, cowardly, and worthless a person I am. Excuse me. At that moment, there was a violent sound like something being kicked open. I reflexively tense up. And then I looked at the window where the sound came from. There, regrettably, was the person I had been waiting for. Futa-kun. Why are you here? Sorry. Don't apologize, idiot. Futa, why did you come? Why? You ask. Well, Futa awkwardly slides his body into the room, carefully closing the window and the wooden door covering it. Then after looking around the room again, he collects himself and says, I came to help you, Matsuri. I see. I'm fine. Futa came for me. I was acting cold, but I was actually so happy I could cry. I felt like crying. The hotel walls were uneven and easy to climb, but they weren't made for climbing. There were places to put your hands, but nothing to grab onto. The large concrete protrusions were too rough and big, and if you slipped even a little, you'd fall straight down. Clinging awkwardly to the wall, I climbed desperately. Ryuzaki-san. Isn't Matsuri unwilling? I really wanted to rescue her in a cooler way. I wish I was a more reliable person, but this is who I am. So it can't be helped. More than that, I'm truly relieved that Matsuri is safe. Please give Matsuri back. Why? Because Matsuri doesn't want this. If you won't return her. My legs were shaking. I was sweating unpleasantly. Even so, I managed to squeeze out the words. I'll report this to the police. It was just a bluff. I had no intention of actually doing it. If I reported it to the police, Matsuri's Papa Katsu would come to light and cause problems for her. You two won't get off scot-free either. If it's to protect Matsuri, that's cool. Ryuzaki-san didn't seem fazed at all. Then, I'll report it now. I flashed the emergency call screen. Then Ryuzaki-san let out a small sigh, as if bored. You know, I've never been caught. Are you confident you can get away? Never having been caught is a huge advantage. Not understanding well, I stayed silent. As a premise, I'm prepared to be caught. With that in mind, I can't tell you everything, but I've taken measures not to be caught. Ryuzaki-san sat on the sofa, and then he drinks the wine on the table. During this time, I considered grabbing Matsuri's hand and running, but we'd probably be caught immediately. From what I could see of Ryuzaki-san's body under his bathrobe, he was thick and clearly well built. I know the locations of all the security cameras around my home, and I use rental cars. When renting, I use someone else's driver's license. Even if they conduct a relay investigation, they won't be able to trace me. Unless I'm put on a wanted list within the police. I probably won't be caught. I didn't really understand what he was saying, but I grasped that he had taken precautions. There's no substance to the man called Ryuzaki. What makes Ryuzaki Ryuzaki is just the IP of this smartphone. If I leave this smartphone here and walk away, erasing the connection between me and the smartphone, no one will be able to catch me anymore. But, you just said it would be trouble if you were put on a wanted list. If you keep doing this kind of thing, eventually, it won't happen. Why not? Because Futa-kun, you won't report me, will you? I held my breath. This was a scene where I should have immediately responded strongly that that wasn't true. But I couldn't, and I knew it would be pointless even if I did. Because Ryuzaki-san's words were spoken with certainty. From the start, Ryuzaki-san saw right through what I was thinking. Come to think of it, this is how Papa Katsu works, not just for Matsuri. As long as the women involved have something to hide, they're unlikely to report any trouble. Such incidents in this city probably pile up in quiet back alleys where no one can reach them, sinking into the cold, emotionless asphalt and disappearing. Come on, do it if you can. Fear takes over me. I'm not afraid of Ryuzaki-san. I'm afraid of Matsuri getting hurt. If so, I should press the emergency call button right now. But it's not that simple. Matsuri did Papa Katsu. Whatever her reasons, Papa Katsu is wrong because it's prohibited by law and Matsuri is a minor. That's the rule. If I report him now, Matsuri will be hurt for this reasonless reason. Her relationship with her family will worsen, and what she was trying to protect will be taken away. Matsuri won't even be recognized as a victim because everything will be done according to society's correctness. So, no matter what, Matsuri will be rightfully hurt. I can report it if you want. What you say? Raising his lips slightly as if they were covered with razors, Ryuzaki-san approaches. I backed away with Matsuri behind me, but I knew such a pose was meaningless. What can you give Matsuri? Future Aizawa-san's words came back to me. I can't do anything. I can't change anything. Then why am I here? What did I come here to do? What's the point of me being with Matsuri? Damn it! I punched the wall next to me with all my might. Even Ryuzaki-san looked surprised at this sudden action. I saw Matsuri flinch in the corner of my vision. Futa-kun, I thought you were a calmer person. I'm not angry at Ryuzaki-san. Ryuzaki-san looked even more confused. Futa, your hand. At Matsuri's words, I looked at my right hand. It was bleeding. Come to think of it, my fingers feel like burning hot. It was the first time I had ever punched something out of emotion. Even though I hadn't held back, the wall seemed unmarked, just slightly stained with my thin blood. It's okay now, Matsuri says, as if to comfort me. She wraps my red-stained right hand with her pure white hands, looking at me with eyes clear as glass marbles. I couldn't take my eyes off Matsuri in her unfamiliar uniform either. Come to think of it, we hadn't spoken for weeks. Despite the situation, I'm happy to be able to meet and talk with Matsuri like this. She makes me happy and is so precious to me. I wanted to protect her by any means necessary. Please. Powerless goodwill is just hypocrisy. Unable to protect someone important from the obvious threat before me. Unable to shield her from the world's unreasonableness. Realizing this truth, those words slipped out. Please what? A child said something cheeky and got carried away. I apologize. So please, forgive us. Still holding Matsuri's hand, I bowed my head. For a while, neither of them said anything, and silence fell over the room. How lame. He spat out, as if disgusted. What? Do you want me to stop? Yes. Then, isn't that not enough? Ryuzaki-san, still seated with wine in hand, pointed at the floor. Dojeza, take off your clothes. Come on, I'll take a picture for you too. Ryuzaki-san pointed his smartphone at me. Just taking off my clothes would still be fine. I'd just be embarrassed, and that would be the end of it. But if he takes pictures, they might be spread around. The location would probably be revealed as a love hotel too. If that happens, it would definitely become a problem. In the worst case, I might not be able to stay at school. Understood, but I didn't mind. Futa, that's enough. Stop it. Matsuri squeezed our joined hands. Ryuzaki-san, I get it. I'm fine with it. No, Matsuri. Why? This is my problem, so you have nothing to do with it. We talked about this. I said I was prepared. I know about that resolve, but still. Matsuri is the one who has nothing to do with it. Like I had nothing to do with it. This is my problem, isn't it? No, this is my problem. Matsuri fell silent, as if trying to understand the intent behind my words. I've been thinking about it for a long time. There's nothing I can do for Matsuri. So I wondered if there was any point in being with Matsuri. You were thinking about something like that? Yeah. But, I squeeze back the hand that's gripping mine tightly. Our hands, messy with my blood, should never part, like a curse. Even so, I want to be with Matsuri. Not for anyone else's sake. I want to be with Matsuri for my own sake. Even if it's pathetic, uncool, powerless, or meaningless. Even if no one else comes to like me, even if Matsuri comes to hate me, I don't care. I'll do what I can to protect Matsuri, whom I love so much. Idiot. Matsuri seemed utterly exasperated. You're the one who said it, Futa. That what you like is something you can be passionate about, something that makes every day feel suffocating without it. This time, she seemed a bit sulky. Indeed, that's right. I'm the one who talked about how that's what liking something means. But that was about Matsuri's feelings. I like Matsuri too, and it's natural to want to do what you can for the person you like. You're a boy too, Futa. Those words were surely because she understood my feelings. That feeling, that consideration made me happy. I'm sorry, Matsuri. I took off my blazer, trousers, the shirt I was wearing underneath, and even my shoes and socks. And finally, I put my hand on my underwear. Without loosening my grip, I took them off in one go. During that time, Matsuri kept looking at me. I throw the removed underwear on the floor and stand up straight. I thought if I tried to hide anything, I wouldn't be forgiven. This sensation of being stared at naked by a female classmate. I wanted to disappear. More than anything, I'm filled with apology. I'm sorry for being so uncool. I'm sorry for not being a hero who could rescue you smartly and gallantly. But even so, please. I got down on my knees on the floor. Without hiding anything, I sit in Seiza with my back straight, and after looking once at Ryusaki-san, who was looking down at me with a grin, and once at Matsuri, who was just looking at me seriously and straight, I bowed deeply in dojeza, as if rubbing my head on the floor. Please give Matsuri back. I beg you, I said to Ryusaki-san from the bottom of my heart. Doing something like that, even your beloved Matsuri-chan will come to hate you. If that happens, it can't be helped. I don't care anymore about wanting to be needed by someone. I don't care about wanting to be a cool guy. I just felt lonely when Matsuri and I fought and stopped talking to each other. And just now, I learned how Matsuri had been thinking about me at the cafe. Matsuri had taken my words so seriously and even decided to quit Papa Katsu, which was really important to her. Please give Matsuri back. You have lots of girls, don't you? But I only have Matsuri. So please. Matsuri is going to move forward from now on, and she wished for me to be with her. That made me really happy. That's why I want to protect Matsuri. You're the best, Futa-kun. After those words, Ryusaki-san took a picture. Again and again. Ryusaki-san moved around to the side and took pictures from an angle where my face was visible. All right, raise your head. When I did as told, he was grinning. It was creepy, but he also seemed in a good mood. Man, it's been a while since I've had this much fun. Today is the best night ever. Ryusaki-san started laughing, holding his stomach, as if trying to suppress his voice, and I realized this person was serious because Ryusaki-san's lower body was proving it from under his bathrobe. I calmly thought, this person is crazy. All right, let's go home for today. That's what I had asked for. He took pictures, but is it really this easy? I've achieved my goal. Here, take this. Ryusaki-san opens his bag at his feet and takes out a brown envelope. Then he threw it down in front of me. What I was supposed to get from Matsuri-chan, I got from Futa-kun instead. So that's a thank you. A simple, common brown envelope. The mouth was open, and bundles of bills were sticking out. What do you mean by this? As you said, Futa-kun, I have many girls, but I don't know anyone as interesting as Futa-kun. I pay appropriately for things of value. Ryusaki-san suddenly took off the bathrobe he was wearing. I imagined the worst-case scenario, but Ryusaki-san reached for the suit he had been wearing initially. I can't accept this. That won't do. I'm buying people's dignity with money. And Futa-kun, you sold your dignity to me. If you say you can't accept it, then the transaction isn't complete. In that case, Ryusaki-san looked towards Matsuri. Understood. Futa-kun is an accomplice too. This bundle of bills is proof of selling one's dignity. What Matsuri has been receiving and carrying until now. This guilt will probably cling to my life from now on, like a winter storm with claws. Well then, see you. Ryusaki-san changed in a matter of seconds, grabbed his bag, and walked to the exit. I'm looking forward to meeting you two again. I don't think we'll ever meet again. Ryusaki-san put on his shoes at the entrance and looked at Matsuri. I hope so. Well then, goodbye. Ryusaki-san opened the door and left. It was so abrupt, but just to be sure, I immediately ran to the door and locked it from the inside. I was still anxious, wondering if he might be waiting in ambush at the hotel entrance. But I knew the immediate danger had passed. Thank goodness. My strength gave out and I sat down right there. Since I was still naked, my bottom touched the cool marble of the entrance, and it was cold. Futa. Matsuri came running and jumped on me. With the momentum, I hit the back of my head hard against the door. I am still naked, don't care. She hugs me so tightly it hurts. I was in a slight panic from the lingering fear, embarrassment, and the heart-pounding feeling of being hugged. The fatigue was also severe, making me breathe heavily, but realizing and knew that Matsuri was right there, I was so happy she was safe that I hugged her back desperately. Matsuri was small enough to fit entirely in my chest. She was small, trembling, and impossibly warm and sweet-smelling for a doll. Futa, I'm so glad. Matsuri was crying. She let out sobs and hiccuped softly. It's natural after such a frightening experience. This was the first time Matsuri had shown me her weakness, and although it might be inappropriate, I was a little happy. I'm sorry, Matsuri. Why are you apologizing, Futa? If I were more capable and stronger, I could have saved you in a cooler way. I exposed myself naked in front of Matsuri and apologized in dojeza. It's too uncool, too lame. Far from the romantic ideal Matsuri loves, I felt so sorry, so apologetic that I wanted to disappear. That's not true at all. Matsuri raised her face and looked at me with her tear-swollen eyes. Futa just now was super cool. When you came to save me, you were like a prince. A prince? I told you terrible things. I'm sorry. But please stay with me from now on. Yeah, if you're okay with someone like me. I hugged Matsuri again. To Matsuri, who was blushing and averting her eyes. Then Matsuri pressed her face against my chest as if burying it. I'm sorry for being uncool. Stop saying that. Idiot. Matsuri, who seemed strangely happy, stopped talking after that, and soon began to breathe softly in sleep. My bottom was cold and I felt like I might catch a cold, but I desperately endured it because I didn't want to wake Matsuri. I thought that's what a man should do. I might have been spinning my wheels. I always wanted to be needed by someone, but that was a mistake. Doing something to be liked by someone is ultimately for oneself. I hadn't been facing anyone from the start. I look at Matsuri in my arms. Pure, but so small you might miss her if you're not paying attention, like a small flower by the roadside. Matsuri sleeping with a natural, calm expression, not keeping up appearances in any way. She was so endearing, so cute that I couldn't help but gently touch her hair. Chapter 6, Beautiful Flower. 3 weeks have passed since the incident with Ryuzaki-san. It's that time when summer vacation and the midterm exams are approaching simultaneously. A period that's both exciting and not so exciting. There has been a big change in Matsuri. Futa-kun, you're late. I thought I was going to be abandoned again. I was scolded by Toru-nichan. 30 p.m., but I was invited to karaoke by my classmate Inu-san and ended up being about 5 minutes late. The last time I was invited to karaoke by Ando-kun, I suddenly left without saying anything to chase after Matsuri to Shibuya. I thought I had completely isolated myself in class because of that, but everyone was surprisingly unconcerned, and it seemed I had rather been recognized as an interesting guy among them. Sorry, Toru-nichan. I was sad about what happened before. When I came out of the shower and Futa-kun wasn't there, I felt lonely. I am sorry about that too. It's just as I told you. That night, because Matsuri had fallen asleep, I ended up leaving Toru-nichan alone for several hours. I should have at least sent a line message or called, but I couldn't move from the entrance. Then 2 hours later, after Matsuri woke up, I returned to the room on the 5th floor once. Toru-nichan was angry, saying my innocence had been trampled on. So I properly explained that Matsuri had been in danger, that I didn't have the composure to talk about it at the time, that everything was resolved safely, and that Toru-nichan had no innocence left to be trampled on. That night I was so lonely, that alone in the room thinking of Futa-kun. Ignoring Toru-nichan, I start walking quickly. Then she chased after me, running and almost crying. It seems being left behind has really become a trauma for her. After walking for about 2 minutes from the station, we arrive at our destination, a subtle entrance that you might miss, and a cute tin horse and watering can. It's Cafe Hanataba, proud of its flowers, plants, and delicious coffee. Ah, it's cute. Is this where the two are? Yeah. Despite its appearance, it's quite popular. We walk along a small green path with uniquely shaped plants growing and open the wooden door. Then the world changed, and a lively space filled with people spread out before us. Welcome. Fuchan. Fujizawa-san, wearing a chic indigo apron, greeted us with a beaming smile. She approaches us friendlily and looks up at me and Toru-nichan. If she had dog ears, her appearance would be perfect. Toru-chan sensei came too. Yeah, I heard there was delicious coffee. We have delicious coffee and red slurp too. Red slurp? She was referring to beetroot potage. She seems to have taken quite a liking to it. Sorry we're late, Fujisawa-san. Are there any seats available? This way please. Table for two. Although the peak hour had passed, almost all seats were occupied. We're guided to a table for two. While Fujisawa-san was bringing out the menus, I looked around the shop. Then, I found her figure walking from behind the counter. What? She said bluntly as soon as she came over. Well. I look at Matsuri again. The same indigo apron as Fujisawa-san. Her hair is tied back in a ponytail, probably to keep it out of the way. The apron looks cute. Wrong, isn't it? It should be Matsuri. You look cute in the apron, right? Sorry. I get corrected. I thought I should compliment her outfit first, but apparently, it's not the apron that's cute, but me wearing the apron, right? Is what she means. Why only Matsuri-chan? What about me? Oh, of course Fujisawa-san is cute too. That sounds so forced. You should have said it first. After that, she kept saying unreasonable things like start over from when you came in. Of course, she's saying it jokingly, but I knew it was seriousness disguised as a joke. You both look very lovely. I was surprised when I heard that Kaios-san started working part-time even though she's the student council president. Well, I had some time. And, what is it? I like this shop because it is lots of flowers. Matsuri quit Papa Katsu. She stopped contacting her papas to find what she wants to do, to be true to herself. Fu-chan suggested this part-time job to us. Yeah, but why are you working part-time with me too, Yuki? You're asking that now? It's obviously because I want to be with Matsuri-chan. Fujisawa-san jumped on Matsuri. Matsuri complains saying we're at work, but she doesn't try to forcefully pry her off. In other words, she doesn't really mind, and might even be happy about it. In the process of finding her dream, her beloved Fujisawa-san is with her too. That's the future Matsuri wished for. You two are really close, aren't you? By the way, can I order? Leave it to me. Fujisawa-san answered in a voice too loud for the cafe atmosphere. I'm going to fetch some water. Matsuri leaves the table for a moment. During that time, Fujisawa-san started taking our order. Then I'll have the Hanataba meal plate, and iced coffee for the drink. Okay. I'll have the chicken stew curry. And I'll make you say it. While writing down the order, Fujisawa-san casually said without looking up. I'll make you say you like me more than Matsuri. I was left with my mouth half open at such a casual statement. Let me repeat your order. Hanataba meal plate and iced coffee. Teriyaki fish burger, herb grilled chicken, large serving of rice, beet slurpee, organic cola, and today's dessert for 3. Is that correct? That's not. I mean, I don't need that much. Okay, thank you very much. She forcefully cuts me off. I was just dumbfounded, fool. As she left, she glanced at me for a moment, then gracefully swished her apron and disappeared behind the counter. Futa-kun, did you do something to Fujisawa-san? I didn't do anything. That's why Fujisawa-san is angry, Fufu. Ani-chan is happy. About what? I don't really understand, but she probably thinks that being a player and approaching various women indiscriminately is what makes a real man. Sorry for the wait. What's wrong? Nothing. Matsuri, who came back with water, notices the strange atmosphere and tilts her head. I can't tell her the truth, so while listening to the conversation coming from behind the counter saying your friend eats a lot, doesn't he? That person has no principles, I regretted not skipping lunch. Walking along the clear-flowing Nakariu Canal with Matsuri in her cool summer outfit. We decided to walk from Shinmaruko Station to Matsuri's house for some after-meal exercise. This was also a memorable place where we had walked together before, and where I had promised to help Matsuri find her dream. The cherry blossoms are completely green now. I like it though. It feels like summer is near. I've made up with Matsuri, but with the Fujisawa-san situation, there's surely more turbulence ahead. Of course, I still like Fujisawa-san and want to be close to her, but I also have feelings for Matsuri, whatever kind they may be. Moreover, Fujisawa-san doesn't like me, yet she's declaring she wants to date me. I don't understand. Similarly, Matsuri clearly answered no when Ryuzaki-san asked if she liked me. If that's her true feelings, the situation hasn't progressed at all, or has even regressed. Hey, what are you smiling about? Was I smiling? You were grinning. Strange. I thought I was worrying about the future. I was thinking about how cute Matsuri looked at work today. Seemingly satisfied with that, she softly said thank you and fell silent again. There are many problems, but I savored the fact that being able to have this trivial conversation with Matsuri again is truly happiness. It's perfect weather for a walk, even though it's rainy season. I'm glad it's sunny. What we take for granted isn't actually granted. Let's be together means telling them because we might not be together. So I'll always think about how I might not be able to be with Matsuri anymore. I'll be anxious, tormented, cling to her like a weakling, constantly check if my hand is still holding onto Matsuri, and tell her persistently, hey, Matsuri, stay with me from now on too, okay? What's with you? You embarrassing guy. I'm an embarrassing guy. Time spent with Matsuri like this was truly comfortable. I hope this not so ordinary time continues forever. My smartphone vibrated. With a bad feeling, I hurriedly opened it. And my premonition was right. What is it? Nothing. I got a line message. It's from Fujisawa-san. And not just one. Messages keep coming in, over and over. Give me a second. I reflexively opened it. So Fujisawa-san was notified that I read her messages. I'm afraid of what might happen if I blatantly ignore her. Look at my work uniform. I unbuttoned the shirt to the fourth button. Lock emoji. Isn't it erotic? An attached image of her chest area. Next I'll send my thighs. An attached image of her thighs. Are you with Matsuri? Are you reading me? Hey, isn't your reply late? Are you ignoring me? Do you think I'm annoying? Hey, oi. No, like. This is just plain scary. Since the incident at her house, Fujisawa-san stopped wearing her mask when we're alone. Or rather, considering how she showed glimpses of her true nature even in front of Toru-nichan at work today, it seems she might be thinking it's fine if people find out. It's extremely dangerous. What are you doing? Well, before I knew it, Matsuri was right beside me. And she's peeking at my smartphone. I reflexively pull away but, you were muttering to yourself and typing desperately. Weren't you lining with Yuki? She had seen everything, and I think I saw an image of someone's skin. The blood drained from my face. Matsuri doesn't know Fujisawa-san's true nature. I don't know if Fujisawa-san is doing this thinking it's okay if Matsuri finds out, but at least for now, it's probably better if Matsuri doesn't know. Are you sending erotic pictures to Yuki? It's the opposite, is what I wanted to shout. No, that's not it. The skin-like thing was. You know, that. Which one? Naked mole rat. Fujisawa-san likes weird creatures, right? I thought it was plausible since Fujisawa-san really seems like she'd like that. Show me. But it didn't work. No. It's private. As a result of struggling when Matsuri tried to take my phone, I lost my footing and fell into the canal, and then I lost my balance and dragged Matsuri in with me, lying in the water. Sorry. Are you okay? Waka. I got wet. Well, I'm fine. Our eyes meet at close range. I was sitting completely in the water from the waist down, and Matsuri was in a position that looked like she was covering me. I'm really sorry. No. Why are you apologizing? You should, stop apologizing so quickly. Her voice was so small it was almost inaudible as she averted her eyes. We both suddenly became aware of each other, creating an awkward atmosphere. After that, we just kept silent. I should have just asked her to get off me, and Matsuri should have moved away instead of staying on top of me. But we didn't. The water was still cold, and even though we were just feeling awkward with each other, we didn't try to move. But, if we stay like this, something problematic might happen. What is it? Nothing. Although Matsuri usually maintains a proper appearance in public, maybe because she was just going home today, her uniform was disheveled. She had unbuttoned her dress shirt to the second button. Moreover, she's slightly leaning forward, so I could see not only her camisole but even her blue lace underwear with a floral pattern underneath. and I saw a water droplet run from her collarbone down to her cleavage. It traced an arc along the gentle hills and was absorbed by the blue petals, deepening their color. It's because Matsuri's knee is pressing right against my lower body. That's why Matsuri noticed my change. How cute. No matter how you think about it, that was an unsuitable reaction for this situation. It was a soft voice, like doting on a puppy that stood up for the first time and can't even see properly yet. This happened before too, didn't it? Did it? You know, when we fought. It was when I talked to Matsuri again in the student council room about quitting her papa Katsu. At that time, when I tried to run away and go home, Matsuri tried to stop me and we both fell to the floor. Matsuri noticed that I was properly reacting even in that situation, and was disillusioned. And then, she said, "I'll do it with you for 5." Matsuri repeats the same words as back then. But this time, it's different. It had a mischievous ring to it, like she was saying it to a close friend without reservation. Is that so? Of course, I didn't take it seriously. If I acted flustered with a straight face, she would just tease again. Come on, Matsuri. Get off me already. I'm serious. You know, my body, which had relaxed for a moment, tensed up again. I lift just my head and look at Matsuri's face. Matsuri looked a bit angry. In other words, she was embarrassed and slightly averting her face, her eyes swimming unsteadily. You go shopping with me 5 times, then, I'll do it with you. Why, you're joking, right? Matsuri glares at me with a sullen look. Feeling my own heartbeat quicken, I watch with bated breath to see how Matsuri will answer. But Matsuri didn't say anything more. Matsuri showed it through action. Futa. She wraps both arms around my fallen waist, pressing our bodies close together. Then Matsuri's thigh, wedged in an exquisite position, stimulated me even more intensely. Matsuri, you really are cute. I'm not happy. I shouldn't be. And yet, when she says it in a whisper-like voice with cheeks dyed cherry blossom pink. I kept it a secret from Futa, but I'm a vampire. What kind of joke is that? I usually make do with tomato juice. I know you drink it often, but it's just because you like it, right? That's not it. Matsuri collapsed on top of me. Then, with her hands that had been around my waist, this time she embraces my head. Then she buried her face in my neck and she bit me with a not weak force. Hey, what are you? It's fine. Let me do it. Before I could answer, Matsuri sank her teeth into my neck again. She slowly puts strength into it. Matsuri's teeth gradually buried into my skin, and along with it the pain increased. I tensed up. When Matsuri notices that, she eases her strength, but then she puts strength in again and stabs her teeth in. She repeated that. She was searching for the boundary between the force that would tickle me and the force that would turn into pain. A voice that wasn't words leaks out. Like it tickled, like it hurt, like it was unbearable. It's frustrating, but my feelings of wanting Matsuri to do more, of seeking Matsuri, grow stronger. I didn't know if it was an instinctual urge to seek simply physical stimulation, or an expression of my feelings of cherishing Matsuri's existence. Cute. Matsuri puts strength into the arms she had wrapped around me. Strongly, as if clinging, I was squeezed by her small body and slender arms, and I just thought I wanted to get even closer to Matsuri no matter what, so I embraced her back. My hands that had been supporting my body removed, and we rolled together in the water. Right now, it didn't matter what we called our relationship, whether it was a mutually beneficial one, or best friends with the person I like, or lovers. We just wanted to become one in reality. And if we could recognize that in each other and fulfill that desire, I felt like the name of our relationship would follow after. It didn't matter if we were a man or a woman. In fact, it didn't even matter if we were human. That's how much we needed each other. I made a hole. Matsuri's slender finger traces my neck. I realized she had bitten too much and left a pierced-like mark. You can bite more. It should be please bite me, right? Then you don't have to bite. No, let me bite you. This time she bit the other side of my neck and pushed me down into the water. Matsuri, she bit down hard. It was a simply violent strength, as if riding on desire and hatred, without reservation or gentleness. I didn't make a sound. At first I didn't understand why she bit me so hard, but I noticed Matsuri's hands trembling as she held me, and I kind of understood. Matsuri finally found what she had been looking for all this time. "Hey, can I hurt you?" What Matsuri found was a target to vent her anger on. A partner who would be one-sidedly, unreasonably hurt by Matsuri, who was kinder, more caring, and more clumsy than anyone else. Go ahead. I was chosen to be that partner. Goo. This time, my voice came out. A burning sensation, a pain that felt like my taut nerves would be torn apart. With anger and blame, I dug my nails into Matsuri's back hard enough to draw blood. The water-soaked uniform hindered the intrusion of my nails, but I clawed at it over and over, intending to tear it all apart. Futa, Futa. She called my name, but she wasn't calling for me. It's an incantation thrown into the void. Matsuri, who had lived with her mother, been surrounded by her papas, and been together with Fujisawa-san, had always been alone. But Matsuri surely doesn't want to hate anyone. That's why she calls my name instead. Carrying all of her anger she gave up on displaying. Her longings that disappeared before it was even born. Her emotions that can't be given form. Hey, why? Why is it only me, I wonder? Yeah, that's right. I'm putting with so much, and yet, it's okay. I understand everything, that Matsuri thinks so much, that you want to protect everyone. This time, she hugged me tightly. Matsuri's body was trembling. With this tiny body, she shouldered everything, thinking she doesn't want to hurt anyone, that she has to protect them, that only she can do it. The whole time. Rejected by the world, Matsuri is in the middle of the canal. Neither on that side nor this side, cursing the world. Just stay with me, Futa. Yeah. She who isn't in this world is everywhere. In a world that doesn't protect a girl who kills her heart, loses her own likes, gets hurt, and still tries to protect her precious families. What exactly is being protected? From now on, let's have Matsuri do the things she wants to do. Yeah. Matsuri cursed and hated, but more than that, she grieved. Because even so, Matsuri couldn't come to hate the world. This world where the sun shines, flowers bloom, and even rains fall on a whim. So all we can do is fall into the water together like this and shed tears. There must be flowers that bloom in sorrow too, and to those who don't know the circumstances, those flowers are beautiful too. That's why the world is overflowing with beauty. Epilogue. As Matsuri and I left the Red Gate on Dojinzaka, deciding we wouldn't be returning at least until we were adults. With the rainy season coming to an end and a new season approaching, I made a strong resolution to change myself as I looked at the fresh green trees lining the street on my way home from school. Take me home. Her school bag is tossed into the basket of the bicycle I was pushing. By the time I turned around, Matsuri was already straddling the rear rack. Fu-chan, me too. The number increased, like a double scoop ice cream. Her school bag was casually placed in the front basket. Wait for various reasons. What? Hurry up. Fu-chan, I want to stop by the crepe shop. Wait, just wait a moment. Okay? I plead, but Matsuri urges me with her eyes saying get on with it, while Fujisawa-san looks at me with puzzled eyes. It's impossible to ride with 3 people, and there's no way I can climb the hill to Matsuri's house on a bicycle, and I thought Fujisawa-san had work. 3 people riding is all about willpower. The hill is willpower. Yuki being here is willpower. That's just brawn over brain. My work got cancelled, so I wanted to eat crepes from the shopping district. I wonder why that unfriendly old man makes such delicious crepes. That's rude. If you have the skills, you don't need to be friendly. To begin with, can both of you even fit on the rear rack? It's fine. Right, Matsuri-chan. Matsuri, who was straddling the rear rack, moves as far forward as possible. Then she raised both feet straight and placed them on the bicycle frame. Then, I go like this. Fujisawa-san boldly lets her short skirt flutter as she straddles the rear rack. Then she placed her hands on Matsuri's shoulders and skillfully placed both toes on the protruding axle of the rear wheel. Chan, the Fu-chan taxi is born. They were indeed riding. 2 girls, It's a feat only possible because of their small bodies, and I'm supposed to peddle this? Peddle, you shall. This is too unreasonable. Fuyu-chan can do it. I'm assaulted by groundless encouragement. As I stood there at a loss, Matsuri looked at me with a solemn face. While Fujisawa-san was distracted by a passing cat, Matsuri whispered to me, "I'll walk from the shopping district." "Futa, you take Yuki home." I'm touched by my master's thoughtfulness. As expected, or rather, since there was no reason to stop, Matsuri's lessons continued. Of course, I still love Fujisawa-san, but now that I know the real her, I'm aware that the shape of that love has changed, but I was unsure exactly what form it had taken. Moreover, there was another change in my feelings, and that was... What? No. Nothing. I'm not sure about this either. I want to be with Matsuri forever. I don't want to let her go. However, if that wish were to be granted literally, even if Fujisawa-san and I were to date, there shouldn't be a problem if Matsuri were there as a friend. And yet, or did you want to be alone with me? It was a surprise attack. No, that's not. It's okay. Let's meet up secretly without Yuki next time at some hotel. That proposal was clearly a joke, but her smile, like a small swaying violet flower that had just thought of a mischief, was too charming, and I almost wanted to answer sure. We won't. I see. For some reason, she seemed angry. It was a joke, right? Matsuri. My smartphone vibrates, as if to interrupt me. The sender was Fujisawa-san. Stop flirting. I look up. Behind Matsuri, Fujisawa-san, standing on the bicycle, was looking down at me as if I were some kind of slug. Shall we walk, the three of us? Both Matsuri and Fujisawa-san complain, but I persuaded them that we're not in a hurry to get home anyway. Well, let's take it easy. No transfer student will arrive with the fully bloomed cherry blossoms. There won't be any promises made under the summer starry sky, in the city adorned with snow and neon. I'm alone, shivering and curling up. Most things don't go well, and I want to quit many times, but around me, there are many people who are just as hopeless as I am, and whom I love dearly. So I'll wake up again tomorrow and go to school. Every day continues. In this world's most boring story, with its racing speed and dazzling brightness that feels like it's burning, we are living. Afterward. It's been a while, or nice to meet you. I'm Nagatomo Kozuma. First, I'll address what those reading the afterword first are probably most curious about. Yes, there are erotic scenes. There are panties and such. Having fulfilled the afterword quota, I'll write the rest as I please. There are no spoilers. This is a boy meets girl story. It's a tale of Matsuri-chan, the heroine, being earnest, noble, and endlessly meddlesome. Like the previous work, I depicted a world that only the two of them can touch. Codependency is the best, isn't it? My fetishes won't be cured. The world isn't necessarily set up to help pure and weak people. On the contrary, some of these people are attacked by those around them saying you're weird, making them unsure of what's right and almost breaking their hearts. However, regardless of whether it's correct or well executed, I believe that people who struggle and fight for what they believe is right are strong, noble, and beautiful. Even though things don't go well most of the time, the reason we desperately live is because there are still precious things in this world. That's the kind of story this is. Briefly about recent events. 5 years have passed since the previous work. 5 years, Initially, I couldn't write anything satisfactory, and I rewrote this work once as well. But after experiencing turbulent times in my personal life, when I tell my friends, they either burst into laughter or are completely taken aback. I want to publish an anonymous essay or something, and my mind and body became a mess. I was able to write, as expected. Humans really start after they're broken. Lastly, acknowledgements to my editor, M-san. The word precise fits perfectly. It takes me around 3 days to realize the answers M-san comes up with are correct. I'm moved by what it means to be a professional editor. To my previous editor, T-san, I'm grateful for your straightforward criticism without any compromise. I truly think it was good to have T-san as my editor for such a long time. To Kyuzuma Kieyaru-sensei. When I saw the character designs, I finally felt like I had met Matsuri-chan and the others. I was so happy that I talked to the screen all day. Seriously. To N-san and M-san, you listened to many of my consultations. It really became a book. To H-kun, I was able to persevere because of you. Give my regards to M-san as well. To all the readers, I've poured my obsessions, fetishes, and skills into this. For those who have been waiting since the previous work, any words of gratitude seem insufficient. I've finally written something I'm satisfied with, so I can only pray that these feelings reach you. Stories exist because there are people who read them. Well then, I hope to see you again in the next volume. End of Volume 1.